Shri Conrad K. Sangma. Thank you. Yesterday, day one set a phenomenal standard, perfectly capturing the spirit of this festival. After the prelude inauguration of the 5th edition, our literary journey began by expanding our horizons. First, with Francis Miralles discussing the Japanese way of life in his iconic book, the Ikigai. Then we turned to the critical landscapes of the Northeast and beyond, with Sanjoy Hazarika tracing the story of the Sangpo Brahmaputra River, and Sam Dalrymple discussing his debut novel, Shattered Lands. The heart of the day belonged to the unique cultural narratives of the region. We had captivating sessions, and the fest was not even shy of contemporary issues, with powerful conversations led by Jerry Pinto and Nina Verma on the vital subject of mental health in the session Heal the World. The evening concluded with the vibrant sounds of the Chief Minister's Meghalaya Grassroots Music Project performances at the entrance of the Watts Lake there at the after stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I have all of you give again a warm round of applause for the CMMGMP, which is a wonderful initiative by the Chief Minister. Of course, we also had another event in the second venue at the Sosotham Auditorium. We had a solo performance, Nothing Like Clear. We were energized by yesterday's success and are ready to dive again into the next chapter of this festival. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially commence day 2, we are honored to invite the Honorable Chief Minister to launch books that our authors have brought here today. Let me ask our volunteers to kindly come up on stage, and I'll request the authors who are here to also come up on stage as we will release these books. First, I call upon Sanjoy Hazarika for River Traveller. May I have Kong Patricia Mokim to kindly come up on stage? We start with From Isolation to Integration by Kong Patricia Mokim. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please. Next, I call upon Mr. Harbak Singh Dhillon for the book BSF and Meghalaya Through the Lens of a Borderman. Is Mr. Freddie or Amanda and Etawanda here? Anybody? They're here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's call upon Etawanda Saibon, Freddie M. Majau, and Etawanda Saibon, Freddie M. Majau and Amanda C. Tongper from Shillong to Saigon, marketplaces as the crossroads of culture. They had a wonderful discussion about this yesterday. And let me call upon Daniel Ebor Chalam for postcards from Shillong. From Khasi Hills. Okay. Postcards from Khasi Hills. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request the Honorable Chief Minister to kindly address the gathering. Yes, sir. You want to speak? Okay. We request Dr. Vijay Kumar IAS to kindly address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
Our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, our authors who are here, a very good morning to you all. Again, yesterday we had the inauguration of the program, sir. Yesterday I was here doing the welcome address, but I'd like to take this opportunity today. Yesterday I already informed everyone that you could not be there yesterday at the inaugural because of the very important program in Bihar that you went to. So we first take this opportunity again in this beautiful setting of the Watts Lake, day 2 of the Literature Festival. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Minister, our chief guest for today's program, and of course the force behind all the wonderful things that are happening in our beautiful state of Meghalaya. I'd also like to welcome everybody again for day 2. Day 1 was fantastic. Again, yesterday, I think Sam Dalrymple was sitting here and he said this is probably the best setting for a literary festival. He said something like it's like a global setting. Somebody also said that when you do the Ikigai readings, etc., I think Miralles was saying that when you do it in New York City, you get a photograph of a cherry blossom tree, but here you are sitting in this setting and doing all these conversations on Ikigai, on life, on yesterday we had a very interesting session. I was also here on grief, on empathy. So it was a fantastic first day. I'd like to congratulate all the authors. I'd like to thank everyone, and we look forward to 2 more exciting days. And the lineup, we have an amazing lineup. I'd like to just once again say a little bit about why we are doing all these events. Yesterday I gave a longish kind of explanation and context. But basically, the idea is today I'm very happy to see a lot of young people today. As I said yesterday, as Cyril also said yesterday, this is all this we are doing is for young people, for students, from schools, from colleges of Shillong. And today when we see the book launches, it's so heartening. When we started the literary festival, I was mentioning 5 years ago, I mentioned yesterday also this, our Honorable Chief Minister was then also the Tourism Minister. So when we started all these festivals, whether it's the literary festival, whether it's the music festival, the hugely successful Cherry Blossom Festival. So at that time when we started the literary festival, we were thinking, I mean, should we do a literary festival? Does Shillong have the, do we have do we have the bandwidth, or not the bandwidth, but do we have the context for doing a big literary festival? But today when we see the amount of works that are coming out from our own state, both by senior and experienced people like Kong Pat and Mr. Hazarika, and by young people writing these new works and telling the stories from our land, it's very, very heartening. Today we are at the 5th edition, and yesterday we were making this, we set a target for ourselves, that maybe in the next 5 years, we should make this festival at least the top 3 festivals in the country. Because yesterday I asked ChatGPT which are the literary festivals of India. It gave 12 names. Ours was at number 12. So I thought to myself that maybe in 5 years, because these take time, obviously. For example, I mean, the Jaipur Lit Fest has been happening for a very, very long time, but whether it's Bangalore or Hyderabad or the others that happen, so these take time. So maybe in the next 5 years, we set a target for ourselves. It's for all of us. It's for our young authors. It's for all our participants. It's for our curators. It is for the government, which is organizing this festival, and for everyone. Maybe in the next 5 years, we set this goal of becoming maybe at least among the top 3 literary festivals in the country. So with these thoughts, I'd like to once again welcome our Honorable Chief Minister, welcome all our authors. We look forward to an amazing second day. Today is Friday, so we expect more people to come, and of course tomorrow as well. So thank you so much, and Kuble Shibun, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And indeed, we hope and pray that the vision that Dr. Vijay has already expressed, that we could reach to be one of the top 3 literary festival in Shillong, in India, that happens soon. We would also like to welcome ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our tourism minister, Shri Timothy D. Shira. We ask our volunteers to kindly felicitate our tourism minister, please. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All of our guests are being felicitated with a small token of appreciation and the traditional India. As I was saying, our visions will come to fruition as we have people in the government who have visions that can take Meghalaya to new heights. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure to welcome the Tourism Minister to address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Ministers of Meghalaya, respected Commissioner Secretary Dr. Vijay Kumar, and respected Cheryl Dingdo, Executive Director, Meghalaya H Limited, esteemed guests who have come from outside the country and the state to participate in the Literary Fest, distinguished personalities of the state who are in attendance, officers of the government, local residents who are here today, media person, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear youth who are present here. Meghalaya, the abode of cloud, is blessed with majestic mountains, large forests, and cascading waterfalls. Beyond its natural beauty, Meghalaya is a vibrant hub of cultural and music stories. Our state has always been a land of narratives, rooted in folklore and oral tradition, nurturing generations of writers and thinkers. To this effect, since 2021, the Shillong Literary Festival has emerged as a leading cultural platform, creating a unique synergy between literature and tourism, attracting visitors and enriching our economy. Shillong is proudly known as India Rock Capital. Over the years, we have hosted global icons from Brian Adams to Ed Sheeran, and in 2025, stars like Jason Derulo and Script Grace, the Cherry Blossom Festival. These events have made Meghalaya a favorite destination for music lovers and boosted tourism, significantly benefiting allied sectors such as food, hospitality, and transport, including community across the state. At the heart of this cultural richness are the Khasi, Garos, Chantia tribes with festivals like Shanshuk Menshem, Nongkrem Dance, Wangala, and Bedingklam, offering immersive glimpses into our heritage. Today's festival honors that legacy while embracing contemporary voices, combining literature, music, art, and local cuisine to reflect spirit of Meghalaya. We proudly host 60 plus acclaimed authors, including Booker Prize winners Banu Munstaq and Seshan Karuna Tilaka, global icon Francis Miralles, and regional boys like Janice Pariat and Patricia Mukim. Joining them are historian and cultural icons David Shimley, Desmond Karmoplang, and celebrated authors from across India. Art knows no boundary. We welcome filmmaker Dominic Sangma, actors Rajat Kapoor and Vinay Pathak, and electrifying performances by our Garo bands and Meghalaya's own artists. This festival is not just about books. It is about ideas and inspiration. We are honored to host Chamling Tenzing Norgay and IS Hajan Yanap, inspiring our youth to dream big. The current cultural ecosystem is to promote grassroots creativity and cultural pride. Hence, Meghalaya launched a two flagship initiative, that is Chief Minister's Meghalaya Grassroots Music Project 2022 and MSTEP 2024. This program empowers communities, celebrate indigenous festivals, and provide platforms for emerging artists. Since 2022, MGMP has invested 38.69 crores, supporting 7,750 artists, creating jobs for musicians, crews, and organizers, and hosting 13,000 plus shows across the state. Looking ahead, MGMP aims to enable 44,000 plus performances in the next 3 years, strengthening our music ecosystem. Through MSTEP, we empower local organizers to host scale festival with grants up to 25 to 50 lakhs. In 2024, the state dispersed 1.33 crores to support local festival, decentralizing tourism and promoting grassroots engagement. At the same time, Meghalaya offers support for artists and filmmakers. In 2024, we launched Hello Meghalaya, one of India's first government-backed OTT platform offering films, music, and infotainment in Garo, Khashi, and Phanar languages. In 1 year, 280 plus artists showcased their work, supported by 9 crores funding. Meghalaya's scenic beauty makes its filmmakers' paradise. To harness this, we introduced film tourism policy, offering incentive up to 1 crore. The first film under this policy is already in production, marking a milestone that promises more shoots, jobs, and global attention. Meghalaya is committed to sustainable, inclusive cultural tourism. Key projects will include residential music village, museum, and experience center through central and state funding. This initiative will showcase local culture through dedicated spaces for artisans and live performances. We are improving connectivity, infrastructure, and sustainability while developing high-end to community-based hospitality. With strong policy support and thriving culture ecosystem, Meghalaya offers artists and performers a unique opportunity to be part of transformative growth story. I wish this literary festivals a grand success. Kublai Matela, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the second portion of the book launches. May I call upon Shri Sanjoy Hazarika for River Traveller. Next, I call upon Ningthau Jamuni Singh for the Kingdom of Meitei. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I call upon Alfie Dari Karsanteo for Wat Yaka Malade. So one more. And finally, may I call upon Kong Madeline Tham for European Writings in the Khasi Hills. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And congratulations to all the authors. Taking upon the speech of Dr. Vijay and the Tourism Minister, the visions of people like themselves, and of course the Chief Minister, will enable Meghalaya to reach new heights. And in fact, it was very encouraging yesterday as we were scrolling through Reels to see a video of CM Sir going to a humble entrepreneur's place in Soora, somebody who's making a guitar, and giving them the inspiration and sharing the vision with them for a bigger and a better, brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from the man himself one more time with a warm round of applause, the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya.
Our Honorable Tourism Minister, Shri Timothy D. Shira, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Commissioner and Secretary, Tourism, Shri Cyril Dingdo, our Commissioner and Secretary for Home Department, distinguished authors and writers who are present out here. There are too many of you, so I apologize if I do not take your name, but of course, I'm very, very grateful for all of you being present out here today. Our young minds and the young students who are here, I welcome you to this Lit Fest, and all the tourists as well as other participants who have come to see what this Lit Fest is all about. I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to the Shillong Literary Festival being held right here in Watts Lake. I normally don't do this, but I apologize for being early. Normally we apologize for being late, but I'm sorry I came early. The problem is that technology these days is so good that we take things for granted. So they updated my calendar at the last moment when I was already sitting in the car that the program is at 10 o'clock and not at 9:30. And based on the 9:30 program, I had already set up my programs in different parts of the state. As you all know, I like to travel a lot, so I've got a program in Umsning in the evening. So I have to rush there, and before that, of course, I've got many review meetings. But coming to today's program, I have seen, and I think most of us sitting here have seen this Lit Fest literally grow in front of our eyes. I remember the first time we had it, it was in that corner up there. And it was a very small gathering. It's still a small gathering, but it was small in the sense that it had very few authors. It had very few distinguished people. And also it had very few participants. And even at that point in time, there were a lot of people who were discouraging us, saying, what are you trying to do? You're trying to copy the Jaipur Lit Fest. You'll never get there. Shillong is not meant to be in that league. And these were the kind of comments that we got at that point in time. It was very discouraging, I must tell you. Of course, we get those kind of comments even now for other things, but it's fine. I think we're getting used to it. But today, to see this Lit Fest grow into what it is now, I'm not saying that we are where we would like to be. There's a long journey ahead of us. But looking back, there's a small sense of satisfaction to some extent to see the kind of buzz, the kind of individuals, the kind of quality that this literary festival is able to pull. And I think what is more heartening for me to see and to feel and to be able to be part of is to see our own writers come up. I think that is one of the key areas which we wanted to target and push when we started the literary festival. We said our people have the talent, our people have the passion, our people have the desire and the will to write and to be able to tell a story. But I guess we don't, or we are not able to give the platform that they deserve. And that's really what we are trying to do. We are bringing established authors from outside the state, the nation, and the country. And we are also trying to motivate our youngsters and our own people to start the process of writing, to not be shy, I should say, or think that, is my book going to make any sense? So I hope that we have been able to build that culture of writing. That's really what we're trying to do. Because storytelling is part of our culture. But we have not been able to document it and implement it and create books the way many other nations and many other states have been able to do. I'm sure most of you have been part of my different programs. And you'll remember me sharing this many times when I told everybody that the research that we need to do and the documentation that we need to do about our own culture is something that for whatever reason, the Northeast has never taken it seriously. We just think that word of mouth is good enough, which maybe at certain level is okay. But if we really want people in the world to know what we are, who we are, what our beliefs are, what our culture is, what our practice is, what our history is, what we have gone through, it is important to document and write it. And therefore, I'm happy to see that this culture is now finally moving forward. It was there, very few people selected, struggling and not getting the platform to showcase. So that's really the second objective that we have. The first being that we want to obviously build up a literary fest where we have good writers from all over the world coming in and motivating our people, and our people taking it up. So I'm very, very happy that this is happening. And I really would like to congratulate our tourism minister, the entire team, Dr. Vijay, and his entire team that has actually been able to bring the Lit Fest, the Shillong Lit Fest, to what it is today. Having said that, as Dr. Vijay mentioned, that for us now, this is where we stand. But I hope that we'll be able to now take it to the next level. And therefore, there are many areas which we are focusing on, and many things that we need to do. I do hope that I will get feedback from some of you to tell us and share with us what could be the next level. And Dr. Vijay is saying that we should be in the top 3, which is, of course, the second phase. But I strongly believe that we have everything it takes to become the best in the country. And therefore, we will target that. I know it's not an easy task. It's a long way ahead. But with all your help, your support, cooperation, I'm sure that we will be able to take this entire literary fest to become one of the best in the country. Speaking about festivals, I want to take this opportunity also to take a few minutes to really share a few things about what we feel strongly about the programs that we do. And to start off again with a negative note, a lot of critics are there. A lot of people are always finding the black dot in the canvas and sometimes missing out the canvas as a whole. It's okay. I'm not bothered by those comments, to be very frank. If I was bothered, I think we would not have been here today. So we are not bothered by it. But I must try to share so that some of you who are having doubts should realize that these are processes, programs, that are part of a larger goal and a larger purpose that we have in front of us in really taking tourism forward, and with the ultimate goal of then creating livelihood for our people. Because that's really the crux at which we are, and why with these kind of programs, are important for us, because Shillong is being marketed not just as a rock capital, we're calling it now the music capital. And we are working towards going into the sports area, which is the sports and especially football capital. And we are also looking at making this into a literary or, the arts capital of the country. And that's really the kind of 3 pillars that we are trying to focus on, where arts, music, and sports. These 3 areas are something that Shillong, for whatever reason, has got a natural gift and a natural competitive advantage compared to many, many parts of the country. And when you talk of all of these 3 things, these 3 pillars, there is a natural response from the people. If you must have heard Ed Sheeran come out with a small video where he mentioned that among all the concerts in the whole of the country, he said Shillong was his favorite. And what makes a concert for an artist? I'm not an artist, but I've also performed once in a while. That no matter what the music setup, the sound is, the arena is, it is ultimately the fans. It's the response and the passion that we get from the fans that makes the program or the place special. What I'm trying to tell you again, as I said, is that it's not just about the talent we have. It's about somehow the responsiveness that comes out from our youngsters, from our people, when it comes to sports, music, and arts. It's what we call passion. There's a different level of passion among our youngsters. And I think that's what makes things very special. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build all that passion by figuring out what are the pillars and the areas where our youth have that interest in, promoting them through structured programs and sequencing them in a manner in which the continuity is there, and ensuring that world-class programs and setups and experiences are there so that the tourists who come in can feel it. So it's a large canvas. It's a large strategy we have in front of us. It's not so simple for me to explain the whole thing right now, but that's what we're trying to get to. You know, this last year, I just want to share with you. So we had approximately spent, and I think you've heard these numbers before, we had spent about 23 crores last year, invested, I should say, in 5 major concerts in 2024. And we were able to generate, regenerate, and give back money amounting to 133 crores back to our people. So this is in terms of the shops that were there, the eating joints that were there, the homestays that were there, the hotels that were there, the vehicles, the taxis, the tour operators, the tourist guides, the small hawkers, shopkeepers. All of this economy and thousands of people being impacted is what festivals do. And while that is a festival that creates that livelihood and an economy, as you know, the economy churns around rotation of money. So the funds have to rotate. That same fund changes hands 5 times. So that 100 rupees becomes 500 in terms of our GSDP. Because that's how money and economy works. So these are the things which we need to understand while we're looking at this festival. It's not just the fun part. It's not just having a lot of concerts. There's a lot of deep strategy and analysis and impact happening at the grassroots level which one needs to understand. So while the jobs are being created in doing all of this, we're also looking at creating the brand. Because once the brand is created, that's what lasts forever. The festivals will end, but the Shillong brand, the Meghalaya brand will remain. And I hope that these festivals, through this brand in people's mind will always be there, which will give us returns for decades to come. A simple example today, and I think everybody here who's a tourist will tell you the same thing. And many of the very, very important people have told me the same thing. That they always say in school we were taught that Cherrapunji is the highest rainfall area in the country. They remember this one thing, this brand of Cherrapunji being created through the textbooks which said there's the highest rainfall in the country. And that's it. Till today, people are coming to Meghalaya because of that one brand and that one sentence that was put into CBSE books or whatever are NCRT books at that point in. That brand is what we want to create for Shillong and for Meghalaya. So that people will say, oh, you know what, the best lit fest, whether ranking is there, the experience is Shillong. You know, the best festival in the country is, the Cherry Blossom Festival that you've seen. It's got everything, culture, it's got music, it's got art, it's got food, and the entire place is lively. That's the kind of brand that we want to create. No, so we Japanese arena. So this investment we made in this space. So we used this space to have already one festival, which was a Japanese arena, Japanese theme last week. This week it's going to be a full literary fest theme. I've told Commissioner Secretary that next week, this whole place, I'm just saying, next week, it could be the week after that, whatever. But till Christmas, one day into a Khasi theme, one day into a Garo theme, one day into a North, and conclude it by having the Christmas theme. So you'll have 4, 5 festivals and programs set up, but there's a continuous process and returns we get from this investment and the opportunities it creates for the kind of thought process that's going on in our minds, and I'm sure we will do this, and I can assure you, and we learn every year. You'll be happy to know that the entire facade, entire setup of what's already have sanctioned 20 crores for this, we'll be sanctioning another 30 crores. I mean, it's already sanctioned. The process is the overall looks of Watts Lake, whether it's going to be a permanent structure to have an arena, at least for the Lit Fest part, not everywhere. Others will have to be temporary, but at least one spot, Watts Lake become a spot where it's a calendar. Every evening at 6 o'clock, this knows that there is some band that's going to play here. It's in the calendar. If not every day, every second day, third day, the tourist should know at 6:30 there is a play on, and it happens and it's in a calendar event. So this spot will become a place where tourists will come in. It's going to be a culture play done by some of our groups. There's going to be a program of music at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, literally every Saturday night. So it's important to create that continuity and that event process. Otherwise, if it doesn't stick in the memory of the tourists and the tour operators and the hoteliers. So you need that sequencing. So I hope that work on this. We've been discussing this a lot. You must have seen the wonderful setup that's coming up right up across the entry point in this setup was not there. We were trying to finish it before the Cherry Blossom and Lit Fest, but we could not do it. Set up, you can see the standards with which we are working on improving the infrastructure in the Shillong city, but this is a great example of that. We'll be having light shows out here. So I don't know, laser light shows. So which means that this fountain will be up like this, the waterfront, and there'll be depicting the history and story and culture of Meghalaya. So this kind of technology is available. So one of those technologies will be to create that light show in the evening, which will be a great thing. And of course, one thing which we are on improving the beautification and overall cleanliness of this place. So there's a lot of things happening. I don't want to go, but I thought that it's a great moment to share these ideas, because I hope that you'll go and talk about it when you talk to you. Word of mouth is also equally important. So my last message is to the youngsters. As Dr. Vijay had mentioned, that a large part of what we're trying to do is to really create this cultures. So whether it's music, whether it's sports, whether it's arts, writing, be it painting. I was discussing with Dr. Vijay that I would like to have a painting gallery and a painting competition and a painting festival also, an arts festival where about the country, and we have this 1 week. So we have the Cherry Blossom, we have the Writing Fest, Lit Fest, and then where we would like to see painters coming in from throughout the world, or country at least in the beginning, and youngsters to come in. And why are we doing all this? As I said, I'm concluding with this. So while we are getting our tourist dividend and revenues and jobs being created, our youth is very critical. I always tell everybody that we are about 50% of our population, right? So we have 38 lakh people, so 18 to 19 lakh youth are below the age of 20. And I keep that they are our greatest strength and they are our greatest challenge. And it all depends on how we train them, nurture them, and guide them. And if we don't nurture them, if we don't give them opportunities, they will go into the wrong direction. If they do go into the wrong direction, they are the strongest force you can imagine in the universe. And therefore this will become maybe the most destructive force. But if you can put them in the right direction, direct them, give them opportunities and a platform, they will become the most constructive state and for the nation. And that's really what it is. It's an energy. This energy needs to be directed. And by talking about it, we can't direct this energy. We have to create the platform, the channels, and the opportunity, and guide it in a manner in which it will be a constructive force and take Meghalaya and the country. This is driving me and the government in order to ensure that we have youth-related policies, programs, MGMP. I mean, young failed musician, but I was a musician, was trying to become, and I used to dream that I'll be like standing somewhere and playing music, in front of tourists, and we'll be in a cafe and playing music. But then there was nothing at that point in time. There was no. So we just ended up playing in a room, and there were like 3-4 of our big fans used to be there. That's it, just 3 fans, and they used to clap for us. Encouragement we got. But then we realized that if we couldn't do it, we didn't get it, we get it. And that's why MGMP today supports 7,000 plus artists. These are all youngsters. They anyway would have been doing this, but today they receive money for performing. They are doing positive things. They have 3, 4, 5 of their fan following who are always there when they practice. Positive environment rather than them being in a destructive zone where they are not doing anything and maybe, diverted with drugs or all the wrong things in life. So 7,000 people being there, we're actually affecting almost 30,000 youth and diverting them from life and giving them something that they enjoy doing. So there's a lot of thought process going on in our strategy, and they're also part of that. So one of our objectives is for the youth. I want you to start writing. Don't think that my writing is, nobody will. This program, the very best. And once again, I thank all the authors and writers who have come here. I also would like to congratulate writers and authors who have just released their books. It was so exciting to see the different subjects that are there. And I'm so excited to see that there's so much of local stuff. Must be aware that we also have something called the Chief Minister's Research Grant, where I support 50 research scholars every year. And now I'm increasing it to 75, I think, this year. 25 research scholars will be supported with funds to research and come out with books. And I hope that we'll be able to take this to about 200-300 in the coming years, which is very on our roots. So I just want to share with some of you who would have interest in this. We have put up a team together to look into the history and the culture and the background, Jaintia tribe and the Garo tribe. As we know, whatever little knowledge I have, that the Khasi Jaintia tribe are descendants of the Mon Khmer descendants, and Garos are more on the Indo-Tibetan, and there's a route towards Cambodia, Laos, and all these other countries. So we are putting up a team to actually go and research this and actually find out if there's which area they came from, the language, linguistic commonalities, cultural commonalities, DNA commonalities. So all of this will be tested and researched, and we're hoping that in the next 2 years we come out with some very, very good evidence and reports and research being done. So this informed, they recently had the first meeting, and for the next 6 months to 1 year, they will work on different aspects and talk to all of you, whoever has done. If you have some information, then please do share it with us. And obviously, these teams will make trips to these locations and spend about a year out there looking at all the other aspects and hope for some very, very good reports and evidence about the history and the culture and the background and the entire cultural aspect of the Khasi Jain. So once again, wishing you all the very best, and again congratulating and thanking all of you. And thank you so much for coming out here. May God bless the literary, and may God bless each and every one of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that truly motivating address. And your vision for vibrant and cultured continues to inspire us all. Ladies and gentlemen, things are shaking up, and we hope we can create more ripples and stronger than the mild earthquake some of us experienced just now while the CM was speaking. Yeah. The vibrations, the positive vibrations was good. Okay, a round of applause for the Honorable Chief Minister for that visionary address. We thank all of our guests and dignitaries. Includes the first part of this program. The discussions and the sessions will start now with Life Beyond the Metro. Have Vinay Pathak, Dominic Sangma, and Rajat Kapoor to join the stage after a while in conversation with Sahana Chatterjee. Please enjoy the rest of the festival today. Have a pleasant day. May I request all the authors who are present here today to kindly come forward. Others who are here today to kindly come forward to take a picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our live in Lingdo. Well, the Shillong Literary Festival 2025 kicked off yesterday amid cherry blossom season. Well, today promises a lineup of brilliant authors and poets again, not only from Meghalaya but across the country.
Mangai imika Dallas yaw im hangni bri arin ni dan hangni hapo Words League hakani ka festival ka Shillong Literary Festival dan bakani ki singi ka baar minin ngilayo ban saki ya shibon ki nong tho ki bastart ki bashampang ki bat nakaleng ka bental jong ka perthei but minta kasi hakani ka singiru ka kan long kasngi ka ba kham karpang susu ini osngo ya ki nong tho ki ba pair but kum juru tang shapang ka jing tho ka jing tar mo aran tang shapang ki kot hande ha ka ne ki bon shibon ba ki activities kum ki yak nakabenta ki khlong ha ka ba ki yo ban pen I la ki sap ki pho ki jakabam ki ba bang ha ka bang in yo ye ki ban bam ban ma di ta ki bam ki ba pair but kum juru ni don ya ka ki di ki wine ki blashna hi hang ne ha po ka ri ke jongi.
Exactly. So on day 2, some of the sessions to look forward to that will be featuring Rajat Kapoor, Vinay Pathak, and of course our very own award-winning director Dominic Sangma. We are also looking forward to a present Tenzing Norgay, where he will talk about his father and Edmund Hillary ascending Mount Everest. So that's something that everybody will be. And as dusk falls, like yesterday, the MGMP artist will be enthralling the crowd yet again. And not just that, you won't want to miss the Gino and the right after that, but that will be at a different venue at the Usoso Tham Auditorium. So as of now, let's dive straight into day 2 for yet another day and words. Ladies and gentlemen, first with your brief introduction and Litfest 2025.
So I'm Malavika Banerjee. I curate the Kolkata Literary Meet, but actually from 2020 started, I've been in touch with the festival and have curated smaller strands of the festival. In the first year, we had brought Nasiruddin Shah to the festival. Last year, we had worked with the Meghalaya Age team and also curators here. We are curating the entire festival and it's a huge privilege.
Well, congratulations. Tell me one thing, what are some of the highlights the visitors, book lovers expect out of the Litfest this year?
In my opinion, being at a literature festival is like reading a book. If you read a very good novel, you will be very hard to tell anybody the 4 good points of that novel, the 4 good paragraphs of that novel. This literature festival has many good sessions which should be attracting you. I know there are some people like Banu Mushtaq ma'am and Francesc Miral right now at the back who are famous. But there are a lot of wonderful authors from Meghalaya, from the region. We have Mountains, which is folk tales from all across the northeast, the 8 sisters, the 8 states ranging from Sikkim right up to we have the wonderful Vinay Pathak talking with Dominic Sangma and Rajat Kapoor about OTT. We have young local authors like Alfidari who will be discussing their engagement with their own literature and the world at large. So the festival is good when it is a conversation of the global, the national with the local. That's when it really works. So instead of points, I hope that is the theme that really attracts people.
Brilliant. And ma'am, when we talk about some of the highlights this year, and one of the highlights, sessions, exclusive sessions for authors in the Khasi and Garo languages.
Yes.
Would you like to stress on it a little bit?
So I don't have that many sessions with Khasi and Garo language used in the session. So, I curate the Kolkata Literary Meet. Out there we always have sessions in Bangla because it's a festival in Kolkata. So I think every festival should celebrate the local language because for all of us, our first instructions, our first stories come in the local language, in our mother tongue. The term mother tongue actually says it all. If we want to engage with the world, we should be first rooted in who we are, and language does that more than anything else.
Ma'am, my last question. You've been to a lot of Litfest in India and abroad. Now that we have the Litfest here in Shillong, here at the Wards Lake, and if you were to define the Litfest Shillong Literary Festival in a few words, how would you do that?
The finest literature by the finest lady.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and I wish you the very best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the conversation.
Okay. Sa kiway pat kilat penbernya ba ke Shillong Literary Festival kinong wan kai kinong wan jengok kai perthai kata kadai ben pen I ka sap ka phong jong ki local entrepreneurs la kadai ha ka bam la ni ha kita ki local brews kum ong tin phareng timentangi don bat ngi ikong Lilia Marbanyang hakani ka stall ka jong I ka bai ai kerteng ka Kevel Wines ti shop ini thu ngi khindiat halor kini ki products ki kwai I we in pen I thu shwai le de hading in sekran
kublai pi baro kerteng jonga ngade Lilia Marbanyang ngade ro I founder jong kani ka brand Kevel Wine te ngi don bunjat ba ki jai wine bangishna na ngi penmi kini ki wine so ki bayo na ka jala ka jongi te ya
te haba piong ki so na jala jongi kong Eli katno flavors ahi
ya menta ngi don hado kandai flavors mo te ki don ki ro ki bangi dang try dang experiment kan ki jai so kum ya ka bam tai pi wild apple ngi don plum strawberry ata u so kan toys u so turun so yong u balong bangi shna khambun mo namar ba ngi so yong wine kham yaj bha ya ka menta
te nakini ki flavors bro khang ina do so pi kum pi plum strawberry we ta we flavor ban shna le se namar teng ki so ki long seasonal ndai ti we ta we na artli ki so ki bakham jinjar ban shna
bakham jinjar ya ka ba menta hi ngi I ba ude u so bram nama so bram ngi jinjar bhaban kim da bun than kan ki nongrap ki bathung sakawai ro dala ni penmi ya ka jung so bram long kham jinjar mar ubun u shing ban ya ka takadaw long de pi hang ne ro mo dang hidi so ngi hab ban ta kan ka dor ka kham ram namar ba u ka so na u so bram ro ka tu ka juice be mi ro ka dunab ha tadangi compare kan ba ki ki ja so
ti kani kam di kasin kami kong iphi ban yeshim benta hakum kini ki rensan muka ban kli iphi nakalyang ka sarkar kani kum kini ki rensan ba ka akal entrepreneurs kum iphi ba ki we de hadu kan no thrai kanyarap ya ka business ka jong phi
aling ba kini ki rensan ba ka ai mo ka ai lat engi bangin peni ken kini ki products ki jongi hakum kini ki festival mo ka rap shibune na mar bahang ni laban ya kandu ya shi nongdi mo ndai tang kakut no tang hanin re hadu hadin habur nang ni ki brew ki tho engi kan bangila ban nang pen he shu ka ni ka kam ka jongi
ti yamanta hi phindon hangni menta la shai la shisngiru nga kwa ip ni thu ki nong pe ki jongi balai baki dai banwan ban ma Kevel Wines
kwa karpat ip baro mo ki nong wan pe kai ha kani ka late fest mo Kabamanta ki ngobha ban wan mat ekani ka wine jongi baling ngi ai ba pin le free tasting mar shwa ba pin the teng teng ni khamta mi ki local wine babon ki brew ki num tip ra mo dangi bu ha ki dukan ki num tip ndail dadak ba kan ki festival phila ken ban wan mat ngi ai free tasting kino ki ba wine ki ba phibang phila ban wan thiet nangi
kong Eli khubli shibun ka por ka jong
Hello, we're here with Ibam. She is a fashion designer. Hello, ma'am. And it seems you've just got your book signed.
Yes.
Your signature na away din kinong tho upapawnam kari ubaladon hangni ha Shillong mata kasi Francis Mirrorless. Ma'am, were you here last year?
Yes, I was there last year too. Yes. Yes, I had a stall. I put up a stall here. This year I don't have it, but I came here for the first session. The only reason I came is also because of this author, because of this book, because this is something that really relates to what I'm doing, and I feel that I have really found my eye from the work that I do, and I'm in that journey of finding a purpose in life and trying to find that joy from within. So I came here for this, and I'm so happy that I got my book signed. So it's a very happy morning for me. I had a very hectic week, and I feel this is already there to rejuvenate me, and I feel so happy.
All right,
just happy to be here.
It's so nice to hear that. And you found your
Morning, everyone. Can I be heard? Okay, great. So this is a very eminent and diverse panel that we have here this morning, and I'm delighted to be in conversation with Nick and with Vinay. Some of you may have seen the play last evening, Nothing Like Lear, and whenever you do get an opportunity, I would urge you to watch it. It's just absolutely... And I wanted to start, we are supposed to be talking about the changing geographies of OTT space. But before we really get into that, I wanted to talk to you, all three of you, about influences in listening to stories, watching stories, storytelling, because all of you come from, you have roots in different parts of India. And while we still think of perhaps Mumbai as an epicenter of film, it really is not so anymore, is it? And since y'all come with such diverse backgrounds of history, of storytelling, I'd like to start with you, Rajat, maybe. You grew up in Old Delhi, which is a very specific geography. How did growing up in Delhi and growing up in Old Delhi influence you as an actor, since you wear so many hats?
Hi, good morning. Now, that's a difficult... you don't really know what has made you. You know, of course, after a certain age, you make some conscious choices, and that makes you. But a certain geography, which school you went to, who your parents were, and then the society around that time, everything influences you in some which part has gone to which place in your being. You know, I think most of this country, everybody growing up is deeply influenced by our films, and I don't think I was any different. I grew up till the age of 15. I think I was, of course, immersed in Bollywood films. But then very quickly after that, I discovered world cinema, thanks to the Delhi University. And by in college, I discovered Godard and Herzog and Fassbinder, and I was like Bergman, and wow, this is possible with cinema. So yeah, then your taste change, and then you move on. Then you go to a film school, and you were exposed to. And then from then on, everything you do is a choice that you make. Right?
Thank you. Dominic on home ground, he's the homeboy. And he has also just won the national award for his film Rapture. Congratulations. Second national award. He won the first one in 2018 for My Ama. And this is his second. Dominic, we were chatting informally yesterday, and you said how your family, your growing up here, your Garo, as well as your personal family history influenced your first film. And then, of course, you also went to FTII Pune. Dominic is from the Satyajit Ray Film and Television Institute in Kolkata. So tell us a little about from where you were born, where you grew up, to your education, and how that has influenced you as a filmmaker and a storyteller.
I think it's we come from oral story tellers, you know. So my grandfathers were, and I like being with old people actually. So beside our house, there's this family that not to go there because they said that they have some herbal medicines which can be bad for the kids. Love to go there because he is one of the storyteller. So that is one thing. Another thing is, I think how I become is, I think more like you start thinking and then articulating why you become that. But I feel my village is on top of the mountain, you know, back and forth from schools and going up in you know, when you're in nursery or KG, when you go up, it's like to climb up the hill. And then what I used to do is either I gather a bunch of my friends who come back from, or if I'm walking alone, I'll be telling a story to myself and imagine, build up the stories. I'll be the heroes, I'll be the villain, will make out sound and things like that. And as Rajat says, that everybody grew up watching Bollywood films, you know, so something called Film Institute. So when I went there, before going there, my aim was to go to Bombay and make film there. But when I went, a completely new world opened up to me. You know, I discovered Andrei Tarkovsky, I discovered Belatar, I discovered Edward Young. Filmmakers make me realize that no, I don't need to go to Bombay. I need to go back home, you know. I need to go back home and tell the stories of this land, you know, because we are not some isolated part of the world. We are part of the world, and then we will tell the story, and our story is relevant for the world. So that is the reason why. And you're talking about the family thing. It's like, for me, for grand stories anymore, you know. The stories are there every day. Like the stories, it's every day there in my family. And I realized I failed to see those stories before joining a film institute, but now after that, I realized that there is stories everywhere to tell them. So maybe this is the journey that, yeah, part of it, yeah.
Sure. And you spoke about, you know, telling stories to many of us who grew up in the pre-internet generation. We were left to our own imaginative devices a lot of the time. A lot of time just making up stories, making up games. And perhaps, is that something that you did in your childhood, Vinay? Is that when you Bihar, what are the kind of, you know, stories that you grew up hearing? And did you always think you wanted to be involved in telling stories, bringing stories to the world? How did your interest grow in, you know, performing? What was that like?
Good morning, everybody. See, I'm a very small town boy. If I go back and remember what it was like, there's no specific point where decided, because you don't decide when you're so young, especially when you're growing up in a very small town in Bihar, then it's Jharkhand now. It's a small coal field mines town called Dhanbad. And movies, as we all just, Hindi cinema was the only mode of storytelling and entertainment that one grew in a joint family. So everybody had a story, you know, the uncles and the buas and the masis and the grandmother. So, also reading came naturally to me because my father was he was a voracious reader. So I remember growing up in a household with lots of books, which I thought initially that's what you know, they all have all the books that you can imagine. But much later I realized that my father was a little, books. So I think my story thingy came from, literature. And also all the books that as kids we were told you're not supposed to get. And that's the books you read. When I read Godfather, I was in 6th or 7th standard. And it was like, you're not supposed to this. And I read it and, you know, and it became more fascinating. I saw the movie much later. So, I friends, and I don't know, I didn't know that I would end up being an actor because when you're young, you know, What
were your first sort of, you know, ambitions? What did you think you might end up becoming?
I want to join air, I want to be a pilot. Then it became I want to be a teacher, because teacher for some reason was very fascinating. And then of course, you know, when you grow juvenile in your younger years, the ice cream vendor, because then you could eat all the ice cream that you can.
So in a way you chose the right profession because you can be all these in a way.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't think I chose it. I I sincerely believe that the profession chose me more than the other way around.
An actor. So
Yeah,
that was a conscious choice. You went outside of India and you trained yourself. So
I mean, I got an opportunity, so I grabbed
Yes.
it. Then, looking back, it's like if I knew, I would have grabbed that opportunity earlier, right? But I didn't, so I guess, yeah.
there's been suddenly this, boom of content. I don't really like the word content, so I'll stick to in the OTT platform. And I think we really discovered that in a way, maybe because of the COVID pandemic, because all inside our houses for a long time, and that was one of the things that really kept us engaged, entertained after work, and suddenly we were seeing all these different kinds of storytelling. I remember when Sacred Games, the first season came out, like, oh wow, this can happen in India. And then of course, so many things started happening, and now perhaps a little bit of that initiative about different formats of storytelling, and that there is no censorship as such. That may have has waned off a little. And I wanted to ask, this is a question which I wanted to ask Dominic, and of course both of you as well. As independent artists, filmmakers, especially you, Dominic, how independent is independent cinema now?
It's questions that we are trying to answer, as all of us actually. Say independent film, what maybe. So right now, there's a thing going on right now. 46 independent filmmakers from India. I am one among them. Where Agra by Kanu Bell's film. It's a dilemma that most of the independent, like for example, I'll speak personally about my own experience. Is that Rapture by Caprici Cinema, one of the distributor in France, and then it was released in 152 theaters across France. And India, it's very, very tough to distribute this film. And even the OTT, if you don't release your film theatrically, it's nobody's taking it in OTT also. So the space independent cinema is shrinking, and it's almost getting extinct. Maybe it's like, so there's this fight going on. It's dilemma that we face as a independent filmmaker, and so there's a talk going on in the Gwynedd, the former guild, Indian Independent Filmmakers Guild or something like that, so that we put forward our grievances, demands, this forward into this films, So even in Meghalaya, like we don't have the theater hall themselves. I came from a place where there is no even a single theater, To release my film Rapture, I have to hire a common auditorium. The thing is, with independent film, lots of people will say that, hey, nobody will watch a film like this because there's a big film that's and then we are made to believe that such film wouldn't be accepted by the people. And then you wouldn't believe that when Rapture Hills, like it was packed. It was 100-seater auditorium, and then we have to put a aisle and on the side, and then people come and watch it. It's just that this, maybe the big industry is trying to tell that no, this kind of film wouldn't work, And then I had that experience. There are people who have watched the films and who have gone many times to watch the film, So for independent, so we are still figuring out how to go about in this atmosphere. Yeah.
There are two aspects to it. What Dominique is talking about, the distribution and to take a film has become consistently more difficult over the last decade. It's not that it was easier earlier, but then the early 2000s, I think, when the multiplexes just came up, it looked like there's something, changes happening.
I think Bheja Fry was a period of time.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. So, but I want to say that in spite of the troubles and distribution and even to manage to raise finance for the film, there are enough people, and which is what is really enough people doing their shit, and not stopping. So the spirit of independent cinema is very much alive. And people will, in different parts of the country, you hear about a film almost every 3 months, a new talent as a new film. Encouraging. So, where is the audience? That is the problem, And like Dominic said, when there's a screening, would come. But the same people, when they have to buy a ticket for 100 rupees, they say, no, I'll watch it on YouTube.
Multiplexes are insane now.
The same people buy very expensive tickets to watch crap, and they do it all the time. So,
yes, I mean, of course, we can't just put the blame on the filmmakers. What people consume is what is churned out. And you've been making for the longest time now. Do you still find it a struggle to fundraise, to put a project together?
Very, very difficult. Each film takes about to take off. And you manage to make it somehow, still through crowdfunding or not paying people who work on the film. But you make films because you have to, because you need to tell. And then it is heartbreaking after you make the film to realize that you can't take it to the audience. And every filmmaker goes through that heartbreak. But then you shrug it off and then you move on to the next film.
And has theatre kind of helped you with storytelling through all these waits and these long periods of, trying to put a project together? How do you feed into each other?
You keep yourself sane by going on working,
Yes.
So theatre is one of that, and the other. So even when that doesn't take money, that doesn't cost. So you write all the time, and so we're at least creatively, And theatre is not because you doing it because you can't make a film. Not I, not Vinay. Because it's absolute joy to be creating a play and then to be performing it. Vinay would want to add something.
No, yes.
No, I wanted to ask you, you have worked in theatre, you have worked in the big budget Hindi, with the really big names.
Ouch, that's what you'll remember right now?
No, but, and you have also done the really independent content. You worked in the OTT space. I loved your role in Maiden Heaven Season 1. It was short, but it stayed with me, that character. And I wish you had, they had continued your track. Maybe you'll come back again, I don't know. But, so you have worked across. And how have you observed the changes in the way stories are being told, the kind of places that stories are going geographically, as well as, in terms of just subject matter? What are the changes you have observed over so many years of working?
Fearing coming here this morning that I would confront a question that is so intellectual in nature that might just go to sleep.
You can be a clown. You can.
But honestly speaking, being an actor and not necessarily the star who rings at the box office, they're two different things. I mean, they're both actors. And I don't take away anything from the one whose vision it is eventually. So those processes are few, as Rajat and Dominic said, that it's not easy to regularly, because every time you make it, and if somehow it doesn't have the critical acclaim or somewhat of a commercial success, or at the OTT or box office, then you back to square one. Even if it's a wonderful film, the masses, because it's my opinion, that the masses, whatever they sample becomes, popular or trendy or whatever it becomes. So for a literature or for Sahitya, they would have to keep at it to be heard or be seen, I feel.
Would you like to add something to that? So, yes, I was going to ask about sometimes a big action film works and then there's a slew of action films. And then suddenly a love story works and you think, okay, this is the flavor of the season. In the recent past, there have been forays more often into specific regions, like Patal Lok set in Nagaland. And now I believe the new season of Family Man is also going to be set in the Northeast. Dominic, we were talking about this. Do you think this is the season?
Yeah, I think it's trending, I think. It's more like maybe it's kind of tapping the market which is not explored. I feel like sometimes, I mean, not whoever is making that, but when I look at it, I think the most important thing is that it's okay that anybody can come and tell a story, but the game, I feel like that, the perspective needs to be right. So, I mean, once also, I hope whoever is making this effort to come and make a film here or series here, and that will kind of also able to cross up this part of the country in the mainstream audience, you know. I hope that will do that. But I would also like to say is one thing is the filmmakers of the Northeast should tell their own story first, you know, so that because I always, when I look at some films that have been made in Nagaland or in Northeast, and then I tend to see what kind of gauge that they're trying to put into the film, you know, and then most of the time I will watch like a 15 minutes and I feel something wrong in it. And I mean, as a filmmaker, you know, it's good for entertainment, but yet I feel like there's something, but that maybe our filmmakers need to tell our own stories, you know, to the world. Yeah.
Rajat, I wanted to ask you, is there anything that you have seen recently which you felt that territory, physical or otherwise, which hasn't been explored before? Something that has really excited you as a viewer, more maker, that this is something new?
As a viewer?
As a viewer
not
first.
as a filmmaker. The two can't be separated anymore.
Exactly, exactly. Think something which has excited you.
For me, I discovered Reema Das quite late in the last couple of years, and I love what she's doing. Unique, really her own stories, and the way she tells them, and the way she makes her films, it's really very, very inspiring. There's a film called Pedro, which I saw 2 years back about, by Nati Shekde, phenomenal film. Chaitanya, I'm a new person anymore, but his quote was really the film that I thought brought a new voice to Indian cinema after me. So, and then really you keep discovering these people, and even if they are not there with their first film, you know that there is, you'll want to watch, you know, and then watch them grow, and to hear that voice again and again, you know, because you know there's something exciting there.
Vinay, how about you? Is there anything that you have been really
impressed
by?
all he said, and of course I remember when I saw Court, I was blown. It was a Marathi film. I don't know Marathi that well, but to realize that film like these, Rajat's Aankho Dekhi, it's my all-time favorite film. When I saw it in theater, it didn't made by all my friends, because lots of times what happens that if you're watching a film and if you know people on the screen or you know somebody, somehow have, you know, a perspective.
You discount it.
Yeah.
Now it can't be.
Yeah. But Aankho Dekhi, for me, one of the most fascinating tale telling. It's an example of pure literature for me. So there are many, and as you said, Reema Das made it. So you think that Payal Kapadia just made, you know, a fantastic film. So you realize that there's still hope.
Another one, Pratik Vats, also from FTI, 5 years back.
That one. Yeah.
Also fantastic. And now looking forward to Rapture, which I have not seen yet.
Even I haven't seen it. So
yes, Rapture. Dominic, you said it's a rapture means something very specific in your culture. So just tell us a little bit about that and what you...
Okay. I mean, adding to the names that they're
of course.
giving, very, very interesting works are happening in independent cinema. Triveni Rai, whose film has been won in Busan, won in Kolkata. Then we have Pradeep Kurba. I mean, I was
supposed to be, but yeah.
So many great Northeastern filmmakers are there, you know, apart from all the independent filmmaker. It's part of the trilogy that I'm working on. The trilogy is based on the stories of my village that I experienced. So Mama was a very personal memories that I experienced in my family. And then I met that rapture was... So rapture have this biblical connotation, which roughly translate that before the end of time, when all of us, and then at that time, the good souls will be uplifted into heaven, like this. So I will reinterpret this concept of rapture in my film, and then it's a collective memories of my village, village when I was growing up. I suffered from night blindness, and there was this statue of Mother Mary that came into the village. There are going to be 40 nights and 40 days of darkness. And then the only light that will burn is the blessed candle that is given by the priest. It was like the fear of darkness. One thing is that I can't see at night. Another thing is this darkness that's going to last, And so writing it, I wanted to experience, I wanted to talk about what can fear do to us. Be it a fear that is created by some political agenda or the fear anything. So what does it happen when the whole mass, the whole people in fear? What do we do to each other in a village level, in a grassroots level, and at the same time reflecting the world itself, So rapture is a bit...
Great. Just before I throw it open to the audience for questions, I'm sure some of you must be wanting. Just to all three of you, anything that you're planning next immediately that you can share with us? I know it's a very predictable question, but before it, what is next, which is something that we can all look forward to as audiences?
Lots, actually. I made a film 2 years back, which is still not released. Vinay is in that. It's called Everyone Loves Sora Bhanda. 2026 will be out. And looks like I'm going to start my new film in next 3-4 months. Unfortunately, Vinay is again in it.
So Vinay, other than...
as you realize that I'm dependent on my filmmaker friends to do some work of substance. So substance-wise, I'm... in cricketing terms, you stand in the first slip, catch, when the ball is new. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Rajat's next. I'm very, very excited about it. So yeah, and the next excitement other than film is always traveling with our plays, wherever we go. Really, for us, it's a happy thing to travel with the play with friends and take it to different...
Dominic.
Yeah, so I'm working on the final trilogy, the final part of the trilogy. Something Mama was on longing, Rapture was on fear. I'm working on beauty right now, so that's on that. And then
you have actors here, Rukpa.
And thanks to Hello Meghalaya, the Meghalaya funding the immediate film that I'm going to do next year. 2 script right now. Yeah.
Excellent. And I think before I run out of time completely, anybody who... We have some roving mics. Yes.
Hello. Hello, good morning,
You
sir.
brought the mic with you?
No, it was there.
What a well-organized lit fest, I have to say.
So this question is for you, Sir Rajat. So from a minor role in Dil Chahta Hai to now, to the role of being a father in Mr. Kapoor and Sons, which has been the most difficult role that you played? Even with the OTT as well, with Khauf and as Madhavan in 1992 Scam, which has been the most difficult role that you portrayed?
I don't think there is a difficult role. Or they've been all difficult, whichever way you want it. I think an actor's what is already written in the script. So I don't think too much about the difficulties that I will have. I think my job is limited to the moment the camera rolls, really, The rest of the work is done by the script and the director and the graph that they build. You have no control over the editing. So all that defines your performance. You can only be truthful in that moment when the camera rolls. It's only that then nothing is really difficult.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay.
Hi, sir. My question is actually on your film. So sorry for my pronunciation, Northeast and the pronunciation for Hindi words. In the movie Anko Dekhi, what sparked the idea of a man deciding personal experience?
Thank you very much for talking about Aankho Dekhi. See, I think all of us have at some stage had this, and I think all of us, that what do I know really? And how do I know it? Do I know it because I really know it? I think I know it because I've been told, that this is so. So like everybody else, I also had this question frequently. So the idea was there with me for many years, for about 8 years actually, before I actually wrote it down. Because I didn't know what to do. The idea is nice, it's interesting. I thought, okay, a man decides that he will only believe what he experiences. But I still didn't have an emotional... And then when 8 years back, suddenly I thought of a joint family, then everything came together. And then I wrote it in 15 days. When people ask me how long it took you to write Aankho Dekhi, I say 8 years and 15 days. Which is the truth. Because for those 8 years, it was somehow... And then it came quickly together on paper.
You also answered my second question, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sanjoy Da right in front, if you can give him the mic, please.
This is really a comment more than a question. Thank you for making us laugh, making us cry, making us think, and entertaining us and enabling us to look within ourselves and at.
Thank you. Thank you very much from all of us.
There are some hands that side. So I think we'll come this side. We have to be democratic.
Hello. Hi. I'm Anubhav. One question that I want to ask all three of you is what would be the best way for me to explore regional movies? For example, I've seen Aankho Dekhi. It was recommended to me by a friend and I loved it. So if I want to explore more work, let's say of Dominic or any other original creators, then how should I follow that?
I don't know. The intelligent answers would come from the film. I'll give you the basic one. These days, there's a thing called internet.
Yeah,
it solves so many problems, my friend. I found intelligent also at times at such gatherings. Go to IMDb, go to Google. Oh my God, the stuff they do. Yeah. Question you ask, try asking that to AI.
Yeah, I have done that. So basically, some of the platforms that I got suggested was one of his Newbie. Found some of the good movies like.
Yeah, movies are good one.
But I just thought maybe I can get some better answers here.
Recommend
because
one
the movie
film.
is only a platform I know.
One, Dominic, you do it.
What's Rapture? I need audience.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad that we ask questions like that where we'll be able to watch our film. I mean, the reality, it shows the reality of where these films are. But I think he's right. He's saying go search in, and maybe I think if you I think Mami is quite a great list of films. At least the premiere happens in Mami. I feel like that according to me whenever I see the list of Mami independent films. The best, you check out Mami, Kerala film festivals and see. I mean, you'll get, and maybe the film that's going to festivals right now. I mean, I can talk from festival perspective because that's what I've been doing right now. Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm a painter, sir. So I'm not into the very much, film kind of thing. I paint. I want to ask three of you, that when I saw the movie, it was very thought-provoking, sir. And still, sir, I must have seen the movie 30 times, and the rest of the time, life I'll see more and more. So I want to ask, as it is a very thought-provoking movie, can we see in Indian cinema movies like Interstellar kind of space-oriented movies? These are also thought-provoking.
You went from Bheja Fly to Interstellar. That's a big jump.
And because he saw it 30 times. The first 29 times it just went in. But thank you for watching it. I wish I could return your money back.
No, what is happening now in mainstream cinema, covered fantasy. And our version of fantasy is based on a lot of mythology. So a lot of these, that mythological films are being made. I think that is the current trend for big mainstream films. So that will be our version of interstellar and fantasy.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
In here, please. This is addressed to Dominic. You mentioned, this idea of like people from the region telling, and I just wonder if you could prioritize maybe the top 2-3 challenges, or why that is not happening. What are they related to in the film environment? I mean.
Yeah. I think because I'm also teaching, I do lots of workshop, and I. Firstly, I think I feel like most of the filmmaking itself has come quite late to this part of the country, be it in terms of film education, or like I myself, before I joined Film Institute or before I saw the advertisement for the Film Institute, that's the vibe that I always get from young filmmakers. So as I'm mentoring lots of young filmmakers, I feel that they should telephones. You should be able to tell your stories, First, start doing it and see. I think that's the way to begin. Cameras, see what we can. I think the fact that cinema needs to be in certain way, that is blocking us. I feel like that.
I think we have more question. Yes. Do you want to stand?
Firstly, what a privilege it is for speak in front of all the three of you. I've only watched Rajat sir and Vinay sir on screen, so it's absolutely a privilege for me. Like new filmmakers are evolving every day. They're trying to look for new movies actually. So what do newer indie filmmakers misunderstand minimalism and subtlety?
I don't know. I don't know if they misunderstand. I think each artist, each filmmaker needs to find their own voice, and that is the journey that each. It could be. It's your vision. It's your unique perception of the world, and a filmmaker interesting. And that's what makes an artist interesting. How do you see the world, and how do you present it to us? And that's why we want to watch your work. So there's nothing right or wrong about it, You can be a minimalist or a maximalist. That is, but it has to be your vision, truly. And when you find that voice, that vision, then we are attracted to your work. Then we know, okay, wow, this is worth watching and of value.
Sir, so like Dominic sir spoke about the language barrier. A lot of people in the Northeast have to understand Hindi, for a matter of fact. So how do you intend to bridge that gap?
To me?
Yes, sir, any of you could answer that, because language barrier is a thing that a lot of filmmakers face, because their target audience are unreached. Message are they trying to spread through their films? For example, I am a Bengali and I wish I could watch Rupture, but I think the movie is in Garo language.
But with subtitles, so
I think it doesn't matter. I think the beauty of cinema is that it can have a film without a dialogue, So that is also one thing, and I think so. There is subtitle that if you want to watch, I don't think that should you watch any language film, But do you want to watch it? When you think there is a Garo language, so there is a language, this thing, blah blah blah. Seeing that, then maybe you wouldn't like to watch that,
We've watched world cinema, and we've been watching it for years. We've watched Italian films, Spanish films, so the language is sense. But I think somewhere, I know reach the difficulty, but I feel that in some sense, Hindi independent cinema is even worse off. For example, for a Marathi film, there is a inherent audience, even for a Marathi independent film. And same for a Malayalam film or a Tamil film. They have their audience. For Hindi independent film, there is no audience. It's all been homogenized by the big Bollywood and nothing grew under it.
Sir, like Vanessa spoke about the internet and algorithm. So
Give others a chance, man.
my bad, sir.
Vinay,
Sorry,
yes, you can have
was
the
asking
last
a
word.
question for me, and these filmmakers snubbed me.
Sorry,
like,
sorry.
They always have. They always question, madam. The whole world has been watching Bengali cinema all their lives, and you don't suppose they all know Bengali? No, I mean, so I don't think language is ever a hindrance for an audience, for a film, somebody who wants to watch a film. I think language is
I
the
think
last.
Bong John who said, to overcome that 1-inch barrier of subtitle. But thank you all so much for being such an engaged audience. I know there were some more hands up, but I think Rajat,
we can
Dominic,
continue
Vinay
talking.
can chat on the sidelines. Thank you all so very much. It's been a pleasure. And now I hand over to the MCs. Thank you.
I just want to thank the organizers of Tata Lit Fest for having us here, and Malvika for bringing, and let's forget Tata. This is Shillong, okay? This is a bad line I remember from my last movie, so you'll excuse. So much for having us.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really interesting. And as a token of appreciation, we'd like to give you a parting gift. Rajat Kapoor, Dominic Sangma, Vinay Pathak, and yes, last but not least, Shahana. Thank you so much. It was a vast of inspiration, was actually from reading books and from talking to people, community, and stories were told by families and especially grandparents. Well, next, we move on to our next session. We have a poetry reading.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back
This session
to
is,
our live coverage.
titled
On day 2, we're here at the
Pedorong
Shillong
Puchak
Literary
Garo
Festival
Hills Gipe.
2025.
Pedo
Joining me at the moment is none
Mingani,
other but the man himself.
Belgium bat roroe chakna rang jok khosto ko ayaw man play andwa dukrang ko danang chakstape sang aha belsi sana ayaw blong be e tani kolriksni wal thong sawngo drip chichang ka sendik dik plak chin ong mattengo metek thengagri andala thengagri ong engon amja on tisaba aman marngakon rang stingon bon kham gapa jangini biba Skjabea watang na de danang kapakin ba amadpat jothon ka a biba ko rang skuna brange donggen chanchen ba dedrang sakantina dakchak nara am maiko daken chnga mkron chide nianga kapaka chungko watna jakko snele mukchi ga ake leng ple hojana kechi an ple nikjawahana mangko ne nagata Nirok pone nonoko kuga pa mukja penba atang na de skpaja cham madrang griana brange donggen noktang ko sawari delpana supek kaha sabi siche sakna skpeoba thangpa kuna dongjaha go se cholrang amjahoba beeno chaktogi jan gape niang kuang ayaw play marunganga ni thatenba angade amjaha aganang jok bon khamenba Dongbone Rina.
Very good. My name is Sangma. The poem which I am going to read right now is Khangal Kuma. Dump. This poem uses a metaphor of dumb or mute person to represent the voiceless poor. Though they clearly see the injustice, they lack a platform to be heard. The poem culminates in a hope for a final judgment day, where all truth will be revealed, silence will be finally be able to speak. I'll just read out my poem. I wrote in Garo. Khangal Kuma. We paket ko, agan pana katagri. Asel ko nkoba 동아 쿠가파리 쿠만자 드랩 무틉 쿠습 토타야 마이나 강알 쿠마 다쿠알라 사우바 올나 나가자와 동자오바 시 오타 마나 만자 사키 살나 그리 다늘 착나 마이나 강알 쿠마 텀 덴소땅아 baksote kados takaba jawa boja chla sauba bichal karan jaman aganna kurang thangja maina tarang khna chama makasalban mukri andalan dongpenga maate mesok naba banuban bungbangaya chungchep asako parap bisemko kholamna ongata mukmak maina kangal kuma gnang kadungswa kaketko parapegen gen Kalaba knagen, babran mekhango, paraken mengantiko, jangin chuung neken, kumaba agangen, ongtai angal kuma, metela.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jakmachi M. Sangma, and the poem that I'm going to read now, the title of the poem that I'm going to read now is Songrea. This poetry is about a journey guided by hope. Life is portrayed as a solitary voyage across the vast ocean with no friends in light and no land nearby. The sea stretches endlessly, and though nothing is visible ahead, the traveler must continue rowing, never stopping. To break the silence, he rows through the mist, believing that somewhere he will find a voice or a light, and one day he will finally reach the shore where he will never have to row again. So the poetry goes like this. Gai jako boita korpi rang spe anga ni wangwanga guri matmat andala mamengkon ni sokja kurang belbela knauba balwasan kusmata bauna songregen bachipak re chakatgen chanchina jajata katongo jakko nokpao kadongi banoba saniba kurang kode knayaigen andala o saniba chakkide angko kadongataigen rengi nachilko songi saksan anga cho chakata salsao sokyon chingchep kapa gauna anga cho thai jawaha nengthakken. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Myself, Dr. Wrinkle Emara. Since you are from the different background, let me just give a gist of my poem. The title of my poem is Jao, Morning After the Death of Mother. The poem is about the children mourn of their mother. After the death of the mother, the family begins to experience difficulties. And the loving, nurturing action of the mother are generally forgotten while the mother, but the value of the mother is recognized and missed after her death. Mother is the pillar of the house. She represents the dignity of the house and knows her or her work. When the mother is still alive, the children do not listen, not consider her word as of any value, but such days will not come once she is dead. The main theme of the poem is to respect and reciprocate the love while she is still alive. The poem goes, Amadong Jao is a elegant Ruud Pejok Sal Wateri Anga Gisikrata Ka Tongo Nang Ko Zria Balrang Banga Dongku Ode Nan Sla Asako Jajanirang Naude sembra anak ni kurang na salanti tot samak cikon nekajok abri ang ni janggi gap jok mamanti dona cemangko nak ni kurio jakwata jakwat jana anan niroka kasari ken manjawan andalo dongon sentia ama belaka nok ni dong jao del tukna okamon kucak jaha dedrang ma brang jok na ani jao ma sauba chanchi sok jaha nang ni ka sa swaka chungna jokeng gapa chimak man kunaska wasal rangko pangna ong ode agisi chiodta basak kakal yang jok wirak jaha kapak ko pa man jaha salrukna balbo jengjeng dakjok gisik sma mekem rasong ama nang kosok ja ama kurang kenaon katong dek dek sepang donne asongna beya kabianisa nang janggi dondek gisik nung tuwe kambia. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm from South Karo Hills, Pakmara. The title of the poem which I'm going to read is, which means advice. I would like to give the gist of the poem. This poem about advice given by the mother to her sons not to marry from the same village. The reason was that she embarrassed if the sons proved to be incapable of building a good family. But when her sons marries from a far off village, she faints for him and falls ill. She gets her when she is visited by the son along with his wife. Antang depan terangna nung tua chanchiachi aganaha magapa kasani kurangchi belangbo gepen songchi sukangbo maan songoniko da jekrarembo gisek sokto pajaha depante mayanasa andake aganaha amade depantinis ngana agan chaka magapa durak jaude nakmakra chagen ba kena kubo angdeni nangna agan kugene gepen biap puniko jeka dia nangna do dokene nangni sokba nabao maanwa gemekan gise kasrokao porai bune sekarap nabene nangma nangko nekjauba kaket kosa dakbone dalahauba depante aganinga magapa kode namajko mangenne amben jek kumjoko milli magap rembone obeteko nioko ama pa endioba guale nangni mama maniko okam nabe songsaro ama baba umangko maan ku rachakaha detangba nomusla dongoba mekchanaan pajaha namnekoba gisko songtang noktangoniko kataan sanal uko porayade chusokjok jekko dekon mankuja 송아노까 골프와 노멀 즉난 마급바바 숙자 대판테나 잔치에 시나스캉 남측탕코 우아 늑나스케 아테비 니나니토 베베자 앙아 즉코 라저데 급은 묵론 부베야 잔치한 닭게 나낭 대판 판테 동아리 마누아 첼라치 리앙스랑족 차와리 구시용족 마급바 남측 끝달 느낌은 우니코데 사감족 안멍 아메니오 아셀코 우니 사 등아코 스므라이사 사나 기스크라이 데판테코 살그탐니 자마노 즉급바코 름바테 니나네 마급바코 테 늑수아린 우망코 사나망아하 남측 탕한 사급바나 사몽아야하. Thank you.
That was a poetry reading going through the Garo Hills. Thank you so much, and as a token of appreciation and gratitude to each one of you who have spared your valuable time to be here. The 3 rounds. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, we'll continue with the rounds. I was not aware.
Thank you once again for the opportunity. The title of the poem, which I'm going to read now, is Namatna, means heal the world. This is the title of my poem, Heal the World. God has blessed us in the world to us along with all our needs. And in turn, God gave us responsibility to look after this world. However, we have destroyed and disfigured it through various ways and brought pain upon ourselves. We have randomly destroyed forests. We have allowed conflict among ourselves. And nations have become enemies to and blame each other. But we need most was love and help and care made the world a better place. So we should try to make the world a better place so that the world will smile or will happy and satisfied. Let me read the poem. Sumdum aja chachao, chiga chirung chana, achiachok mandeko, jangi thangna namao. Biap dongna donso pajok, mga agal sako, kadong emang saka daito ko. Mandes ka mande, dong nama milye, kasanikos kang done, re nama jakele. Unia kako watka mekneng mekbugiza. Jat makmal basiagri jegrek dakrikija. Asong gisa gigaban baksa. Blak katna khasaniko guli rangna bate. Bobol genal changreke belko mesokode igba agal saksa marenggen zamande. Un baksar bengangna chireng chibisko ong telai gep mamanti gamrangko. Skatang detne rusi jana batisar pengangna aametem griako dedrangna donang jana. Kha sagija mat burengko naan sotode mayonggen chon sakde duk mukchi baksana marenggen changsade. Jaksiote jawako somoy riatjana nang chirangchin namako dakke misok nama neng mukpu dakari yisik siatjana namakosa chanchi jakugang nama aani prem chini jemjem aroba dongkuinga rap marengenga adok thang watkale brang roroenga chana rengna dongjae siang bonangenga cha asia kalkharap ongengo na sako ammagta anthangni jakrangko kucholsa nonge children pana bal bojako raron pana ontisa duk mukchirangko plakan kamko kaangna namakosa ongelna joton kae nina patigemen ajako nirok sumsakangna dongtogpa biapko ancheng rekangpelna kachaimunga gelsakba kadeng smutchina dakpa rugpa nokpa ba kusi ongpachina.
Thank you once again. My poem is Apan Kupatya. Apan Kupatya, or Father's Advice, is a poem where a father imparts a harsh reality to his daughter. Education and wealth, an individual is marginalized and disrespected by the society, even by the relatives. He urged her to pursue education as a tool for achieving respect and self-reliance. This advice becomes her lifelong motivation, driving her to work hard, overcome discouragement, fulfill her dreams of becoming someone of a substance in the society. Poems goes like this. Apan Kupatya. Agamakchi andal grup walni somayo pelwen wena oho chelao nekato. Apa nangko gisakra kasen gapa walo dongpa ko naaba singwat beldeng dengbao. Tongeroya palchiko niwataton nang katarang mengprak-prak nabaa gisako. Doktekanga changsatai gisik belgriako joton na somai matmetengon. Nang jakchi dang tape kupat tiako gisik rabo dede krenge porai kubo. Jusok kapa ongjas 먹송아오나 속자 나 조톤 가앙쿠보 레카보라 동자오데 쿠마 창아야 작고 당카 그리오데 아브롱아 강알 촐그리 만데요 르뺑 촉못 동자 녹그리 잠그리 만데코 나랑 만데 라자 가리고라 설자오데 아 바간바리 닥자오데 마장 찬갈라야 공사 필사 가마이자오데 마하리 만데 라자 아그리 치그리 마마 탕코 그리탕 만데 자륵바잉아 초노닌 낭 쿠파티아그탄 조톤 카 주소갓나 낭니 카타그탄 아간 쿠파티아코 카통우 돈즈릉이 조갓나 조톤 카잉아 아파 낭코 창안티안 앙아 기스크라운 낭 카타랑 데메 상아 앙니 두즈르박 자와타 감카나 앙니 기스코 크링아니 나바라 주소갓나 감코 마나드페 딱그렇게 제텔겐 창사오 낭 차이 달라코 아사칸 사키온 치나 카켓 베베코 낭 주망 주소켄 우논 살사오. Thank you.
Other poetry that I have written is Kadong Watani and Onti Prak. I'm going to read two poetries because there's a very short explains about carrying an optimism that moves gently through hardship and wisdom, the soul standing in the worst of storm, yet whispering to itself that a brighter day is on the way. Even in darkness, the heart time will shift, and one day it will look back and smile at the heaviness it once carried. The second poem reminds, walk with lightly through life, to rejoice without boasting and grieve without sinking. The joy come only in small measure, each passing like a brief season. Nothing stays forever, and in this life of ups and downs, beauty of living. So the first poem read like this: Kadong Watani saknaing sakong angni pangjawaha somoy nakni chakchik pingpa katong angni nang jawaha ong nadugni kumagata dongi ba magpa badiyanggen salsao gisiksan ragin jamano kadeng skin daona jara solgen antangna rakbiyo daha jajring namangaygen. The other one on tiprak daal matna kusio ba somoy nakna swako ba ja chapagin dunggen sukni ba salsao nakni matnana dongcha jawa chasongna bren bawe sokbainga ni changijan donanginga gaurana trip kamna be dugniu dik praksan mamangan on ti praksan darangnan. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity once again. The second poem that I'm going to read is about Nara Maikon Pagan. What will you give? The main thought in this poem is that the man and responsibility. Sometimes people depend too much on other and wait for other to teach and tell. Who teaches nature to give of themselves? Nature does its duties and go on giving without any telling. The man must know what God has planned for him and fulfill that without depending on anyone. Hear the poem. Na mai kon pagen is in contents right. Sinkarini repamchi sinkarion ongangen. Balorokani balwarang somai kita wachikari totakrang bulsiode ongtelgen ritem karin somayo abri akong tangseken na aramai dorek kupu gekaka burung amang ruwe saru jelma kareka atam wajagrem do krurangba bol kambe gai kasro kata getemko mekeng mrasonggate na aramai kon pagen Leka pulni balgawa natheng pena sikja golap pulni bibao semal gijan dongja sna de anseng gijan ongja nitwata songko bibal tangtan ongja nara en prni sal nabaon agal sakna thenga walni drup andalaw. Chat ke pas kirang bat de mumuata. Jajong ni ting suana katong meligrka pansigen. Aram rangni mera a salgi bangbango. Chireng rangni jokal brayaw. Na pisani baljoriana aman kusi bekbo. Gwal jade jateng dongako. Paltang geta gabrete jangi tangangbo. Thank you.
Thank you once again for this time. Once again, I will read one poem. The title of the poem is Chatchi Apsan, same surname. This poem speaks about compatibility. Garos follow when it comes to marriage. For example, one cannot marry a person bearing the same surname. It's about a person falling in love unknowingly with a person bearing the same surname as himself. He had to sacrifice his love and abide by the law of his tribe. Let me read out. Chatchi out. 남늑칭아 기스고 오파칭아 가통오 승인이야 잡치고 슬내급바 미트라고 농식삭족 마시에 잡치 앞산 웅각게 기쓱 남늑 파오바 묵항 비망 슬로바 등고 파락자조 가사고 파스카온 메트리코 만수아치티 급은 미치고니코 나빠치티오 낭나 가사나빙아 승잉아 온겐마 가통코 앙나 포라이니온 본캄 세 위압땡급바 만데코 느까하 판텐 묵로노 안탕มึง 잡치 앞산 타야코 라착 잡치 앞산하는 즈음 동아따리족 급은나 크라 짜얀. Thank you.
This is the last round. Thank you once again for the opportunity. The title of the poem, which is read now, is Oi Chadambe, means hey youngsters or hey youth. By youth, I mean when things go well, when one is strong, it is a time filled with opportunities and scope for good work and preparation. This poem urges all young people to spend the days of youth carefully, to contribute good things and set good example to the sa bakamrang baksa wanti tokenoba. Gisik rabo isolsa o nahanang naba, patigaba raron gaba dakapa rugaba. Ongo kanana jagata, kamchat gaba gamrang baksa ni towanirang ba. Mandeonge atchiachok asako ng koba, bel aro gisik bak tumsakija somoy salko na ari atode, 동차자와 담배용에 자송나 마시보네 아간겐마 안탕코 마마 감랑코 살랑 방잉 peti 촐만 멋등원 하이 남마코 닥나마 남마 남자 찬치엔바 자쿠 강파나 딱나 남마코 온글랑나 안탕나 산옹아이기자 급번나 닥스능나 자와 마드랑 늑톡 자륵치나. Thank you.
Hello. My last poem that I'll be reading for today's session, and I want to thank Shillong Literary Fest and Ma'am Mala for calling me and inviting me to come and letting me stand here on the stage. And I have my students here as well from St. Anthony's College. Now I'm teaching in St. Anthony's College, coming and listening to my poetry and others as well. So the last poem that I'm is The poem speaks of someone who resembles the moon, dwelling in the vast eternal space among stars and silence, men hidden in the night, unspoken and unseen. Yet, if one takes the time to listen and understand, they will discover that everything glowing, the moon is not empty. It is simply alone. Night after night passes, but no one stays long enough to truly. So the title of the poem is Jajong Gata. Nang makang jajong gata, niu chungja, ramna dak bimang nga ang makron na maknapa. Nang makron walni askirang gata, andala ng tuao ching batrorua. Dal na sktek ka o chpla ng katarangko. Parakja kurangchi, mesoka chinchi. Cholko raode uina. Mamanga sok mengsok kijagapa, salgi bang bango. Dongenga golporango ni tuwa ko ni togija ko. Knagpa ko sa nasa reping dongjay nga. Somayan tinri pakinga. Singing gapa sa ni nagchangi nga. O wal ni salgi nang brangi nga. Thank you.
Let me just read my last point for this session. I would also like to thank the organizer and Ma'am Malavika. She contacted me for this program. My last point is, let me just, the title of my poem is Naani Solong Ode, If We Were a God. The theme of the is if man had the quality of God, the land and the people would have been more beautiful in every. God has created the world and invested it with the best of things. But humans do not respect and live as they like. God created the world with nagjagranga abao bibal ramat pala o prakken ma mukron ko bisreng peng prangapa ko na ahani solong ode. Chonuk on those palkari ha riating jok salang ko matan agre jok makatal sa jumang jok nem jajok mamungan ayaw we srom tekai jok ni di ba kakorum tom tome ba na ahani solong ode isolong jan di ba 자그릉 산호바 동아마 이솔 비망 동자오바 군코 메속 구겐마 젤라오니 용자오바 삼바 개치 승보다 절마 자쿠 대자오바 삭산 대에니보다 늑파인칸 자와바 자쿠 남마 남마코 나 이솔롱 자오바 낭오 늑칸 이솔코. Thank you.
This is my last poem. The title of the poem is Ridal Kadulgapa, which means the leader. This poem tells how leaders must have the all-important quality of patience, and the followers must work in harmony with the leader. Let me read out. Ridal Kadulgapa. Enna sola mana takdal gapa ungude satka batinga gata manden gisek khathongde watgal nasa skaya balko chagrongode watgalude gemas khagen jarak kaparangde chlenga chum maikai khadal gapara chanchi nija matamde jarak kapara manninga chum barita duk kostoko chilgapasa wiaya pakreni sadakako Bida budi manatna skie on pauba, bisarangko singatna kamko ka pauba. Namedake kamtangko kana gietode, agan kugen karamskan namja sko tongde. Belsigamak duk chake kamko kauba, chusok jaude bisarang matnangen unoba. Amsandigen sarakotgen plak aserangkon, oltomaigen sko tongan plak sumoyrangon. Jarakapa manderangba ungakon agana Dakwalani dungode kaket kon paraka. Sason kaja andiba antang sre tangko. Galonisa agangen sko tonggepako. Cholinekja saubade redel kadel gepako. Singbatisa agan rungen wade antangko. Chongmot gepa kamko una ona haude. Nape kapken a kol chisa kapong meserangde. Thank you, everyone.
This will be my last poem. That is Najeng Bazar. Najeng Bazar is a poem that brings to life the weekly Saturday market in Najeng Tura. It paints a vivid picture of the bustling scene, filled with vendors selling fresh local produce like green chilies, ginger, and seasonal fruits. The poem contrasts the joy of shoppers who secured good bargains, living with their hands full, against the frustration of those who cannot afford the wares. It also highlights the common practice of buying on credit, adding a layer of economic reality to its portrayal of community life. Poem goes like this. Najeng Bazar. Chengoni Najeng Bazar. Chengoni Knaronga Najeng Bazar Chago. Antio Changsa Soni Bar Salo Bazar Chago. Ambiachu Mungknai Bazarni Salna. Singsoronga Nanganangja Brina Nangarangko. Koros Kara Nambia. Dam Komi Katla. Nanarokom Palas Marangko Manbia. Misu Samja Getal Misu Kariniko. Olbaronga Chame Palna Antang Giatangko. Jalegetang Chaminga. Icheng Sla Pakinga. Barang Choke Pakjinjene Gadap Tapman Plinga. Sada Bijak Bichap Chape Doni Anne Doninga. Holdi Ochru Bengbong Koba Esalo Tepe Palinga. Chirungni Anke Soboko Koksepo Chipe Doninga. Sada Opjol Jolemeng Wadeng Chitro Roinga. Barang Belet Giatangko Gachak Repet Palinga. Tagong Galda Gadom Rara Chape Jongjue Doninga. Wadeng Chite Karek Koba Kajit Roro Achok. Galda Bijak Swangako Akreke Galorojok. Jatlek Swa Donggepako Basi Donrorojok. Natok Pala Tampi Demago Dokprong Joljok. Poren Bara Seksekani Ademu Deleng Plinga. Mande Resep Sepani Kramchi Seng Chipinga. Nangpak Supak Nipel Gija Katsek Sekangjok. Sauba Gateng Gelani Koknang Jatlek Pakopjok. Kolampulna Aratimang Dam Nome Palgalachok. Lungi Gangaba Kusmang Chingching Waku Chikchik Priangjok. Antang Mesu Paldamo Dam Batte Palskajok. Briana Ama Tangka Batte Chadok Lap Manrikjok. Chadokano Smuldeng Puri Gangpo Joinga. Ripakpa Sakantian Chana Rengna Napinga. Cha Tojok Dutsema Matele Riang Tokinga. Riba Taibo Ambanova Dokan Malik Aganatinga. Ramagamak Sepsap Mande Pingpat Swat. Borom Botom Amja Play Koros Kai Silbainga. Chik Rianginga. Dam Raktugai Ribagpa Palgapako Nangya. Koros Kai Kachai Noktang Tangchi Riangjok. Jako Borom Botom Songtangona Plangjok. Songabate Badengapa Gari Gadoe Riang Tokjok. Soniba Salni Bazarna Antigpanona Donangjok. Baki Kolja Dakababa Makang Antina Naiganok. Kurachake Bos Churango Baki Daki Rarekjok. Palnangpa Tangkachane Hisap Bangtokjok. Palnangija Mishurango Ramau Paki Galangajok. Thank you.
Extremely sorry, I almost cut them off in between the session. I was not aware that there's going to be 3 rounds anyways. But poetry is when an emotion has found its thoughts and the thought has found words. Well, you've covered beautiful themes. The emotions and feelings in those meaningful words has enlightened our thoughts. Thank you so much. And as a token of appreciation, we'd like to honor you with these gifts from Shillong Literary Festival. We would give first one is to Prince S.R. Marak. Next is to Sengsime A. Sangma. Jakmachi M. Sangma. And next one is for Rinkel Mrong. And last but not least, 5 Bilsen R. Marak. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll move on to our next session now, Writing a River by Anita Agnihotri and Sanjoy Hazarika on the river as muse in conversation with Sandeep Roy. I'd like to take this opportunity. I'd like to introduce our guest who will be taking the stage now. We have Anita Agnihotri, an author, and her acclaimed books include Mahanadi, The Sickle, and Mahuldiha Days. Her novel Labanakto, translated into English by Arunava Sinha, was
since yesterday we did like the smaller ones, they find it difficult. So I want to call anyone. Come on, please don't be shy. When you win this game, I have something to give you. I have prizes to give you. Okay? You just have to hum. For example, if you get the song Baba Black Sheep, you just have to do like this.
Shillong Literary Festival, but pingi kini ki kot ha kani ka por ka play kadang ya kata play jo ki khna kadang ya but ya kini ki play baro ki le kini ki khna school kini ki de na ka school leads lembat kinong hikai ki jong ki lale kini ki play halor jong kini ki kot kay kini ki kot ka Larry's Giantsem, the tune of Kong Tong nang ta pade kadon kini kuwi ka kot masih kertong wan saying but Bun's journey in music kini ki kot ha ka bala pinjong long rim ban le ya kini ki play jong kini ki khna
Have you checked? You can check. Okay. So what will you do now? You just have to
fun way. So they're enjoying it. So it's like a play, but it's part of the culture also.
Hanging it on ha kanika wika stall hangni hapo ka festival ka Shillong Literary Festival but kumanchu ongi ki bidang tune in pi don but ngi live nang ni na po words lake but ha kanika sngi ki don bon ba ki Rio crowd perkhat kinong tho
Hazarika was talking about his book with Preeti Gill. One of the things you mentioned, Sanjay, was that your book on the Brahmaputra actually had started out as a film, as a film project, and you talked about how when you wrote sort of the first draft of the screenplay, you had a humbling moment when the filmmaker says, a film is meant to be seen, not read. You've written all these pages and pages. You have to cut it down to make it something worth seeing. Now you have a book. So maybe you could start us off by telling us how different was it for you to write about the river versus showing the river?
Thanks for that. I think one needs constantly to be reminded of the fact that what one can do and what one can't. I know I'm not a cinematographer or a film director. I can write, so reasonably. And that was a key moment for me because I always remember that as something that, I mean, he recognized a certain strength, but he also recognized a certain flaw, which is that we shouldn't over pitch ourselves, in a way. And the writing of the book essentially carried on from where the film started because I did a number of journeys for the film, but I did many more for the book because I have these boat clinics. And I remember in 2023 when I did this entire journey by boat from one district to another district to another, right from Arunachal Pradesh to the Bangladesh border. And that to me was the most, in a way, some of the most compelling parts of the storytelling, in which I got the focus and the inspiration really to tell the stories in a much greater depth, so that I didn't have to write for a film. I mean, you have writers like Rajat Kapoor, who is also a filmmaker, no?
Right.
So they know how, and an actor, so they know how to switch seamlessly between roles. Others can't do that.
Well, Sanjay was saying that, when he's with the boat clinics and these journeys, that gives you so much richness of material. When I look at your books which have the river running through them, Anita Agnihotri, books like Mohanodi, as well as Plabon Shagor and Plabon Jol, it's almost a Shagor actually, Plabon Jol. It makes me, there are all these stories that are also woven into it. And I wanted to ask you, why did you feel that in order to tell these stories, the river was a good thread to hang them on, as it were, or a clothesline, as it were?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I think good afternoon, and thank you, Sandeep and Sanjay. Good to meet friends after a lot of time. Well, I would say, Sandeep, it is probably more than that. In fact, last 1 decade of my life, from 2014 to 2024, I have been actually writing these 3 books. Mahanadi, which is a kind of trilogy. Mahanadi, Mahakantar, which is about the old forest, that is Dandakaranya, with Indravati flowing through it, and Plabonjal, which is essentially a creative fiction on the Narmada Andolan, which is the longest non-violent movement in the free India. So it has taken a lot of myself, I have been traveling extensively in this, it is the river catchment areas. I travel from one end of the Narmada Valley to the place where it meets the sea. And Mahanadi has been with me. Mahanadi is the first novel of this series. This river has always struck me with wonder, because I worked in Odisha, and even before I went to work there, I encountered the river as a child whenever we visited, because when you go from Kolkata to Puri, you have to cross the Mahanadi bridge. It's one of the longest. It's enormous. So when I saw the river, you don't see the river only. You don't see it as a geographical entity. You see it along with its entire, impact and its involvement with the civilization. You see the people who have come to stay along its courses, along its banks. You also see the people who wanted to stay but had to go away, like the displaced in Hirakud. And then a story builds up in your mind. But I must say, since you mentioned Mahanadi, it has taken me a lot of courage. I thought about writing this book for 4 or 5 years. And then could I actually start? And even after it started, like Sanjay was saying, I would go back, keep going back to the places where I left, just to see whether what I had in my memory a decade back, those people, those villages are still there. And it has been a very, very demanding journey on me emotionally. And at one point of time, I felt whether I will be able to complete this book at all or have to leave it midway. It is almost like trying to cross a river and realizing midstream that you can neither go to the other side nor can you come back. But anyway, Mahanadi got written, and I will tell you later that it doesn't have the usual format of the novel. Here, the river is not the river alone. It is a river in totality, and I have always tried to portray in my creative writing the integrated existence of the human civilization with nature. It may be rivers, the trees, the forest, everything together. And this is a concept, I would say, the idea which got imbibed, got it in my blood since we read Rabindranath Tagore in the childhood. And also, these 3 writers in Bengali have influenced me deeply. Rabindranath Tagore, Bibhutibhushan Bandyopadhyay, and Jibanananda Das, the poet. So everything, when you write, you've seen that everything has seeped into your blood, and you keep writing. So this is how I started writing. I did not think about Mahanadi. I thought about the river. But when I wrote Mahakantar and Plabanjal, I did not, in that sense, directly think of the river. But in Plabanjal, for example, in the Narmada movement, you can't think of the people without the river. So it's a very deep integration of 2-3 different entities, different dimensions, I would say.
So when you were tracking the Brahmaputra, Sanjay, what Anita was just talking about, the lives of the people that become part of the story. There was a lot of it, I assume you already kind of knew. But in trying to look at the Brahmaputra in its totality, what struck you as new? Because in terms of the stories you were discovering of the people whose lives were integrated with the rivers.
I mean, I decided to follow my own interests. I have an interest in rivers, of course, but also in people and slightly unknown people, So, so we, in Tibet, you focused on discoveries, it's not, Western people say that they discovered something, but it's known to the people locally, so we have to, unravel that and place it in perspective. The Tibetans know there's a Pemako. The Tibetans know there are great spaces where you don't enter, you don't contaminate rivers and so on. All this is different to how many others approach it. But I found the stories which emerge from very small encounters. For instance, I was driving to the Deputy Commissioner's office in Gwalpara, and I saw a brass board, a signpost saying, "To the memory of Daniel Roche." And it is something in the 18th century. I said, what on earth is a German-sounding name doing in Gwalpara in the 18th century? And then I said, let me find out a bit more. And you find out that this guy is a German buccaneer who served in the Prussian Navy, then to seek his fortune came to India, landed up in Assam where he became the biggest salt merchant, because salt was the biggest import into Assam at that time. And 3 or 4 people controlled the salt import, and Daniel Roche was one of them. And he became so powerful that he became an advisor to the first British military mission sent by the East India Company to investigate what's happening in Assam. And then he decided to try and overthrow the Ahom kingdom because they weren't paying his bills. So I found this rather interesting, a very little known story. And the tombs of his children are still in Gwalpara. And he got murdered because he went out on some mission to extricate money from somebody who was owing money to him, and he got killed for his pains. So it is, there are these little known stories, apart from your own experience of being chased by pirates and
which we heard about yesterday,
washed away to sea, being nearly washed away in Tibet and so on, which made it come alive to me. And I said, I must share this. So it's a personalized narrative in which I really felt exposed at times, because I was also putting a lot of my personal grief and concerns and difficulties out there. So you feel slightly stripped of clothes when you do that.
So in that same sense, these sort of unknown stories that you uncover in course of your research, your books involve a lot of research, a lot of journey. Can you share any, and you speaking to tribal people, Bhil, who've lived around this river for generations. Now some of them are being forced to move because a dam is being built or something. Can you share some of the stories that you encountered from the people that really struck you and perhaps in some fashion made its way into fiction?
Well, it's like this. When you write a creative fiction, and that too originally in Bengali, then readers expect that when you read a novel, it has to be like a novel, that there are multiple characters, there are events, there are sequences of events which are relating one set of people to the other. So you essentially become a storyteller, and it is not very easy when you are also following something which is very real. For example, the river is real, the people on its banks are real, and whatever has happened also is kind of real. And I always feel that, you know, like when I travel, I have always been traveling. Even when I was working, I used to travel much more than what my job involved, because I was a writer, a full-time writer even then, whatever time was permitted by my engagement in the service. But I felt that I don't get my inspiration unless I have the warmth of human interaction. You know, unless I go close to them, I feel them, they come and trust me. This process is very important for them. So it was very difficult in case of Plavonjal, the novel on Narmada, because everything is fixed in time. You cannot alter any of the, you know, milestones that has happened when Narmada movement started, the people who were in the forefront. But I have also tried to go below the surface and find out who are the, you know, we all know about Baba Amte, we know about Medha Patkar, we know about Arundhati Roy, but the whale farmers, Bhilala farmers, their women, their farmers and also the people who settled around the forest and cultivated forest land. Many of them were called, within brackets, encroachers. They technically had no land as per government records. When I could try to weave, I tried to weave their stories into the novel, and I felt that it gave it a kind of intensity. Because what happens is, you know, when I was writing, I was told by many of my readers that though it was happening, many of them did not know how it is going on, because Narmada movement is not one homogeneous kind of thing. It also changed its course, and it has several problems, obstacles, then court cases, and the entire movement being threatened at one point of time, then the dam having come, it being reservoir having, you know, being kind of dedicated to the nation. All this had its own implication. So I did not alter any of them and tried to weave a story around it. It was not very easy. I think one of the toughest I have done. But still I felt, you know, one thing I feel as a writer in an Indian language, that wherever I go, I bring back a story to people who read my language. So they also look forward to it. Very often, it is not an entertaining story. It does not make a best-selling book. But I still feel as a writer, just as I consider myself an Indian writer, not a Bengali writer alone. But since my primary readership is in Bengali, I bring back my stories to a Bengal landscape, and then they try to relate to it. Of course, when the books get translated, it gets open to other readers as well.
Let me stop and ask you, when you're talking about these stories that you're bringing, you know, Narmada Andolon, which is such a contested and touchy topic in political discourse, you work in the civil service. Did you ever feel nervous about was it risky to be talking to dissenters, the protesters, the farmers who are refusing to move, and then go back to your day job?
I think one great liberating feeling I have as a writer, that nobody reads me. In government, you are supposed to take permission of your department before you write a book. I never took permission because I've seen what happens to the books. Because if you give it to them, then it is all delegated, because Indian system believes in great delegation. You give your book to the undersecretary in good faith. He gives it to the section officer, who gives it to the upper division clerk. I have no disrespect for hierarchy. But finally it lands up, you know where? In an archival kind of mass of things which is left with probably the orderly of the department. So probably my books all made that fate and nobody read it. So nobody knew what was happening. So, but now probably if Plavonjal is translated, there could
now
be
thankfully
people.
you're retired.
No, it never happened. When I was Social Justice Secretary of India, and Rohit Vemula's death, that terrible tragedy happened, I wrote a piece in post-editorial piece without mentioning my designation, but I said that the nation must apologize to Rohit Vemula. It was carried in page 3 of our newspaper, which is Bengali but fairly well read. But I never had that feeling of fear, because I don't think much harm is done by people like me, with a huge amount of corruption and conspiratorial activities happening. I'm a hardworking, poor civil servant. I do my job well. I write, and I have absolute love for the country. So I don't think anything can be done to me. And government also understand. They shifted me out from one place to other a lot of times. But ultimately, I had to be kept somewhere, because when I was Social Justice Secretary, I was also the head of the Rehabilitation Committee appointed by the Supreme Court. So I again landed up. I was 30 years back, I was looking after rehabilitation in my own, in the Kada state, that is Odisha. From there, I would travel to Maharashtra in a passenger train to see the Andolan, workers, some of my friends. Medha was there. So I would again come back quietly in a train and come back. I think this fear I never had. I mainly joined civil service because I knew I would fail as a teacher. My appointment as a lecturer in economics in University of Calcutta was sure. I ran away because I thought that it is a greater evil to be a poor teacher than a mediocre civil servant. I chose the second option. But I have traveled. Had met people. I got there a lot of love and affection. Some frowning. I was known as anti-development and within quotes anti-state also. But it did not deter me from doing my work honestly. And about the story, I'll come a little later. I read a little piece from Mahanadi about some birds who did not find their nests. Some story like this.
We'll listen to that, but when Plabunjol gets translated, we'll see. Because there's even a section in there which is in the voice of the largest statue, the tallest statue in the world, Sardar Patel, wondering what to make of this Sarovar that has been built in his name.
He's a character, and he speaks 4 times throughout the novel. And whatever he thought, because he explicitly wanted that no memorial should be built for him. And we have built the largest statue, very, very well built, of course. And it is the Statue of Unity, as all you know.
You just brought up the issue of some people thought you were anti-development. And in yesterday's session, Sanjoy, you were talking about the fact that when we discuss rights, even rivers have rights. And when you map the story of the river, how often does this issue of development and descent and the tension around development crop up?
Well, it's there almost in almost every state that you travel through. And it takes different shapes. Sometimes there's agitation, as has happened in parts of Arunachal and Sikkim. I mean, the river doesn't flow there, but the Tista and the Rangit flow there. There have been agitations for and against dams in Arunachal and Assam. But what I find really interesting is that when you talk to people who are living on the islands or on the riverbanks, who are the most affected by this, they have a sense of the rhythm of the river. They have a sense of a belonging to the river, because they do not feel at home anywhere else. Even if there's a lot of migration taking place because people go in search of jobs. Younger people don't want to farm in uncertain conditions, etc., etc. But when they go, they always come back, whether it's to vote or for a festival, to get married or attend marriages, whatever it is. So, and there's a sense also that you're living on a floodplain. I mean, the river did not invite you to come and settle there. People choose. We choose everything in life. People chose to settle in these areas because they were rich in terms of agriculture and so on. So those stories also emerge. But now climate change or weather pattern changes is affecting that because there's uncertainty about how you would cultivate, how you would plant your seeds, etc., so that it germinates in time and you don't lose your crop. Because they don't know enough about this. People at the grassroots level, frankly, do not know what climate change is, bodily say, as you say, but just like now. But the thing is that there is not even, and this is one of the things I want to do, is to develop very simple tools to explain climate change to farming communities and people who depend on the river for a livelihood.
And did you find as you progress down the river, because the Brahmaputra takes many names, many forms, did the stories also change with the course of the river?
Well, you know, I think I'm very happy I'm a journalist, you know, because you capture stories as you go along. You hear a story, you research it, if you wish to follow it up, and then think. And a lot of it comes from experience. Like you're traveling on the river. For anybody who has traveled, I'm sure all of you have traveled on the Brahmaputra or on rivers, right? Okay. So if you go to Dibrugarh and you take, there are still, even today, there are a few ferries that go, despite the bridges. You travel, at some point you look back, you realize you're actually climbing a hill. The river is actually on a hill, going up, there's gradient. So to me, the people's approaches are different as you go along. There are similarities, you know, for instance, the great story of Parshuram, the sage Parshuram, because he went to the Kund where the axe fell from his hand and he cleaved a way for the river to flow into the valley, you know, the Lohitya, which is also thought of as the Brahmaputra, but it's the Red River. So there are these stories. If you go to Bangladesh, the fisher people, when they set out for sea, they pray. Whether it's Hindu or Muslim, they pray to a particular god. You know, a particular, so for a safe journey and a good catch. You see that also resonating even in places like Assam. We've filmed some of this also and I've seen it myself. So some of them are similar, but there are many which change as you travel. The stories change, but what is fascinating is the way the songs change. But the songs travel across borders. Therefore, Bhatiyali is sung also in Assam, and it's also sung in Bengal, in Bangladesh, and of course in West Bengal also. So it's the meter, shall we say, of the language changes. Fishing techniques change. I mean, unlikely heroes and villains emerge. So this is all part of both lore and reality.
What about the rivers that you looked at from, say, Mahanadi, for example? There's an interesting part in Mahanadi where you have, say, two characters who are city journalists who've come to explore. So they're very hotshot journalists, and they've come to write about the river and the conditions of people who live there. But then they encounter a tribal person who is sort of guide, cook for them, who is from the region, who keeps telling them his stories, his lore. And the hotshot journalist gets a little annoyed with another long story is starting on. So when you were exploring this, did you find for the people, the tribal people who lived around the river, the stories and the relationship they had with the river, the stories that came out of the relationship were different from what us city folk who go to the river as tourists maybe have?
Yeah, I would always say that the way a tourist looks at a place, however long that is always incomplete. Whenever I have traveled to places which are of course not tourist destinations of tourists, I have tried to be with them and see things from their point of view as much as possible for me. It may not be the most authentic way, but for example, that place you mentioned, Satkoshia Gorge of Mahanadi. It is a beautiful place where Mahanadi flows. It is a narrowest between gorges, and there is a beautiful forest, which is now a sanctuary, because now under the Forest Act, these places are abhayaranya sanctuaries. But people are still living there. They cannot go because their forefathers lived there. They don't want to go anywhere else. In a sanctuary, you don't have any other right. You cannot do construction. You cannot light a fire. You cannot even, pipe drinking water, as I have shown in The Touch of Salt novel, which is on the run of Kutch. Even then, they don't want to go. And one thing which I find, the way their life is organized is very different from the way urban life is. We have almost lost the community life that once prevailed. In certain tribal communities, it's still there. And in the forest dwellers, this bondage is very strong. And together they have their set of stories, their own myth, their own cultural stories, their own folklore. All this gets into, my writing. But having said that, I always remember when we were starting to write, Mahashweta Devi's writing had a lot of influence on us. She used to say one thing, that writing is neither reality nor imagination. Unless you let the local myth, local oral history flow into it, it does not become a complete narrative. So you have to keep your eyes and ears open for to understand what these narratives are. Who are the people? This Harmujani, a Kandha tribal, he has this habit of telling stories. And everywhere, whenever the situation is difficult, he keeps coming and telling a story. But in the end, when Shumana had already gone back to the city, she remembers Harmujani's story about that drought time and the clouds, and how the clouds started giving rains after a long, long pause. So I think I have learned so much more as an author than I could ever express in my own writing. And I feel very grateful to the time and the people who have...
Well, I think this is the perfect moment to hear a little bit from the story. So if you would like to read.
No, this is not exactly a story, but an experience of mine when I was in the process of writing the novel Mahanadi. This Hirakud Dam, which was one of the earliest in India. And it happened at a time when there was no principle of resettlement and rehabilitation. So people, the poorest of them, just left like that, because till the land, they believed, first of all, they had no money to buy alternative land, which the upper caste and more stronger economically, bigger farmers did. So they kept on waiting. They said, who can put a dam across this river, Mahanadi, which has been our lifeline? So we will not go. It is not true. But one day the water came. And they had to just leave. Their journey from the bank of Mahanadi to the deep interior of a forest, which is inside Sambalpur, the most tragic journey, because they went all the way crying, thinking that they have been let down by the independent India's government. So I don't know whether you have time or 1 or 2 minutes to read a little portion.
Read 1 or 2 minutes and then we'll go to the question.
It is basically a story which is told by a young boy Kuber, by his mother. It is about a day when the reservoir got filled, and it is the birds who went out in the morning, left their nests, and by the time they came back in the evening, they did not find their nests again. Anymore. So I find this very moving. I will read a little one paragraph from this, and then we can go over to the discussion. Towards twilight, when the birds were on their way home, Hirakud was a sea of unlimited water with gently swaying blue waves. The water had been released after morning. The water from the river had come through the sluice gate and filled the heart of the biggest dam in the country. The birds then became directionless. Their familiar villages and trees were all under water. Their distress calls sounded like wailing. They flailed their wings and were trying to look for those branches where they used to sit after a bout of flying. Their resting places had all gone deep under water, so the birds flew in circles over the water. Who could say on which tree lay their unhatched eggs and the fledglings that had not yet learned to fly? Then he asked his mother, "Bo, having seen these birds fly?" Kuber used to call his mother. "Yes, of course, haven't I? The beating of their wings, the long drawn-out calls like weeping. I can't ever forget, my child. They're circling over the water, looking for their eggs and their fledglings."
That is so point. Thank you for sharing that. I want to move to a question, but is there a paragraph you would like to read, Sanjay? You guys think up questions.
Yeah, it's actually, if I find it, because this is not my copy, this is Glenn's copy that I've borrowed for this moment. This is from the introduction. If I find it, I'll read it, otherwise I shall go somewhere else. Let me go to the back. This is about, actually not about the Brahmaputra, but about Shillong, where I go to walk. There's a forest above the house, and there's a waterfall there, and a stream. The falls are modest, but they're lovely, as they gush down in different cascades, frothing and milky wild, as they fall from the first of several large steps and small rocky ledges. I count 10 of them, moss-covered, carved over millennia from rock and hill. Tree branches bowed by recent rain and wind are bent over in arches as if to shelter the stream. Not that it needs protection. I have traversed the river, shared my secrets with it, and laid my fears and troubles to rest there. It too has spoken to me and has been kind and generous in the midst of its vastness and power to someone who could not swim. It has taken me on many adventures, brought love into my life, taught me humility, the importance of valuing beauty and the interwoven tapestry of nature. That interconnectedness lies even in a grain of sand. Above all, the Brahmaputra has sheltered me and kept me safe. And for me, that is enough.
You can't swim.
I can't swim.
You wrote a whole book from
I said the river gods are good. Okay.
You had to pray to the same river gods that
I pray to many river gods, especially when you're out in the middle of the river or out in the Bay of Bengal. Yeah.
So we have time for a couple of questions. So maybe if you will get a mic to you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. I was hoping to make my way yesterday too, but I couldn't. So my question comes from a very personal reflection when the river happened to me as a muse in a little unusual way. I actually wrote down my question to not meander. Sorry, that's a pun intended. So at a time in my life when I was finding myself a little lost and desperately looking for some direction, I found myself dreaming of rivers a lot. The river has always been important for me, but this was a time when the dreams are very dense and very clumped together. So as someone whose background is in psychoanalysis, and as someone who has history of river displacement in my family far back, I turned into the psychoanalytic and symbolic understanding of rivers, and very unexpectedly I actually found personal answers. So I think my question to you in a way is about this unconscious or symbolic visual understanding of the river which can hold personal meanings. And how do you feel about maybe first, requiring to integrate that personal meaning into one's life before it makes it sway into writing, or do you think it is a process that goes hand in hand? So,
who wants to start?
I think for me it goes hand in hand. There is absolutely no time or thinking gaps, so that I don't even understand when it happens.
Yeah, for me, essentially the experience becomes part of you, and you have to. The river gives you the luxury of, especially when you travel, of pausing and reflecting, not just enjoying the moment and living in it, but trying to understand better the world around you.
Because that's the line you mentioned was very moving, because we may think of books as trying to document the river, but you said when you were reading that the river is also speaking to you, and you have to be there to listen. There was a question right here, if you can get a mic here. Sorry, I'm making you run all over the place with the mic. Right at the end, just...
Hi, this is a question for Sanjoy. Sanjoy speaks very affectionately about the river that he wrote about. But in his book, he also reflects on the women in his life, his wife and his daughter. So question for Sanjoy is, how do you compare being in love with the river to being in love with the women in your life?
These are uncharted waters or charted waters, and I'm grateful for all the women in my life, and they bring great joy and happiness, as does the river.
That was a very diplomatic answer.
I should have been born a diplomat. But
yeah, go ahead.
A very good afternoon. Sir, you just mentioned that people choose to be by the river, even though they happen to face, I think, something that when you spoke about the river and choice, I could think of Majuli, though you spoke about Brahmaputra, and something that suffers every year. People, despite displacements, choose to be there. So given that you've written so much about the Northeast and rivers especially, could you reflect something on Majuli riverfront and how people still choose, because you have so much that you've written on these topics before?
See, the river also enables people to develop not just philosophies of life, but practices which help them. Thus, over the centuries, the Mishing community has designed, built, retained, and developed the Changhar. The Changhar, as Shyamal Datta will know, is a documenter of indigenous architecture, is many hundreds of years old, to a house on stilts to protect people at one time from wild animals, but also from floods. So even, and it's made of bamboo and wood and straw, and it's beautiful in summer, it's cool. The floor is spongy, and the steps are usually cut from a single piece of wood, log. So there are many practices, not just the monastic practices of Majuli, which one would identify with, but which, for instance, the Mishing people are not involved in. The community of tribes, that's a majority there. So I think there are many learnings there for all of us. I mean, now they're having big festivals and all that, but the traditional festival of Majuli is what attracts people. People go long distances, not just tourists, but Assamese people, to go to the Rakh and the Mahotsav and so on. So these are things we need to remember, especially because Majuli is 1/3 of its size, maybe about 100 years back. It was 1,200 square kilometers. It's now about 350 according to the government square kilometers. So, and part of it has also connected in dry season. You can actually drive across to Upper Assam, the North Bank, because the stream has dried up. So there are many changes coming. Not all of them are good. Sorry.
Take another question. Is that question this side? I'm trying to be... Yeah, that'll probably be the last question. That side? Otherwise, there was one. I saw a hand this side. Yeah, go ahead. You go for it.
Thank you so much. I'll make this quick. My question is to both the authors. So while you went through the entire journey of both the different rivers, how did you factor in the gender dynamics? You said the fishing techniques differed, the songs differed. Did you see that there was a difference in the gender dynamics throughout your journey? And it would be nice, ma'am, if you could say it from your experience of being a woman. Did you think you had a bias towards that when you wrote it in your book? Thank you.
Actually, it is such a long experience that unless you read the books, it won't be clear. At least Mahanadi you can read. The other one is not available unless you read Bengali. You know, I have deeply felt the way women work. They nurture the kinships, they look after the family, share the work, and of course their unstated, unremunerated work, and the way they get accustomed to changes. When there is a displacement, it's the woman who has to build a new home, and then she has to also settle the family, look after the children. And in Mahanadi it is there when the entire generation of men were trying to cultivate and settle down. The women were there for bearing the entire impact of the transition. This is a thing which is there all over the world probably, and more so in India. And I, as a feminist writer, I feel very deeply involved in the process of observation and being one with them. But it is so much that I can't answer in can't say in one or two sentences.
Any last words, Sanjay?
Just to add to what Anita was saying, I mean, for instance, in places like whether it's Majuli or the Assam Valley, I think there are a lot of women are very prominent in their, not just their resistance to issues which impact them, but also their involvement in beyond the daily chores of life. You see that very visibly. But one thing I would say is that the incredible resilience that you see, because Anita referred briefly to displacement and migration. Across the Northeast, there is an increasing pattern of movement out of people for various reasons, whether it's for occupations, livelihoods, education, whatever. And in rural areas particularly, there are many women-headed households now, not because of choice, but because of lack of choice, because migration has pushed younger people or even their husbands to go elsewhere in search of work opportunities and income. And it's parts of what I noticed, the economy, there's a chapter there called the economy of sand, but beyond that, there's also the repatriation economy. It's not the Middle East, but people from Kerala, from different parts of the country where migrants have moved, are sending money back to their homes, the households, the people in their lives.
I think, do you want to
Just
add
add one line about the women in Narmada movement. Their role in Narmada movement has been very, very important. Again, resilience, picture of resilience.
I think that's all we have time for. So thank you very much for being here, and a big round of applause for our writers.
Thank you so much for highlighting the lesser-known stories and the challenges you've all faced. Thank you for sharing your stories and experiences with us. And as a token of appreciation, would like to give you a gift from Shillong Literary Fest. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, you got yesterday. Yes. Moving on now, we move on to our next session, Courage Under Fire. Thank you.
Roll camera. Well, joining me on the LitFest 2025 is an author that certainly does not need much of an introduction. He's right here with me. Please say hello to the prolific and celebrated author, Ankush Saikia. Hello. Ankush, first of all, let's talk about your latest book, and that is Rough Streets. Can you let the viewers know what the book is all about?
Yeah, if you can show them so there's a cover.
Right.
It's something I self-published, and I just wanted to sort of try it out. It's a self-published e-book on Kindle, but I think people in Shillong would like it because it's set in 1980 Shillong.
Okay.
And it's just about a couple of kids growing up in that era, and how they grew up into, how they become teenagers, and the fights and the fates, and their love lives, and football and fire brigade, and just a very ordinary life. But I think technically it's one of my best books because it has a lot of characters and you follow a lot of them, and it's sort of like a Hindi movie in the sense, you got two good friends, and then there's a antagonist too, and they're all school friends. And also I think it's about a Shillong that has sort of disappeared now, the Tibetan bars in Laimu, and just stuff like that, and the fates in Fire Brigade field.
Right.
So all that has disappeared. So I think it's look at Shillong that has disappeared, and I hope people in Shillong especially, because I mean they seem to have liked the girl from Longrim Hills.
Yeah.
That's about everyday Shillong. I mean that is
something that they can relate to.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So this is about Shillong in the 80s. I don't think anybody has written about that in fiction.
Okay. So we've learned that there's a graphic novel also. Is that your another book that you're working on, or is it finished?
What happened? There's a graphic artist called Abhishek Chaudhary who had done a few covers for a few of my books.
Modern India and
so he suggested
make them
it,
better
and then
known
I don't know how
to readers. So I'm going to read out a bit about the books and then we can move on to the panel. So Man for All Seasons is a comprehensive biography of K.M. Panikkar, one of the most versatile and influential thinkers of modern India. Basu brings together the many roles Panikkar occupied as a nationalist, historian, constitution lawyer, diplomat, and public intellectual, showing how his ideas shaped India's transition from colonial rule to independence. Basu's training in foreign policy and modern history directly informs her approach to Panikkar. Her understanding of India-China relations give her a rare vantage point on Panikkar's diplomatic years, especially his controversial time in China, while her grounding in political history allows her to navigate the complexities of his constitutional and intellectual contributions. Her previous scholarship demonstrates a commitment to disentangling layered narratives, and that analytical clarity is visible throughout this biography, which moves confidently between archival detail, political analysis, and human portraiture. The book traces his journey from his childhood in Kutanad to Oxford, where he developed his intellectual framework that would define his life's work. It follows three major strands of his public career: constitutional thought, diplomacy and geopolitics, nationalist scholarship. Basu presents Panikkar as one of India's impossible men, whose influence extended from the drafting of India's constitutional structure to its early foreign policy. As a member of the States Reorganization Commission, his ideas also helped shape the linguistic map of India. Her biography offers a clear, cohesive picture of a man whose restless intellect and public service left a lasting mark on the making of modern India. Pratap. While Basu's biography moves across capitals, archives, and diplomatic corridors, Pratap brings us into a very different world. The newsrooms and the inner rooms of a family that lived journalism as vocation, inheritance, and public duty. It is co-written by Chandar Mohan, one of Northwest India's senior-most journalists, who has served for over 3 decades as the editor of Delhi Veer Pratap, the oldest Hindi newspaper of the region, and is a widely published columnist in major national Hindi dailies. And Jyotsna Mohan, who brings nearly 30 years of experience as print, across television, print, and digital media. Together, they bring a combined 60 years of journalism to this project. Their lived connection to the newspaper, the family, and the region allows them to write not just as chroniclers, but as custodians of a legacy that shaped both their lives and the intellectual life of an entire region. Pratap tells the story of a newspaper founded in Lahore in 1919 on the eve of the Jallianwala Bagh. From its first days, the newspaper carried a reputation for fierce, principled nationalism. One admirer famously said of its founder, Mahashay Krishan, that he wrote not with the pen but with the chisel. Pratap takes us deep inside the lived history of a newspaper that was both observer and participant in some of India's most tumultuous decades, from the freedom struggle to partition, from rebuilding in Jalandhar to surviving the terror years in Punjab. It is in essence a history of journalism as a public duty. So welcome Narayani and Jyotsna. So Narayani, I'll start with you. Your biography of K.M. Panikkar presents him as someone who's impossible to pin down: historian, diplomat, poet, administrator. So while you were writing the book, how did you choose what side to him is going to get more emphasis and what will be like included as like side notes?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. And thank you, Kanishka, for such a comprehensive introduction. So when I chose to study Panikkar as a subject of a biography, what I didn't realize was that he held all the posts that you just mentioned. He was a diplomat, he was a poet, he was an administrator. He served 3 princely states, Kashmir, Patiala and Bikaner. He was a member of the States Reorganization Commission. He was a writer of Malayalam fiction. He was he was a professor of history. He was a lawyer. There were so many parts of his professional life that I simply did not know before I began delving into the archives. And it then becomes a sort of challenge almost to compress this. And I don't know how far I've been able to compress this to 800 pages, which is what this book is. But to compress this into a life that is both accessible and provides a somewhat definitive. I hate using that word because I don't think anything is ever fully definitive. But a sort of definitive look into what his professional life was and what capacities he served the modern Indian nation, because his career spans literally, he begins writing on subjects like citizenship, history, geography, foreign policy, etc. when he is a first-year student in Oxford. And he is writing from 1914, which is when the world is at the cusp of war, when the Indian national movement is undergoing its own ebbs and flows. And he continues writing on these incredibly complex subjects all through his professional life till the day he dies in 1963, practically. So that's the swathe of the Indian independence movement, as well as the first 2 decades of our existence as a post-colonial nation. So when you look at the span of that writing career alone and that intellectual career alone, what do you choose and what do you leave out? I chose very deliberately to leave out his writings on Malayalam fiction, both because I am not versed in Malayalam, so it would not have been a particularly comprehensive dive into that. And frankly speaking, his range of Malayalam fiction was so wide that it deserves another book of its own, and it deserves a far more specialized look than it has gotten so far. And I also did it just to preserve the sanity of both myself and anyone who might be reading this book, quite honestly.
So do you think his time as a scholar in Oxford was a turning point in his career? And he's also transitioned from that to being secretary of the Chambers of Princes to becoming a diplomat, like India's first ambassador to China. What transition of his surprised you the most? And I also wanted you to then take some time to talk about his very contested and debated role in China. So after doing all the research and interviews, do you think his role in China is seen in hindsight like kindly, harshly, or do you think that it's just misunderstood?
I think both those questions will have very different answers and very long answers, so bear with me. I do think when he begins writing as a first-year student in Oxford, and like I said, he's writing on incredibly complex subjects because the First World War has just broken out. You have the Indian independence movement gaining momentum back here. And he's begun to write about subjects like citizenship, immigration, who is an Indian actually speaking, and that remains a common theme throughout most of his writings as he grows older. And he begins to question who is an Indian, who is actually a subject of empire versus a citizen of one's own country. And he was meaning it not in terms of its constitutional codification, but in terms of the ethos of what is a citizen, who is, somebody, what is India to you? And that is something that he continues to grapple with as he grows older. And he's writing on subjects that definitely built an intellectual foundation for him as he moved ahead in life. These were subjects that he continued to engage with as the years passed, as the Indian independence movement continued to evolve, as the question of where India was going and what modern India was going to look like began to take shape. And he returns to India in 1918. And he returns to India, the ship on which he's crossing capsizes, and there's this whole very dramatic moment where he nearly drowns. And he comes back and he joins Aligarh Muslim University as a professor of history. And he's joined Aligarh Muslim University at a point when Jallianwala Bagh is happening. The Rowlatt Acts have been passed. So he is witnessing now, and will continue to witness as the years pass, a country that is in formation, a country that is beginning to question where it's going, what that's going to look like for everybody, whether it's province, whether it's princely states, everybody, right? And so he continues to question, therefore, he continues to look at princely states, for instance. He's looking at whether princely states could be brought on board a common bandwagon along with the provinces of India. He's looking at the early stages of federalism. He becomes one of the earliest and most ardent advocates of federalism in this country. As the Second World War happens, he then becomes the architect. Well, retrospectively speaking, he becomes the architect of independent India's maritime policy. So each of these transitions to me was very surprising, because when I began looking through the archives, and I had encountered him in the course of my own short-lived career as a foreign policy analyst, as our ambassador to China. And when I began looking through the archives, I suddenly realized that there was so much more to this man, and there was so many more posts that he had occupied. And each of these transitions surprised me more than the last, because the next time I found him was when I was researching my biography on V.P. Menon, who was Sardar Patel's right-hand man and a key player in the integration of the Indian princely states. And when I encountered Panikkar, again, it was as secretary to the Chamber of Princes. So how did somebody who was a secretary in the Chamber of Princes become our ambassador to China? What was he doing before that? What happened in China, which is, the question that you just asked. And how did he then continue to progress throughout his diplomatic and public career after that? His career is by no means conventional. Each transition, I think, surprised me more than the last. China is the one standout in his career, primarily because of the controversy around it. He basically was our ambassador to both nationalist China between 1947 and 1949, and to the People's Republic of China. And it's essentially that moment in his public career that is what people remember him for. He made some grievous errors while he was in China, both in perception and in service. He basically gets very swept away by the early communist leadership, for instance. And you read his memoir of his time in China, and he's basically describing Mao as this new age Moses who's going to guide China to a whole new age. And he's describing Zhou Enlai as having fingers like tender green onion shoots. So you can definitely see him getting very swept away by the new communist leadership. You also see him making grievous errors as far as our border is concerned, as far as negotiating our borders with Zhou Enlai. He leaves out the question of border negotiations with Zhou Enlai at a key point when that could have happened. And that continues to mar his public career till today. With that being said, I do think that the weight of that decision alone shouldn't rest on Panikar's shoulders. There were so many more players in the game at that point. There was the Ministry of External Affairs. There was Jawaharlal Nehru himself, who not only continued to rely on Panikkar thereafter in terms of public service, but after his stint in nationalist China, sends him back to the People's Republic of China. There is also Nehru's own convictions as far as China is concerned, as far as this whole vision of Asian solidarity is concerned, with which Panikkar was very much in step. This whole idea that India and China was supposed to rise together and create this whole new Asia post-colonialism. So I do think that there were many other factors in play at that point. I don't think that the entire weight of what happened in China should rest on Panikar's shoulders alone. I know that is how history has played out, but I do think that there needs to be some context as far as that's concerned.
Jyotsna, I'm going to turn to you. Pratap is not just a story of pioneering, fierce journalism. It's not just a political story, it's also a personal story. So how hard was it for you and your father to not get emotionally too attached to the story, and the main protagonist, who's Virendra? And also tell us about the writing process, because you've co-written the book with your dad, who was running the newspaper until it shut down recently. So let me know.
Good afternoon, everyone, and lovely Narayani, taking off a little bit from there as well. But Pratap is a family story in as much as, it's a story of being the storyteller and the protagonist in itself. It's the story of a newspaper, as Kanishk mentioned, that was launched in 1919 in pre-independent India and became a flag bearer, in a sense, of the independence movement. It was launched by my great-grandfather, and my grandfather became a freedom fighter, and I'll come to that in a bit. But this book could have been written a few years earlier. A lot of people ask us that question, actually. Why now? I mean, you've had this story. Why now? And the reason is there's how we begin the book, and it is about just one particular phase that we touch in the book, which is about the terrorism years in Punjab. My family was targeted heavily for more than a decade. And in fact, if I could read a few lines to begin with.
Please do that.
To just put that.
Are you talking about the parcel bombing?
Yes.
Yep.
So to just give you an idea of why this book took long, why it took me very long to convince my parents to write this book, because my father said that I don't want to get into the public spotlight again. But it was my mother. I think it's the family that suffers quietly in the background at times. And my mother said, absolutely not. I want nobody to come near us. We don't want to be in the limelight. And my father, being a journalist, said, look, if I'm going to write a story, I'm going to write the whole thing. I'm not going to mince any words. And which is why it took us a little bit longer than it should have. It took me a few years to convince my father that, this is a story that's worth telling. And so here it is. 24th June 1983, it began as another ordinary day. Schools had closed for the summer, and the family was visiting relatives in Delhi. There was a palpable buzz across the country. Kapil's Devils were looking to make history against the West Indies in the Cricket World Cup the next day, in what had been an unbelievable journey by a band of accidental heroes. At Pratap Bhavan, on the dusty Nehru Garden Road in Jalandhar, it was an easy Friday. This was the hub of two daily publications, the Urdu newspaper Pratap and its Hindi language sister Veer Pratap. What happened next not only shattered the morning calm, it left a scar that has never healed. And I'm quoting my father here. At 11 a.m., the peon, as was the practice, brought the mail from the post office, which was a few hundred meters away. As per usual, it was kept on my desk. Among the letters and newspapers, there was a parcel wrapped in white cloth that was addressed to my father, Virendra, the chief editor of both papers. I picked it up and saw that it was sent from a post office in the Amritsar district. but I did not pay much attention to it. Packages like this were not unusual in our office. After going through the rest of the mail, I tried opening the parcel, but it had been hammered shut with so many nails that I gave up. Thinking that it must be the usual propaganda stuff the newspapers were being flooded with in these days, I called a peon to take the parcel and open it, and then bring it back. I then forgot about it. 10 minutes later, there was a loud explosion in the room next to mine. The package had exploded. 3 employees were grievously injured, 2 of whom died in the nearby civil hospital. And this was something that nobody wanted to revisit. I think this was a story that has, 2 young men died on the family's watch. And I don't think anybody recovered from that. I don't think this book has been a closure, but I think in a sense to at least my father, it has been cathartic to write it. So this was the reason it took us very long to write. As journalists, sometimes you have to step back, but we've also said that, this is our story. And anybody is right to question it, but you can't really navigate a first-hand account and say that it's wrong, because it is the truth. There were certain places in the book where we had to take a step back. We're looking at the emergency, or we have traced the trajectory of the media today from 1919 to present-day media. And, we had to take a step back, say we are journalists, how do we look at that? But it's been easy to compile it because there was a lot of the information that was already with us at home regarding my grandfather, who was a freedom fighter, and his story. He had, during the emergency when, Indira Gandhi's emergency, when the press was sanctioned, and one of the first midnight knocks came to the newspaper and they said, look, you can't take out the editorials. And my grandfather then turned around and he said, look, I've never given in to the British and I'm not going to give in to you. And so that's the time we went with blank editorials for a very long time till, the government said you can't take out blank editorials. And my grandfather got very fed up and he said, all right, I'm going to bore you guys. And so he said, we will put out serialized mythology. And this was the end. And so on the side, he kind of collated all his experiences, more for him, because, there is a thing, Kanishk, with that generation. The generation that came from pre-independent India also kind of kept a lot inside. And they bottled it up because I think in their minds they had seen so much, they felt that there was no point speaking about it and just to let things be. So in that sense, I'm sure there was a lot more we could have found. There was a lot that we found from the sources about his story. My grandfather, from a very, very privileged background, his father was the most well-known editor of Lahore, decided at the age of 17 that he's not going to follow in his father's footsteps and that he wants to fight for India's independence. By the time he was 22, he had been in the British jail 9 times. And his first imprisonment was at the age of 17 for what we've all read about, the Saunders case, which is when Bhagat Singh escaped Lahore, but my grandfather was picked up. But, we've also looked at what nationalism meant then to the changing definition of nationalism, the changing definition of patriotism. My great-grandfather's only worry when his 17-year-old novice son was in jail was that, I don't mind if he is to be hanged, then so be it. But if he turns approver, then that's a problem. And those were the kind of people that we had, and we kind of question where we are today, isn't it?
So, the book is based on, memory, family archives, lived experiences. How did the two of you decide what belongs to the story and what should not be part of it or should be verified, And I'm sure you must have used a lot of vernacular sources. Did you end up giving more importance to those sources?
There's a lot that we had in-house, fortunately. Unfortunately, what was unfortunate was that a lot of the old newspapers got burned down in Pakistan during partition. The whole office was burned down. So we lost a lot there. But I did get in touch with a lot of scholars across the border, absolutely wonderful people who so much so went to our old house and said, sent me photos saying that this is what it looks like now. It looks horrible. It looks like just one market in Lajpat Nagar with, wiring. Anyway, but again, the Punjab story was lived by my father. And he had collated a lot of that information also in his editorials. Because the first editorial that he ever wrote was on Bhindranwale, the terrorist. I don't know, if you... Can you hear? Yeah. My grandfather, who was the editor, had just gone on he was traveling abroad, and his number 2 said that I'm not going to write, I'm too scared. And my father, who was never meant to really be a journalist, and they looked at him and he said, what? And they said, an editorial has to still go out. So my father then wrote his first editorial on Bhindranwale, but everyone was so scared they refused to tell his father that he'd done it. But that was this journey. So we had a lot of sources within us. We did get in touch with a lot of people for the contemporary part of the book, because unfortunately we've kind of lost that generation. We are losing that generation. We had some information with us, and what we've left out, Kanishk, has been absolutely very private. And, I don't think it would have mattered to the book. It was more in terms of gossip. But we had to also cut down on words. So in our best opinion, we've taken out what we thought would be relevant for a first book. And,
Did you ever envisage this book as a biography of Virendra? Or were you always wanting to do a book on Pratap, because he's led an extraordinary life?
Well, actually, yes. For the longest time I did argue with HarperCollins, and I said, this book is as much his story as it is about Pratap. So it kind of, for him it was a detour. I mean, he, at 17, became a freedom fighter, and it was only in the 1940s that he went to the newspaper and stood for elections for the Congress, and then took over the newspaper to such an extent that, he was targeted by the militants repeatedly. But yes, he lived a life that was, I still remember, I was sitting at home, and I was a kid, I don't remember too much, but I was really fretting about my maths examinations, and he was like, if I can pass my BA and MA sitting in jail with no information and no books, I'm sure you'll do all right, just let it go. So, this was the kind of man he was, in jail with if you all know, Bhagat Singh, on the day that Bhagat Singh was hanged. So his was a remarkable historical first-person account, and can I read a few lines of that as well? Do you have time? He was repeatedly in jail, like I said, about 9 times, and one of the most memorable times was when he was sent to jail in Lahore, and it was, I think, 1931, 23rd March, and this was the day Bhagat Singh was hanged in the same jail. So his account of, that continues to be one of the historical accounts that survived that big moment in India's history. I'm sorry, I've got it. I'm going to read this very briefly. But these are my grandfather's words. So we thought that the hanging would be on the morning of 24th March, but on 23rd March, at about 2 p.m., the prison barber came running to us with tears in his eyes and said, "Everything is over. They are saying that they would probably be hanged today itself. He has conveyed Vande Mataram to you." So my grandfather then requested the barber to go back to Bhagat Singh and ask him for a remembrance. Half an hour later, the barber returned. In his hands were a black fountain pen and a comb. On the comb, Bhagat Singh had carved his name with a blunt instrument. I kept the pen, I kept the comb. This was again one of those things that didn't survive the fire in Lahore. So, many things that were lost. Every evening at 7 p.m., my grandfather and all the other inmates would be locked up. But that day, the warder came at 4 p.m. and told them that, it's time to go back in. And when we asked him why he had come 3 hours early, he started crying himself. The 3 who were hanged were kept a little bit further away, And at about 7 p.m., Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev were brought out and taken towards the hanging area. As they walked, they loudly shouted, "Inqilab Zindabad," so the entire jail reverberated. We too joined them. It spread even to non-political prisoners who started shouting the same slogan, and it echoed across the jail. Then there was deadly silence. That night, no one ate in the central jail of Lahore and no one slept. Only the chief warder could tell us what exactly happened, and we waited for him to come and open our locks at 7 in the morning. We had many questions to ask him, but the guy started crying and he said, "I am a government servant and I have seen many hangings, but I've never seen such bravery in facing the gallows before." He said, the warder made a request to Bhagat Singh and said to him that there were only a few minutes left of his life and he should remember God. Hearing him, Bhagat Singh started laughing and he said, "Throughout my life, I have never remembered him. Looking at the atrocities against the poor and the downtrodden, I may even have reprimanded him sometimes. Now, with death standing right in front of me, if I remember him, he will say that this young man is both dishonest and a coward. But if I do not change my views about him, he would say that this young man was both honest and brave." Saying this, Bhagat Singh started his walk to the gallows. And this was what my grandfather was privileged to be as part of the history. And yes, it's hard to live up to that, isn't it?
Yes. Naraini, a question to you. Panikkar was a prolific writer who wrote a lot of books. Did that make your role as a biographer more challenging or easier?
I think it made it way more challenging because the fact is that, so the contrast between V.P. Menon and K.M. Panikkar is that with V.P. Menon, there was literally nothing to go on based other than the two really seminal books that he wrote, which was The Transfer of Power in India and The Integration of the Indian States. With K.M. Panikkar, you have this huge swathe of writing that starts when he is about 17 to when he dies in 1963, and he's in his early 60s at that point. He's in his early 70s at that point, and it's to a biographer, you really just wish that this is a man who just sat down and did nothing for 5 minutes, because when you have so much information, your role as a biographer then becomes very much more difficult because there's so much information. And that's a challenge that very few people tend to think about, because you normally think, okay, you have so much information, that must be great. But the idea is, how do you pass that information to trace the evolution of someone's mind and someone's viewpoint over the years in which they're writing, because this is a mind that's also not static. So if you read what he's written, obviously in 1914 when he's a college student, and as he progresses throughout his life, everything is changing. The world is changing around him. India is changing around him. His own mind is changing. So while the subjects he's dealing with are the same, his own perspectives are also changing. So how do you put that in parallel to the circumstances and contexts that are changing around him, given the fact that there is such a wide array of subjects that he's dealt with? That was a huge challenge as a biographer.
You know, so I've read several articles and opinion pieces on Panikkar or, like about the book, where the writer or the review mentions that he was the first truly international Malayali. Do you think he has been forgotten, or do you see him as someone who was a rank outsider who never fully fit into the mainstream?
Look, his story is immensely unconventional. This is somebody who has literally hopscotched across different professions all his life. He was never just a straightforward civil servant, for instance, nor was he just an academic. There were so many different parts of his life that when I began looking through the archives and when I began speaking to people about Panikkar, I found that the memory of him is not whole-scale oblivion. There were certain sectors of professions that remembered him. So foreign policy mandarins remembered him for his time in China, for his time in Egypt, for his time in France. There are bureaucrats who remember him for his time with the States Reorganization Commission. There are lawyers who remember him as being an immensely ardent advocate of federalism. So the memory of him is not completely gone. It's piecemeal. So what I've hoped to do with this biography is to sort of bring all of that together.
I have a final question for the two of you. So today, both Panikar's civilizational idea of India and Pratap's secular and revolutionary Punjab are heavily mythologized. What is one myth about these worlds that your book corrects?
I don't know. I mean, the book is in itself a correction, isn't it? I mean, it's a book that... Look, the attempt also of this book has been to take it out of the regional focus where, a lot of stories get stuck. Small town India, small states, not the mainland and not Delhi. They always have... there's a compulsion. There's not a compulsion, but, you get stuck because you're not in the prime time, so to speak. So I think this book is just about... At the end of the day, the story is about speaking truth to power. It's about, as my great-grandfather also said, it's also about the media. Media is not the vendors. We don't sell news. We are here to show you the truth. So I think this is just about, that there are no myths. It's literally about this is what it is. And this is how far we've gone from it today.
I think I also feel like there aren't any myths as far as Panikkar is concerned. I think what my book, I hope, has tried to do is to bring out the fact that there is room and space for many differing ideas of India. You can engage with those ideas of India civilly. You can engage with them without this whole cancel culture that we have these days. Respectfully, intellectually, and with great erudition, which I think the relationship between Panikkar and Jawaharlal Nehru was a great example of. And I think that, because Panikkar's story, like Jyotsna has also brought out, is the story of speaking truth to power and never backing down from what you do believe in. And one of the things that he continues to ask throughout his life is what it means to be an Indian and what it means to be present as a citizen of India. That's something that he continued to ask.
Thank you, both of you. I don't think we have time to take... We'll take one question. Two questions, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, because you said only one question. I'll try to be brief. Actually, I want to say a lot. My name is Rudy Wajri. I am a retired diplomat myself. Well, in fact, I have questions for both of you. I just want to make one comment about Jyotsna. Fascinating story, okay? And I hope your Pratap sustains itself at the present times also, okay? All the best. Now for Narayani, I had read a book as a student on Asia and Western dominance by K.M. Panikkar. And it started open my eyes also in many ways. So I really, it's quite, even at that time, so now when I have not heard of him for a long time, but today I've heard of him. But what I want to ask you is, considering that he was so close to Nehru at the same time, and then practically Nehru listened a lot to him, apart from Krishna Menon and KPS Menon and others. But what I want to ask you is, given the present context, and you yourself alluded to this fact that he probably changed his perspective, even though the subject remained the same, the theme remained the same, he changed. How would you see, Nehru is always today is synonymous with anything colonialism, and he continued to do that in spite of whatever he did, whatever he wrote. The trend is to de-Nehruize completely. In the current state of things, current context, how would you think K.M. Panikkar would do?
I honestly hate doing that because there's no real way to know how one person would behave under current circumstances. There's only a retrospective look back, which is what history is. If I was starting to project what K.M. Panikkar would be doing or saying under the present state of affairs, I wouldn't be able to do that. So I generally do tend to avoid answering those questions.
I think we are done. We don't have time. Thank you so much for this. You can ask her the question at the author signings. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderfully engaging and
insightful
everyone.
panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'd like to felicitate our guest this afternoon with a gift from Shillong Literary Festival. Yes. We now move on to our next session. If you have any queries or questions you'd like to interact with our authors, you may visit the Authors Lounge and you can have your time with them there. Joytsna, I think this conversation would be with you. You may continue to sit, right? Oh, wait. Yeah. No, it's with Joytsna. Oh, sorry. I mean, Joytsna, sorry. Yeah. So, Joytsna Mohan will be signing the book.
Hanging dan pat I service with Ravendra bakini kini ki designers ki ba design ya ka ngam ki design ka ka kunup kani ka ka jikup ka jungi na ki por hindai min shwa ka por paslap wat langim da don kam thani kani ka juk ka minta handai kani ka kunup ka long ka dak na ka benta ka jung long na ka benta jungi ki khasi ka jai rio khasi but ka ai ka pala ka long baki ha kani ka kunup pila bani sngo ya ka jpa ju slap ya ka ta ko ya ka jing ther ju slap kam tam ko mutu slap bani yo ha seorang kita hanya seorang, but kini ki samla arwut kini ki designer kila ya tu ini bam ki lapni ikani ka jingmut ha ka ban snai ka taka sound ha ka ni ka kudup dei na ka benta jong ki bangi I ba kaladon ke junjuna to hear rain is to confront its absence ka pamut ba slap ima ulah kamduna bat kat kum ka jinglum jik ka jungki ka long ba san pun real percent la don ke jingtuna slap. So tell us more, tell the viewers more about this object.
Sure. So yeah, I'm Trivend and this is
I'm Sarvesh. What I call a seminal work of 2 volumes from Isolation to Integration, Navigating India's Northeast. And it is a compilation of her articles and her opinion pieces from 1990 till 2023. Then the range of the subjects is absolutely phenomenal. It is for history, it is for posterity, and it is something that questions, something that we have tend to let go of in the recent years. So we are here to hear Patricia, not me. Welcome, Patricia. It's a pleasure. I'm not going to really waste any time here. You know, the title, Patricia, it says and yet it abstains. So I am going to take a line from the introduction. It says, where is this Northeast? And I'm going to repeat this because that's my question for you. Where is this Northeast?
Jyotsna, Northeast is a geography. So we are all part of that geography. So we don't have a human face really, which is why we continue to be the periphery, which is why Manipur continues to be forgotten even today. We are not discussing Manipur here because even within ourselves, we feel very distant from Manipur, from Mizoram, because we are badly connected. If you come to Shillong, look at how far Banu had to travel to be here. It took her almost like 15, 16 hours. If you travel from Delhi to Shillong, it takes a long time, yeah, because 3 hours plus another 3.5 hours. In that time, you could reach London from Delhi, yeah. So that's the kind of distance, physical distance, but the mental distance is even more, even more sort of pathetic because the powers that are in Delhi, they respond only when there are bomb blasts. That used to be the thing. You have to have a bomb blast, you have to have a lot of people killed for anyone to pay any attention and for maybe a home minister, union home minister to visit this region. But even that has become very few and far between now. So you can't blame us if we call the rest of India the mainland and ourselves the northeasterners. In fact, if you go to Nagaland, people still say we are going to India. Yeah, till a very long time, people would say we are going to India if they're going to Delhi. So that is the mental distance that we have with the rest of India. And then recently I was reading this book, Confessions of a Truly Unknown Indian. He is a retired diplomat, Mr. Upendra C. Baro. He is from Bodoland, he's a Bodo. But everywhere he was posted, he was mistaken for a Malaysian, a Chinese, an Indonesian, and it really troubled him, you know. He calls it a Northeasterner's tortuous journey. And then I think the Prime Minister of this country referred to, not in the recent past, about Choti Choti Aankhein. I don't know who he was describing, but I felt that it was about us. Because Choti Choti Aankhein, and that is the constant, demeaning that happens to Northeasterners in Delhi, in Bangalore, and elsewhere.
So when we say integration, what then would be the true interpretation of integration? I'm not asking for the meaning. I'm asking for how would you best interpret it for a better future here?
We see they have tried this strategy that they call transformation by transportation. Okay, they think that physical connectivity will, just delete the gaps, but that's not possible. I think the rest of India has to know us, has to understand us. Many Indians in different parts of this country have, of course, not visited this region, but they also have very little knowledge about this region. Whereas when we were growing up in school, we learned about the Peshwas, we learned the history and the geography of all of India. What we didn't learn was our own history and geography, which I think is very unfortunate.
There's also the collective brushing of the Northeast. It's looked at with this, we are going to the Northeast. What would you say about that?
No, we ourselves are to blame for agreeing to be called a geography. Why can't, there's no other region in India that is named as a region. So why us? Maybe our politicians, our elected ones, the honorables, they should start telling us that enough, you are Meghalaya, okay, you're Meghalaya. I'm Manipur, I'm Mizoram. We should stop labeling ourselves. And I think there's a great disservice because we have what we call a Ministry for the Development of Northeast, MDONA. The word donor itself is, I think it has a double meaning, double-edged sword, because this region also, despite its rich resources, you have uranium here. Of course, I don't want to get into that territory because uranium is a bad word. You have coal, you have limestone, you are selling boulders by the hundreds of truckloads every day to Bangladesh. You're also selling your limestone to Bangladesh. But why is it then that we are called resource-starved? Why is it that we are not able to turn these economic resources into something for development? Why are we still so dependent on the center? Of course, we understand that we are a federal sort of nation. We are a federal arrangement that the center has to look after the states because it is the repository of all the taxes from the nation. But it's almost become that you are entirely dependent on the government at the center. So if there is a BJP government or a Congress government, then all the states here will be of that same government. We don't even have independence of thought. You're forced to be part of that government because you're so reliant on that government for all your development initiatives.
There's also, what I look at, fair weather friends. Every time a Mary Kom will have won a medal or a Mirabai Chanu will have done well, suddenly, the region, Manipur by and large, but, the region comes into the spotlight and suddenly everyone is talking about, my God, the fantastic athletes coming out. And, of course, that's just the Olympic cycle. Cycle done and everyone is forgotten. How is that looked at? You know, that sudden burst of attention that comes for a short period and then...
We are quite used to that, actually. So we take it in our stride. And the worst part is that Mary Com, the movie, didn't even have a face, a face resembling anything close to Mary Com. I think that's an insult.
Absolutely, absolutely agree. I think movies that are made on athletes are, I think they're abysmal, the Bollywood movies that come out on most athletes in the country. I'm coming back to the book, the 2 volumes, Patricia. Sometimes, you know, where you begin and where you end are not really where you envisaged you were going to go. Did something like that happen? You know, as journalists, we're always questioning, re-questioning, analyzing, and you know, you've collated it over decades. When you look back at that, is there something that surprised you?
Actually, these books would not have come out, but for Dr. Glenn there, he's sitting there. These are articles I've written, and they would have remained in my laptop. They would have been lost to posterity if he had not said that they need to be collated, they need to come out in a book, in book form. And I just agreed to that. And Martin Luther University are the publishers of the book. Nobody else ever offered to publish the books. And then now when I speak to people who've read the book, they say it's an encyclopedia. You can go back and see and know what happened in the Northeast, at what point of time. So it's sort of a historical kind of thing. It's a compendium of the important events in this region. Of course, I got into a lot of trouble, I remember, because every time I wrote about the Naga insurgency and how it's developed over the years, their peace missives that never happened, they go back to square one. So each time I wrote on the Naga nationalist movement, that they call it, I would get a scolding from the NSA and IM. They would call me a raw agent, an IB agent, and so on and so. They would largely discredit me. I don't know whether Kikon is here. He's not here now. So he's the one who keeps telling me, why do you write such things? So why should I not write? Yeah. Why should I be stopped from writing anything? Recently, the Assam Tribune decided not to publish an article of mine. Why? Because I was critiquing the Chief Minister, who seems to me to be so hell-bent on dividing the people of that state on the basis of religion. And I also sort of castigated the elite Assamese society, saying, if the educated don't stand up to this nonsense, to all the ugly politics, then who will do it? And because of that, they refused to publish the articles, saying that you were told to write only about Meghalaya. I said that was never the arrangement. Anyway, some other publications published that article, and they said they didn't find anything offensive about it.
You know, when you say the educated don't stand up, but I think that's a thing that we are seeing not just in this region. I think that's something that we're seeing universally across the country. And I'm not going to say it's just the education, what we were discussing yesterday. I actually think it's the abdication of the middle class.
Yeah, it is. It is. We don't have, pressure groups that have no single agenda, but the larger public purpose. We don't have that. We have several pressure groups in this state as well, but they cherry pick issues. And I don't know why they do it. For instance, they don't want the railways to come in, but they don't also want a public debate on such issues. And if you raise these issues, then you're seen as a pro-non-tribal. Here it's a very happening thing. You say something, then they say, oh, you're in favor of the non-tribal. You want illegal migrants to come in, and so on and so forth, if you want the railways. But they don't see the larger purpose, the larger benefits that would come with the railways, especially goods trains. We are the most expensive state in terms of cost of living. Here, cost of living is very high, and that's because transportation costs are high. So we have all kinds of so-called pressure groups, but there is not a single women-led pressure group. I don't know how the audience thinks about this. We are supposed to be a matrilineal society, but we don't have a single pressure group led by a woman which can take on real issues and not peripheral, politically attractive issues.
I was going to come to that later, but now that you've mentioned the whole matrilineal society, from your book also I've gathered that, you look at it as somewhat of a double-edged sword, isn't it?
It is. Because I think we have romanticized the matrilineal society. The rest of the world has also done it. A lot of journalists and authors come to Meghalaya, and then they come with this very, very romantic notion that everything is right with the world of the women. But they should just go 20, 30 kilometers inside Meghalaya to see the plight of women, especially single women-led households. So you can't speak about a society unless you've lived in that society for a while and you understand the pressures and pulls. We are matrilineal only by descent, but in every other thing, it's the male members that take decisions. Women cannot hold office in a Darbar Shillong. That is a traditional institution. It's like a panchayat. Out of 60 women MLAs, we have only 4 women. We've never crossed that number, by the way. So it's all,
And in a country where half the number of voters are women.
Yeah. Yes, and everywhere women vote more than men. So we ourselves are actually products of patriarchy in many ways.
It's a patriarchal bargain, isn't it?
It is.
So the line, claim the night, that you write. What will it take for the women here to claim that night?
We have women here in this audience, and all of them can use their voice as agency if they choose to. The question is, why are we not doing it? There are many, many issues that are women-centric. We haven't ever come up as a group, So maybe what we need is to kickstart a women's movement, if all these people in this room agree, all the women. She's nodding vigorously.
No, you've got some response.
Yes, we need a revolution, actually.
But for a woman to speak up, and you said, why not, and I will speak up, and, there's always family at the back. I mean, my mother is always telling me, can you lower the volume? Must you speak on everything? And you've got, you've had a bomb that was hurled at you. You've also got a family. And that kind of is that collateral at the background. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, see, every time something happens, the whole family is dragged into it, The other day, somebody said on Facebook that this woman is married to a Muslim man. So I told the guy, bring that Muslim man. I don't even know who he is. So, there is no end to bad-mouthing if you speak up. If you don't speak up, you're okay. But why should I not speak up, yeah? This is my world, and it's my only life.
So, I'm going to take, the Muslim, this incident into a different sphere, which is a lot of misinformation, where journalism itself stands today. We are struggling with misinformation, we are struggling with fake information, we are struggling with lack of accountability, and also there is social media in the mix.
Yeah.
How is that changing? Because, unless we evolve with it, but it comes with its own set of challenges, doesn't it?
Actually, social media has allowed all kinds of people to make very, very personal comments, and maybe what they intend to do is to silence you. Basically, I think that's the intent. Just be so crude that you have to silence yourself. But I think we ought to really sit together and learn how to deal with this, because some people have got into mental health problems, just not knowing how to deal with trolls, especially Gen Z. They're very emotionally fragile, and they get one bad troll and they're out of the whole system. I think we do need institutions to look at this aspect. You know, how are you on social media and yet you're not deterred by all these scandalous comments?
So there are two aspects to it, actually. This is the mental health aspect of it, you know, the kind of information that is filtering and the lack of reliability. And yet, you know, it just goes from WhatsApp to WhatsApp and those 30-second reels. So, you know, that's one aspect of it. And the other aspect is also AI.
Yes, you're right. Now you're responding. Actually, I think most of us are responding to bots. They're not even real humans. So, see, many people tell us, why do you even need to respond? But it's the human condition, you know, that you get so badly affected that you want to respond.
But how do you get this young generation to, you know, pick up big format news now? Everyone is now on that 30-second, is that interest just ends at 30-second. It's so quick, the information that they want, and they move, and, you know, everything is decimated really quickly. That long format on which, you know, journalism was based on, it's disappearing. Editorials are disappearing. Op-eds are disappearing. How do you see journalism playing out per se, you know, in the next few years?
Well, we have to learn and adapt. I think our news bites have to be smaller. We are already on the internet as a newspaper, as the Shillong Times, so we do have bite-sized news as well. But I think there is still a large population of readers who want to spend their bit of time reading editorials, and they respond to editorials. They still write letters to the editor, responding to an editorial, responding to an article. So I haven't lost hope yet.
Oh, it's good to know. It's good, you know, we'll take what we get there. I'm going to just dig in a little bit into the private side of Patricia, because, you know, we've seen you as what you are, what you write. But there's also that silent price that, you know, things happen in households. You know, you've suffered loss closely. We've spoken about mental health. I want you to say, how do you get up the next day? Because an editorial still has to come out.
It's a tough call, because yesterday, after leaving this place at about 6:30, I still had to go home, write an article, look at all the pages, you know, go through all the news, and then only can you have your dinner, and after all that, then you sleep past midnight. So it's a tough call. And coming to my personal life, I lost a daughter in 2008. Lost her to suicide. She had mental health problems. And the question that I always ask myself and ask others who go through this is, how do you deal with this? If you have someone in the family with mental health problems, and you've tried your best to help them, why is it that you still can't prevent a death? And that's why I think Jerry Pinto's book, A Book of Light, which I hope everyone would read in this audience, is a very, very engaging book, because it speaks of families that have lived with someone who has a different mind. And one of the stories there is mine. So we are all dealing with mental health, something that we ignored in the past, that we just swept under the carpet, or that we just hid and sort of suffered silently. At least now I think we can speak about it like this. And I think it helps, because I would like to ask all in this audience that we need to have somebody close enough to us to be able to share. Yeah? Otherwise, we will die alone, and we will die silently.
In a society, you know, like in a matrilineal society, do you think those issues are even more? Because, you know, we've been talking about how optically it's supposed to be woman power, and yet actually what goes on is that the burden is on the women's shoulders.
The burden is on the women's shoulders because so-called marriages, or should I say partnerships, because cohabitation is part of our culture. they are very fragile. A man can just walk out of his house, leave the children there, and never turn back. And that's a burden that a lot of women in rural areas are suffering. Then my constant refrain has been on teenage pregnancies, because this is, again, a cycle that promotes or exacerbates poverty. Unless we address these issues, and these issues happen because, it's a whole cycle. You have girls dropping out, both girls and boys dropping out at the age of 12, 10. Then the next thing is they have sexual encounters, and who carries the burden is the girl, because she gets pregnant. And we are not even discussing these issues openly. We don't talk condoms, we don't talk sex, as if these are real taboo issues. But I think these need to be discussed in schools, in colleges, from the lower classes, yeah? Children have to know that there is a cost to a sexual relation if it is unprotected sex.
Absolutely. When I was investigating this for a book that I'd written previously, and I'd gone to some schools, and I said, what's happened to the sex education classes in schools? And I was told that a government directive has come to replace it with yoga classes.
This is...
So that's where we are.
And we're not fighting that, huh? We're just accepting it.
I think a lot actually then lies within the homes, doesn't it? It lies within the kind of exposure, and it also lies within how much time does a family have to get out of that daily grind to be able to say, okay, this is an issue I can now deal with. Because, mental health is not an issue that will be first of a priority list, isn't it?
No, it's not. Very often we look at things from the prism of Shillong. Shillong is just a small microcosm of Meghalaya. So the real lives that are lived and the real lived experiences that we need to document are of things beyond Shillong, because Shillong should not be the marker for Meghalaya. In fact, when you call parents to school for parent-teachers meetings, very often teachers feel that it is the parents that need counseling more than the children. Most of us, we all stumbled into parenthood. We never had classes on parenthood. So we really don't know what parenthood is all about unless we sort of take the trouble to read some books or to learn from somebody. Even our parents don't tell us, hey, this is the way to do and this is not the way to do. We just sort of,
meandered through.
Yeah, meandered through, somehow survived, and sometimes don't survive.
I have just two quick questions, and I'm happy to open the house. Decades of engagement with different spheres, different people, different stories. What does it leave you with?
I think it's very interesting, It's very interesting because before I came here, I was called to give a talk to about 70 young aspirants to politics. They've come all the way from Bodoland, and they've come from all of India. And I sat with them for an hour, just talking to them and asking them, what is it that makes you want to be in politics? Is it not, kind of, sort of very disillusioning? They said, no, we need to take on the reins from the people we have elected because they haven't delivered. So all these initiatives, this is called Indian School of Democracy, the institution. I think they're doing a great job. I wish that we had some young people from here joining that group, but there was not a single Khasi or Jaintia. There was just one Garo young man there. So maybe they will leave their footprints here, and maybe we could carry on from there.
And I'll carry on one last question just from where you say, you write in the book that the young in the state don't know what it is to belong. What is belonging for Meghalaya? What is belonging for you, Patricia?
Belonging means that I have a stake in the government of the day, that I have a stake in whatever is happening around me, that I cannot be a sort of an indifferent non-participant. If I belong, I have to stick my neck out, come what may. Yeah.
And where does identity come in then?
Identity is, it's at different levels. I'm a Khasi, I'm a mother, I'm a woman, I'm a journalist, so I have several identities. I don't think it is fitting to cling to just one identity.
Lovely. I'm going to open the house to, and I'm sure there are a number of questions here. Okay, let's go.
This is a question for Conrad. The question straight comes from the name of your book, From Isolation to Integration. Now, let me build a context slightly. About November, December 2022, our Prime Minister announced new roads for our state, literally trying to physically connect our region with the mainland. Now, he announced the Shillong Ding Pasok Road. For me, it was a godsend. I can actually plan to go back home to Janda Hills in about 2 hours today. It was announced in 2022. By this year, we could actually travel freely. Okay, and you feel good, like, our Prime Minister is actually doing his job, trying to connect us. Now, recently in the 6th Ramnath Goenka Memorial Lecture organized by the Indian Express Group, he spoke a lot about mother tongue and Indian languages, especially about for the NEP 2020. Now, of course, it's I know all of us speak here in English, but our mother tongues also are very important. That is the first tongue we all learn. But at the same time, our people have been demanding for Khasi and Garo to be included in the 8th schedule, the list of scheduled languages in our constitution. Now, how does you, as literally not only just as a community elder, I would say, well-experienced journalist, a child of independence, having seen the growth of about 78 years of our country, what do you have to say about this? Like the dichotomy, like on one hand he talks about mother languages, why can't he accept our demands for inclusion in the 8th schedule?
I think there are many reasons why. I think our people who have been demanding inclusion of Khasi and Garo in the 8th schedule have not been proactive enough. I don't think, see, every time some questions come in from Delhi, it takes very long for the groups here to respond, because you have to have a certain amount, you have to have produced a certain amount of literature and all that. So also, how proactive are those elected members? How proactive have they been in their demand? This is on and off, When election time comes, it's an issue. After election times, it's no longer an issue. So if you do not have a dedicated team, you have the Northeast. We used to have the Northeast MPs Forum. That was the forum that should have been pursuing all this. But now that is also dead and gone. We don't hear about it anymore. It's been dismantled. Anything that brings the Northeast together is quickly dismantled. So we need to be looking into ourselves first before we ask. Also, we could do an RTI and find out where is it getting stuck. Yeah?
Anyone else? There's a question here.
Hi. So I wanted to ask about this unique thing that I experienced when I decided after and studying in Delhi for a long time, as someone from Assam, I decided to move to Shillong, inspired by a lot of Wolf and A Room of One's Own. So when I broke the news to my family or to my friends that, after returning from Delhi, living at my hometown for a year, that I would want to move to Shillong just to experience the city and try and do something with whatever Shillong can give me, I was met with a lot of surprise. And even, from local friends in Shillong, oh, why Shillong? Why back to the Northeast? Why not even Guwahati? Why from Delhi, I would expect the trajectory to be somewhere else, some other bigger city, outside even maybe. So I was very amused with this reaction. And I do understand the anxieties of parents and people, from a metropolitan city back to Northeast, right? So what do you think about this strange reaction from people?
Well, people will be people. They will, everyone will have their own reactions. But a lot depends on you. What do you want? And why listen to people, yeah? If you want to live here, be part of the ecosystem and contribute something. Because I really don't listen too much to people. And who are people? They're an idiom, yeah?
Perfect, thank you. I would be happy to let everybody know about this.
Yes, tell them.
You do you, I think. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I want to ask you something about journalistic objectivity, considering the Shillong Times has been for so many years.
80 years, to be precise.
Yes, ma'am. Sort of spine for the people of Shillong and for the people of Meghalaya, and the sort of objectivity it brings to the readers and to the general populace. I, coming from Assam, feel a very palpable absence of such journalism in my own state. So I genuinely want to ask you, ma'am, is there any particular way of, synthesizing such objectivity, especially now considering the political climate is so polarized and journalism is almost up for grabs? So, ma'am, if you could say something a little about that.
I think in the Shillong Times we haven't lost our soul, but also we can't go around preaching, and telling news media in Assam, look, this is the way you should go. Each newspaper house, each television channel has its own politics. And also it's a question of survival, I think, because you either perform or perish, or you either write what the government wants or you perish. We have been very upfront in our criticism of the government. We continue to get defamation notices right, left and center, but we continue to write what we need to write. So I don't know that we could go around preaching this to the rest of the world. We believe in just doing our duty the way we should.
If I may add, it's also about consumption, isn't it? Who is consuming? If you are going to be consuming those channels night after night, then they're going to sell you what you consume. And that's where their money is coming from.
It's a choice. It's a choice we make, yeah.
One last question right here.
Hello, okay. I would like to take you back to this, in the beginning itself, about Northeast as a geography or a cartographic description, and which appeared to me, because if you look back, since the Look East policy started, and every Prime Minister has been saying in some language or the other that the Northeast is the gateway to the Southeast Asia. Now, that description, of course, it fits with Delhi also very well. But again, when things don't work for us with Delhi, then we say, why? We are separate. Which is correct. We are separate. We are diverse in many ways. Ethnic diversity is there, even religion, even language, even customs, and apart from history. Now, but what is interesting is, to me, now and then it's very sporadic, this sense of getting together Northeast identity vis-a-vis Delhi. But within Northeast itself, you will find that we fight for borders. In borders, we have a lot of fights ourselves. And really, we don't seem to recognize the differences we have. In fact, till we're able to recognize the differences we have among ourselves, and then with that, we can negotiate with Delhi, it seems that, I feel for certain states, in fact, certain groups here in Northeast, they have an issue, a correct issue, in fact, a legitimate issue, like from Tripura, for instance. Pardyat, his case is very different. But again, the whole Northeast, we have our own separate, some of them are allies of the ruling party also. So there's a lot of bundle of contradictions in the way things are, and I think to keep on blaming Delhi for everything, I think is not correct.
I don't think we are blaming Delhi. We are blaming ourselves. We are blaming our own lack of political vision as a region also. Like you said, we have border problems with Assam. Nagaland has border problems with Assam. Mizoram has border problems with Assam. And we are not able to resolve these problems. So I think this whole notion of a single Northeast entity is also very defective. I think we should get out of this syndrome. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you very much, and thank you, Patricia. Thank you, everyone, for being a very great, generous audience. And thank you, Patricia. It was a pleasure. Hope we've been able to dive into that seminal work, as I call it. It is an encyclopedia. I think somebody called you the tour de force of the Northeast. There's the collective word again. But we're going to end it and wrap it right here. Lots more fantastic speakers.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Patricia Mukam and Joytsna Mohan, two prominent, bold women in Meghalaya under one roof. Thank you, Kongpat, for giving us a glimpse of what to expect from the book. You've highlighted vital social issues beautifully. Thank you so much. And we move on now to our next session. We have Garo writings and translations. It's in Garo language. Chikni Sianirang Arope
So, it's very nice meeting you, and yes, we've had a wonderful discussion, conversation this morning. And so, very quickly, our viewers would like to know about the film that has just been released very soon.
I'd like to take this opportunity. I'm really sorry for the Garo that
the film that we would love to know is about
forgive me if I
Rapture. What is this all about?
Incorrectly.
So the Rapture is a part of the trilogy that I'm working on right now.
Speakers will be joining us on
it's the
stage
second
now.
part of the trilogy.
Barbara Sangmani
So Rapture
is a songwriter.
It explores the fear,
Sangma,
fear psychosis,
an
in a sense,
poet associated
what happened
with Garo
if there's some
language
sort of
and
fear
culture.
in the community, you know, in the village level, and then
as well.
the fear can be used as a weapon. Fear can be victimized for some other people. So it's the Rapture is about in a small community, in a Garo community, in a village, a fear, a certain specific fear that you need to watch a film to understand that. So it comes there, and then how we kind of disintegrate the entire society because of that, you know, how we lose sense of things
and vice president of the
so, and then Rapture is
Society,
going to come
specializing in
in
folklore
Hello
studies.
Meghalaya very soon.
And last
so
but not
people can watch
least,
the film in
Prashnil
Hello
Sangma,
Meghalaya.
writer and
All right, thank
poet,
you so much,
recipient
sir.
of the State
So,
Literary
just
Award
another question.
2011 and 2012.
We are really grateful to you for with your work. You have you know, bring our region, Northeast region, in particular, you know, to various national conversations.
Yeah.
So there are certain misconceptions about this region, about the Northeast.
Yeah.
So with cinema, with movies, how can we break that misconception?
Yeah. Not only with cinema, you know,
A very
with
good
every kind of
afternoon,
art, be it filmmaking, be it
enthusiasts of literature,
music, be it
of
literature,
arts
you know, like
in general. Welcome to
like
this
one good
special
film,
session on
one
Garo
good
writings and translations.
Music, a painting or
we will be
literature
talking
can
and conversing
actually
in Garo,
change
but then
the
maybe in
entire,
between if
almost,
there's
you know, like,
anything
I mean, it's
that we
better
feel
when
like
we have
translating,
more,
we may do
but
a bit of
if
that.
imagine through Rapture,
really very happy to be part
people
of
get to
this,
know about our region, who we
Shillong
are as people,
Literary
not only
Festival.
nationally,
We've been
but
here
also
before,
internationally, you know,
and some
so
of our friends have been here before,
the
but
stereotypical
we
will
are
always
really
happen
truly
because
happy that
also
we are here to share about
maybe the
our
men in
writing and
India
translation.
and all these people, maybe
Just
they,
for a
they
start, we
think
would like to
us
say
about
that Garo literature
what
began
kind of
with
people we are, what
orality.
kind of lifestyle that we
Garos
have,
are
what
very
kind of
much
food that we eat,
oral
all this
people.
talk that
We are
they
not
always
only matrilineal,
have, but then
we
I think
are
it's
oral
slowly
people.
changing
And
because
most of our
now
writings
Rapture
and
or
most of our
Yodo by Bapradeep
how to say,
or
literature
new film
is
by him,
based in
it's
orality.
like traveling, you know, and then they know that these films are doing well, and then it's accepted not only in India but in the world, you know. So
in a very remote corner of India. I think most of the people in the so-called mainland India haven't heard about Garo Hills. So we are still steeped in orality. We still have our chantings, our narrations, our epic narrations, our dirges, our lullabies, our idioms, and our general narrations and all that. And also the chantings in rituals, chantings and rituals and ceremonies. So we are trying to make sense of how to translate this orality into literature. We've been really trying, we've been really striving, and this striving, this struggle is in process. A great blessing came to Garo Hills when the Department of Garo was established by Northeastern Hill University, and that proved to be a boon. With that, I think Garo literature has taken off, or it had gone into a new phase with so many writers, with so many poets coming out as a result of that department that we know as the Department of Garo, Northeastern Hill University. With this, I would like to start off, and I think I might as well sit there, and then we go on with the conversation. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mala. Atam nams kangapa dawan tsinga acik sia jotani aro acik kona piraronani gemen dawan tsing golpo kangen antsingo dau antsing baksa donge yani gemen golpo nakapa da si akan nangaha sakantikon mai takapa manderang acim mai takapa acim muko akan nangaha oni gemen uko dia akan acacoka ndiba antsing dau jol antsing yani gemen golpo ka airi angna as kangpa Sir Krosnil ko sing atnas kinga Sir Krosnil nangni sia jotanyo mai takapa sia jotani rokom rangko seronga aro kan degi ya sia jotani rangara mai takapa kata bichongo pangchake sia jotau ko akanat paude namgen zamano orality ni gemen kureteng ni gemen singen de baya ko akanat tiode namgen.
Hello. Betela pelaknaan tamnam. Das kangkapang ni lekasian ini, ang ni kitab segaman mongsong bate yang ang ni sekarang kitab secing bawaan toti. Da sinang ni akan gumen kata songon ko akan kepa akan bagol poni gumen siah. Geni kepa rawan kreng kitab rawan cing ni dengtang macam macidiwalo jarkani gumen. Cawaris ngani nokrom rani ba akam mai ke jarka wani kemen kreng kosia ini zaman de nanga katawal tem kosia katawal temara dengtang macawan skangoni kena kepa chonnauni kena kepa zamano kena kepa nageri dengtang biap rangun ko ji ko matna wa gol porang ko cemungi si kepa wan katawal tem ini zaman dewan Songkacamara wabah mengsonga angni lekasina meksonganian antangni atira maru samtang tanggu tunggu pa uno akan kepa kuskur pengna mai kai kasin gembanginga mena mandirang agana kominga ni kemen iarang ko siacir pengjang ode ba sidunjang ode mekangcina antangni antang-tangni samtang-tang udung gopa antang-tangni sungudung gopa kuskrang gemanginga ni gemen jekai chonau ni agan gerka katarang gamma gi yani sungsaro janggi tangani tauda noksul nokreping na agan gerka ni sungsa sunggopen na agan gerka ni mai daki agan ua agan gepa kujakra ni agan gina tsing timo wa kujakra udon ni sunggucam gopa Indonesia ini zaman sunggucam ni zaman dewan ani naki mainang ba banga megi jenang na ona jokona yechi garu sahitya saba asam ni bisuni megi jenang na botna warang-wang ni poetry se ke parang aru naki kandeki play se ke parang kuan mukti ni meng chapaka walian poetry meng aru naki contohnya play se ke parang nangremi ini zaman ode wan dengtang tangwan tau kuskora anjingi siapa gemuk jak kalam anja mo akan gerkab betam ko di poetry Chanchupe na siyobo no grapani ko ba, mengani ko ba, mo warang gemek ko ba matam ko di sina manja, matam ko kitabo ba sina manja. Wanak ba chonchon ko ba katarang, je katarang ko anjing ni maga chamrang, warang ko mengnaman ko ba, mengigrap naman ko ba, siang hau di anjing ramat nercai jok. Ini gemen wanak barang ko cemungi ba, lekasya. Wa gemek ko domdome kengsa pagcamni gemangin ko ba kurang ko ba. Tahu dari ngani rangga mekoman kopi, wakit hap kopa kengsasia. Ini zamanuan tahu tang ni poetry rang, tapi akan gemen kita wa poetry rang cemongi kasni sih kopa, orang kopa angku mukti, wagam ko tahu zamanu, cengo jual kata wakan kopa, kata kopawan kengsa Nobel lakit hari mungpana, wa playu, ko mana kata kita kurtengi siang wad 만대랑 마시자니 그러면 그 등탕 닦기 시스 가족 의노고라 파그 참니 쇼피 님과는 그먹 긍ချက်아니고
This is just for the information of those who cannot understand Garo language. Mr. Kroshnil here, he writes, he collects and compiles from orality, and he writes, and he is one of the, I think, most important persons, maybe the prime person, who has compiled from orality, and he speaks Garo dialect called Machidual. Garos have got about 10 or 11 dialects: Chisak, Machi, Matabeng, Abeng, Machidual, Garaganching, Chibok, Ruga, Megam. Out of these, Sir speaks one, that is Machidual, and he writes in that. I would like to go on to Mr. Dr. Conrad Bimarak with the same, I think, with the same quest to know about your writings and a little bit about the theme of your writings.
Matira manam, nga mongsong bate ang ni publish kagaman rangoni nga poido ko bang bate dakya. Beban tentang pros writing nang kabadak ka di bang ni mongsong bate ya so many ko akanas kanine poido siya ni bidingok nga ang tentang ubos tarango pangchakki antang ni chagrong arango pangchakki poido rang ko siya hani giman team rang ba tentang wa yake kasani asong tang na kasani ya kasani o ba tentang nakki donni siya ha araw nagre skiani araw kemakaani as didiani ini dengtang pangcakani rangko kataza pangrango pangcakki angni segemen jotgemen poidorang ada onga
Matilbia dao Reverend Bluenci anglas kangan chung madam dokhachi ko sungchengna madam dokhachi khandeki nangni segemen rangni gemen aro khatta bichongrang madam de bangpatan academics ni gemen seahan de mangban chung bini ko skoni ko knana mo
Matelaya cholna angni sia jotani rang de mongsong bate kusakni bidingong bata aronga translation ko bataka sanja manda sangma ko achkuchi segmen kitab ko anga English ona pi aha uni kode Sri Atma Siddhi Sastran gapa poetry meng recha sarang gen kon uko banga kitab ko translate ka aha un baksana kusakni bidengo siani rang de mongsong bate mijamamang chngni publish ka gapa jian anga bunoni saksa author nga Garo linguistics kitab ko ba nga apsan bakrame siya ha achkuchi uni kade People's Linguistic Survey of India one oba wa team mo nga apsan kam kain ba dengtang mancha nga garagan chengko sandian ba siya ha una gre dengtang article rang ko chapter in a book one dakabrang ko nga singa aro daawang ni sena magsonging gapade ba publish ka na magsonging gapade chibok sukni gamanong gen jekon ya chief minister's research grant jekon nga mana hachim unang ni research ka gaman ko nga dao
publish kana gata magsonginga yarang anang ni sian irang aro mongsong batang adi kusukni bidingo sebata
matam ko din aswa kanat siya honde kolnat ba midong ka ko da kanat sa jok kana tayo kan igen madam de garu kusuko ding tang katarang ko raen ba dictionary wa ding tang anting atsikni kubi pekrangana mengskengba mengcisa donga jokona wa ko mukora enba synonyms rangko sena gata joton ka inga warang ko dia akan atsenga ndi mangba haida zaman wa kan gen kon da Reverend Bluin na nak ni sen hirang ni gemen haro kata bicara ni men kan te akan to nam gen mo
telai cholna sakanti because of since we are bound by the time I'm not speaking English speaking in mother tongue only somai dongjani gemen ajkuchi na kana izok angni seanirang gemek kita thalat jauha diba mungsung potengau fiction warang ko antisa thalatken ni bena andiba ya ko thalatna skang apa banoni sejenga ukudanga thalatna nangnakinga skang bang ni sejeng apa wa kitab ni bimango nong khatna skang mungsa poito donga wa poito na song nakian wa demechti bangkhala saksa mangmang sengkhalan gapa ya ko angni school life o school remote tengo 이데 멍아봉자 세봉자 나겐 구시나 나게 멍이로 거 동아 또디 우아코 멍이로 레면나 자문노 원 네후 버렘뜨고 와 싱잉 컴피티션 왔다 진짜 마담 도카치엔 노 자츠 엄마이 나까마 은호 컴팔 가다 빼면나 다리 다 빼면나 코 앙아릉아 저거나 은호 세컨디 만나 왜 우와 동아 레 원스칸 거방니 시안리 바고 멍게 은이 자문노 기탑니 비망원을 해바니 블롱겐 조나 아드 기탑 마야 하이도 기탑 때 옹자 팜플렛 옹기데 옹겐 wa Israel ko ni wianin gapa pets kemangsan dongaya ai ko abat singata hajal gini sku mango ya ko abat singata negibna blungin badina ngana neru perspective chi se ha ode anga thali thalachon diba blungin chona diba ko sena manon namen kushi ongjok publish kana man jamna de chok pa chok chok namen kushi onga ha to ni jamna nga da ni phla ha to ni phlo ran thang ni nan khra chapul jok unu mata ke sia cham nidik nishi daka kitab bongja mai bongja dak bong dong diba 원 닥고 보내가 뭐 쟁바라 그거가 아가나 구시용아 우리 자모노데 방보땅니 세안이랑 앙아 큰 걸글망디 기타프랑 세하 지금 야 다왕 제코 나가네 지금 우쿠라이므나 우누니 방바타 와큰 지사망데 앙아 religious writing 코 세레세바타 따로 우리 자모노 게사 포이토 동아 포이토데 베탐 소 프리스쿠망는 게야 우노게 여러 포이토니 비망아라 쿠르템 구속솔은가파 와 동아 ini zaman ade wan fiction ni gebri donga o fiction gebri ni angai wo ko ini team rang ho gat nang nakinga skang pa dugal green magic wa dugal green magic ngapa ya ko wa mai da ke se sengon ti sa thara to namgen kon ode to de yonga to de yara context donga mo jen solo angni pore muteng kon to de saksa banoni ongen wa bisa bakcha kro ukura bai gal ge donga ini ben wa ko nekesa undak keparang bansing society dongeng aman gapa ani gisnu sokpa jokni ba seri sekuja ane jamano punichi foreigner reanga uno petang chinga mabarang dong practical ministry ang donga uno chinga mabachi reanga wa red light agency reanga uno reang metengo dodan dakapa obosarangona ga kapa prostitute tonggo barang dor mai daki ongba bangbatan sani ba drani gemen sani ba nege mai go tole ider bani gemen uno na ga ka aru ununira ansuni note is ni mandenang dongani bana chakobor ko mana ununi sa tode ya asia ne ko abat sing bara ni bane ino team de ino mongsong ko team de non jetta manauni joka manauna wonogen jetta manauni joka manauna ba rising from exploitation to redemption one man team ongen toru nagir ba gepon team rang ko yang oden ken pelgri parang ko belbat ke barang ni jakal setani mo bayan akapa jerake exploitation of vulnerable women orang ko neken aru nagde khasa chakani bel ya ko nakna banaya power of compassion nagde jetta man ge parangna khadongani hope for marginalized ya ko ba ya dugar ni mech ko neken nagde reader rang ko de gepang ko de amang dap man gen uni jamano guni gepa fiction dong thaya boldak ko de tingtha mansa yana metaphorically ongdeonga ora khakta mesaka dakapa wa bolde ini men yara mongsung pati yano team nangde mani chagapa aro khangalang ni dengthang rkani social inequality and class arrogance ya hunken ya boldako unagde belgri parang ni ya belgri pa ba khangalang na khaki tongi jani तो या को या बोल्डक को नकेन injustice against the poor को या बोल्डक फिक्शनो नकना मना उना गुदे संसारनि संगानि बा मोरल डिके या को या बोल्डक को नकेन नने दंगदकानियो अंशियानि जेखन corruption in public services या को या बोल्डक fiction बा नोवेलो उन नकना मनगेन तरुण जमने खामनी क्री मन प्लानी जेखन संग कर्मा निम्ना गनगेन तरुवान को बा नो moral retribution उखो नकना मना ने यरंगन बोल्डक नि टीमोंगेन ते मंगपन आंनि नोवेल बा fiction दंथाया मालजेंगनि संग्रिया मो journey of marjing तो दि यानोरा मंगसुं बतेदे class between traditional custom and human dignity या थीम को नकना मना चासों गचम आरो चासों गतलनी मनसे नंगथं गरकानी बंदा कबर खन कांगिन उनी जामनो दे वत कबन थीम दोंगा जातनी नंगरमानी आरो सक्सान साखनानी जेदके community unity versus individual suffering उनी जामनो मंगपन नोवेल दंथाया तेजों नोक्तों थांग रका नोक्तों थांग नोदे गताल रका गताल संग्रियानी वंदा कबको मक्सोंगा इनो मक्सों गपा थीम रंगरे वन नेंगनिककानी दंगोबा जोतखं दकानी वंदा कबा थीम रंग या रंगसान या नि fiction नि बिदों तालतानि ओगे इथला
siani rang di dongkuan di baca mano golpoka ang roro biya agan roro anggen daw antseng masia achikrang de kuruteng blonggen antsna de kamchat kaponga mo kuruteng dongjang ode antseng achikni dong achikni onganian achikni bimeng achikni onganian antsdi gemagen gatanka daw antsengni se crossnil donga biya de kurutengoni siauna sokat kaba mande onga uni gemen serna nangni kurutengoni siauna atani gemen cengbaksa mai kuba agan paude namgen
그르등 만에 단층 성어놓고 이제 오랄네 아간겐 뭐 이제 아가남 마파니 그 파티아니 봉자메나 마마다니 그 파티아니 봉자메나 성어놓고 성어장기 당하니 만에 녹당니 기타바 만에 그만 녹당훈이 시나 아바칭아 녹당호 마파니 그 파티아니 바바사코바 마마다니 그 파티아니 왕니 파니 그 파티아니 이건다 그 파티아니 가타랑코 tadi mat nang nan ingin jok. Na sungadam na yang bu mat nan inga. Kataran na kiyong jok. Ancingo tadi ya lekapura man kepa, lekapura man kija kepa. Ya dol geni yo mai bena, dol geni jang ciyo, ya katarang ara banga. Lekapura man kija kepa sekarang ni mai bagen, anda tang ni akan ramako akan gini. Mu, lepas onti salam la lekapura man kal keparang ara. 와 라마 그tal akan kanok unodo din nangker kanok skiber arja soka 원 gamar uni gemensa tawian nak kata ko de manja jok anga khandeke akan beben ale khashena skani de donga ale college forum tung mongsung bate de chade sar LD Shira ko manna ko namu bini LD Shira ko chine mai ba tung garo second language gemukora matungo bini garo literature criticism gemukos kimetungo wa gemukon mai bani gemen wa forai matungonen sina skani ni dongwa ni iwa ko sina mai ko segen sungonari angani jamone rama brang thaijok ni onga angni phabidi gepa angni phabidi saksak haba khamar panu ni kon wala gakat katu ba chingawni asa ko ni nagani meteni makrengko mandeni makrengko tahu kita songri songga patani ya sekarang ni mayu ni gimana kan ngana orang ko kenai mung bana gisha pote tape record to khai mung bana type khai baduna jam leba barak cuk rasungan dongjakon bini ko mandaklan kerajakon poni akan sagala ini gimana zaman ini zaman usa kepencina aga naman keparangon ina sawaga naman na adi bahasa ko bandaki mahari mela moba mahari tang upaja bari angi kena temma mo wer kena temja ngode mat nekja bahasa ko ba panu ba grungan ni jamano ba inunir yang mel chingadi salaram salkeping no de kasir ko ba matne rongjeng ko ba matne ye simsangri ko ba matne ulbula ko matna ko na wachi chini madrang ji chi ba donga jongska datang jiyo growa kana mila uan tak parang ko kena temja orang ko kasen bahasa ko pemengsa gulpu baksa sa kudin anggramat naman na wa man sa daki kupatiani iya kon taki aganani endake dakbo aganani wele de manjo kon laisa kasini agane tawda nokma ganani gemen cira aganani gemen kata aganani gemen warangni maambi ko pa najol takidi gisko cipna manja kena tai na nanga sing tai na nanga kena tai na sing tai na nanga wanda kise dadan cingni aganani de ancingni phagat chamrang ancingna batte belsi bribat angadi da usa bersi sotok ngiamu anga bersi kola ciuni sandia kola cirangoni sandia da bersi kola ciska waljok uno mateng bersi sotok sotok nggo barangoni ku singi khasni semana no dadi wa mande dongjani gemenan matna bening angia uni gemen sa mungsung patte ti ancing wasa una sa mungsung lembong
sir yako sungzula tai genok dawan cara kuret tengden dak plan snade nang chongot kepong amo aron deken kuret tengo pangchak ke sigepa kita prangara blongen nambebia aro makangchinan chingko jangi thangnagatta dakchakken aro poraina mangmangba uko porairona mangmangba blongen suk at kaponga ndiba na maiku chanchiaser na dao anchang kureteng dongjahang ode anchangara mani akan ngi sia jotta niora ontiti anchangna 고미안이 동겐마 ba maiba gamchatani 고미겐마 sia jottani ara
madam sia jottaniyo 고미겐 yadi ungja sia jottani de mande chasongni kri tauma deki chasongri ibenga 원 자성니 그리 느까니아니 가타랑 구랑 금간 게 달롱 가탕하긴 근데 비에산 와 그랬던 고마 늑자 하우디 안칭니 구작라 금마긴 와 구작라 고만 자족과 다운 다랑버 기식사자 지나무 다랑버 옮기자 잔치나베 와 그랬던 니는 나게용아 안칭 아치크스코디 스캉바 타임스코시마 시나나 나 프레스코 시나 맞나 봐동아 나 우리 탐스코 마시장 어디 올토 동자 뭐 어느 탐스 동아 텐스 에퍼 우아자 칼라코 나 증어디 만장이죠 안칭니 파그 참랑니와 오랄 아간급바 그 이난 원이나 잔치페 바삭부리 다시 스캉 바삭코니 자성고부 다시 나겐 닝고바 스캉 나겐 다시 스캉 미자문니 entang amben zaman jawal ini ba anjini pagat samni uga mangmang ko aga nangjamu uno ia eperp ni zaman odi wa press ri bagen wa press ni tham ko masis kanangen uno masin uga nak ba anjini pagat samrang ni ko na me dake nangni 지삭 kata dokao kori 지삭 kori dokao kata sallengo ya 칭네 마치 듀얼니 카타가 나오 간칭니 제라르가오 칭아디 야 박석선한 산대니 그문이 거나가냐 우와 금코 집비라 나만 나오데 유노설 카켓 마가참 바가참바람 마이다게 아가나쯤 우와 막니 고만 겐쯤 원이 그식비 금마자와 아제리 바디다 레카 포람 만능가 다완승 유니버시티 가당오나 속바이족 뭐 잔치 급바랑 잔치 난당당니 그식마이 버금나 버 아니 무엇산 안칭니 파가 참니 등탕 비압니 와 kujakraku gematien wa kujakra dongjang odi gemekan ketalung genok chansi peta wancang bible ko porenga bible de ketal literature ngapa kuskba ketalung jok wandaki mekang cibawon ketalung wang wa mongsa tengtang kerkane wahin
dawancing kuret tengoni oralitioni anceng tengtang maboni angskana anceng nekaha anceng grammar ko de dauroro porainga mo deba grammar dis kangonin dunga mo nege wir namana ha Reverend Bluin da awna toromo nangchap ka pasianirang ni gemen aro ya sianirang ara da alni obosta o mayake nang thngya mayake nangya wara chulinga ma chulijainga wako chungna agana thaude
tela madam haida tiktak nang is kagata agan sakla margin manjamani bagan sakna jotonu kainegen negi onga 아직니 아직그 세야 좋다니 미딩고 아간 괜찮으면 어디 와 도로모 낭차페 세야니랑 오모 게나디 만디 만자 마이나 아직니 스칸그파 리터처 바 아직 세야 좋다니 코 아바 칭거반 와 도로모 낭차프가 코 세칭아르무 원르사 가스니 그분 세야니랑 바 옹카파라 아직 그 나kat겐 아르 뭉사 하이다 마담 타스 카나 바 동게 동아쯤 근데바 야 아직니 아직랑오니 아직 세야 좋다니 nage gapan china mesok na man gabade yano chusok chok gabade gapan de dongja Bible ko translate kagaba wasan chusok ani mana kana manu nagde bangal dongi dong khajar mo wa mangsa donga ni man ya thoromo sia jotani ni man ya ko ba daw ba galna nangayen udongja daw mena ba ya chasung na ba chang na ba ya jakal do ban dongayen nagde
tilbea Madam Dokatsi, daw niya ansing de da alo ansing garo literature ni gaman garo siya jotani gaman golpoinga, a translation ni gaman golpoinga, and di ba student rang banga you know at school ko poray parang garo subject ko poray parang. Daw ansing ni garo literature ga at school siya jotani ara aro kuskni gaman siya ni yarang ara barita ng kengkeng may takapo sa usoka may takaba kadang usoka wani gaman. I'll just asking Madam to highlight the overall status of Garo literature and language, and maybe a little bit of translations also.
Tela, tao mga tingna Reverend Bluewin nakanaha at kuchi siya jotani de mongsong bate toromo siya nirang chia batinga ha baby nas kang ba ting toromo siya nirang ko daknas kang ba school rang na kitap rang ko siya nirang ko batinga ha ne ting nagtaman gen nature study aro dengtang school of prayer na kita kitap rangko primer rangko siani rangko nagtaman na uni jamano anteng piskani rangko nagtaman gen sastro ko achkuna piani aro dengtang thorom ni kita siani rangko anteng naka ndake anteng ni secular literature ba thoromo nang chap kijak pasia jotani rangde mongsong batte namme akan gen chum ong ode research school sot bri bil sirang oni sa bachinga ha ne chung nak tamat na daudi antini sia jotani rang ko ya sal sumai rang oni ko niate ni gen chum ong ode antingo sia jotani rang dengtang rokom sia ni rang aditan dong ha ne nak tamat na di ba warang gemakan chunggen ne da kanak tamat man kuja inga maina chingde ba area kon cover ka kuja ne angada akan gen chum kusuk ni kita siya ni jamay na at ni literature ni kita ba drama fiction poetry beben poetry ko siya ni rang da ditan at tungo dongeng ha aroba ya getal chasongo at ni contemporary poet rang ba tungo bangyan khateng ha kita nakinga mayna skiam at gapa mandirang ni siya jotan ni rang kwat ni gen chumong ode wadeng tangan ni rang ya sal sumay rang inga ha ni naken una grade an tungo zaman chaking ani de mongsong batte an tungara drama siya ni rango dakme sokani rang drama gen chumong ode dakme sok na siya ni rang uni ko de fiction writing ba novel wande ke dakaparang an tungo apal kujenga ne ada kan kugen agan gen aro mongsong batte de antingo science ni kita siani rang ba dong srang kuja science ni novel rang mo wan dakpa siani rang aro una batte ya chingni literature ko niang gen chum ong ode achingni gapkon sokpa kuo sia jotani sokaha ne agana gita man jawa maina chingde da syokanat kem negeta novel drama science fiction wanda ke dengtang kusukni bidungo sia ni rang oba sandia ni rang bana men koming kwan ya nagta matna aro mongsong bate anchingni kusuk tango sia ni rang ko gepen rang na wiatani mo gepen rang na wiatani da anchara piskani ba translation ti matna ne naka di bayan da ba translation rang ba antingo na men kominga antinga chukuni english ona piskani rang na men komia english oni ko ba hindi oni ko achukuna pi ani rang ba na men kominga uni gemen da awan chini mongsong antini literature ko mandirang na vietna antini kam kana nangani de mongsong bate anting ya translation o ba piskani o anting na men kam kana nanginga gatan ka aro da awan chung ya NEP ba National Education Policy ko niat gen chum ong ode National Education Policy o at chung ara namen course rang apala aruna kitap rang ko yesal sumerango college rango skina tamba anchungo chung jenga kitap rang andong jenga English literature rang ko piskani ba criticism kitap rang ko piskani anchungo de dongsrang ku jenga uni gemen warang ko dakna gata anchung de chagatna nang kuinga anchung de translation no focus kana gata nangenga English to Garo ba Garo to English translation rang anchungo namen warang ko tharake anchung dakna gata nang chongmotenga neanga de agan genchem unagre beben thoromni kita siani rang ban chungo sokahane da gana kita manjawa andi ba angni da onang nekani de arang ni skani de mongsong bate anchung drama aroba novel uni khode translation yano anchung focus ka gen chum ong ode anchung ni se jotani ba ditan thang dona man gen ne mananga de khadonga
daud khachini aganako agan ruchuang yen ba anchung nakrkaha poido siani anchung thangdo batenga mo yakwanga doktor kolnapni agan tago namnekinga minute ponga minutes ne dongkuinga uni gisepo minute ponga man gen kon poido ara mai ni men anchung thangdo batenga aro mangsara achko criticism siani gemen dongani gemen ba donggizani gemen nama iko chanchia mit pongar kerang
Matela madam ya bang gisa somai ko emang anga sku sia jotaniyo nigo piti poido siani bang batingani gemakan nekenga ndiba namsang ini ya ngodi kitap ni bimauna de bani de namen komi biya kitap publish ka sangade niba chung bangen je anoko sia maiba writers meet rangna banoba competition rangna sia nigi dakasan bangaya bangade da bangsa ni da kana mat kusanga aro mengsaro ha atsungni segaman jotkemen rangko poido ro gepen rangko ba wa criticism namen komia wa criticism da on the pete dong sangjani aganoro haida gwalani ungen adita donga niba tao ya poido siani rangara gemakkan narrative bo sebata anin ken poido ni bimangara niba dengtang bimango dengtang atsungni team rango siani mo hada nga tangni corruption rangni gemen sia hangni jangi tangani o chagrongwani ko kani rangko aru nagre tao lekha porao jaman chak biani rangko mea sarang na men kominga changanti result manon mea sarang na men komir kinga me ichkrang sa nambata ga dangaro bang bati pas kainga kratcha zaman gba poido rangko sia ha niki dengtang obosta ni krisiani ni man iya rang ni bidingo team rangko pase siani biding rango ba gani nani aro segemen rangko ba gisksana kene mengna banderang basa ko ba de namaha ni agan chpi doya ni man rama ko mesokani kita yano na nambata tun niki jakas khaude nambat kencem dike dakken chimkon yang chanchia lagi kata ko donat kau di nambat yen kon ni aga namang ba bas kebari paja ni ba ya aro metam rangara criticism ni aga no ba ya destructive criticism ko daka jian si thaina bas jaw ha changbeno chonnak cholin tek chole agan parang ni ba ya constructive criticism ko nangenga jian didiani rachakani appreciate kaani methelani bina rama ko misok jolani yan nakapa sia jotani ko nipul ke pa ko nangenga ni man anga kana nangani di bangan ni ba somai rang angko jaha ni man anga yanon kanna kia criticism ni geman agana ni bang ni agana skani bang ni team rang ko tang ya chasongo sierang ni bidingo agana kunas kachem di ba somai dong jaha matela madam ya somai na
o emo somai ni asel antni agan wa gata getok ma sie ka bak sosie agana manja jok agana skade banga discuss kade agan kade banga mo chengan diki ndakaparang ko agana nimba I was just telling we have actually a lot to say about Garo literature in Garo, that is, but then because of lack of time we are really we feel that there is something more to say, but then we cannot bring it out. Maybe next time. That is why I think there will be literary festivals happening every year, so we'll keep all that at abeyance. Now, if the audience would like to pose any query from the Garo speaking and also from the non-Garo speaking also, if you would like to know anything about our culture or anything at all. Yeah. Could somebody give a mic over there?
Hello. Matilbia ya cholko mananina. Personally anga mem dokachio singnagada skingan gimna mangsa ko de jenmaun sing dengtang reka aro badit tana khengkhengya dengtang reka ni rango mai dakbarango dengtang reka bibien ansingni agan bewala rango ma dengtang aganani gadang rang donga wa gadang rango badia madamade jekai nature ni bimang jekai bola wa ani bimang oma ba ansingni conversation digi golpo grkani rango anga mem dokachio singnagada skinga digna mangsade jenma ko literary festival ongani gaman mangsa ko singnagada skinga ni nekani gada di ansing kan gabarang onga uni gaman ansing achik kusik ko nambat tatna gada di ansing angni nekani gada di ansing India ni niam retio segat nagada it sidul kuda nanggen uni gaman ya mai rangnya selo ansing achik kusan chakani rang donganya selo ansing kusik gara it sidulu nagada ragat na sokang kujenga uni gaman jenmau mangsago singnas kas kang ba mem dokachi akan chakcheng ode metel bagan metela
meteng ni singanina beben nak ni singani de na men apalaha ngade gemuk khode thalat na manjana ba donga ndi ba anga je ko sandi man hacham angni sandi man niyo dengtang ani de mongsong bate khatharango dengtanga word structure ang dapsana ya anchini agan rongbe wal gata je khan chingni tibeto burman kusukrango de pangnan word structure sov subject object verb chiboko bo andeke napsanaya aru mungsa phonology mo phonology ko niat ken chum omang ba no bap san apsan dakanga diba wa tha ko gamataniyo a weo de mongsong bate alveolar nga din ba chiboko de dental ong bata wa nakaba difference rang khwang ni research man ha uni khode gatal khatharang jian anchingni a weo anching je ko jakhala chum wa khatharang ni nam men dengthang pa khatharang ko chingni bol arang ko mangani rang uni ko de sambol rang na do matrang ko mangani rang oba di tan dengthang ani rang donga ndiba chiboko akan gaparang na men khomia ha uni gemen angni ya research ko kha ani oba anga bangyen saksa mande ni ko mongsong batanga khalek kha bata ha una grade gapanang ani ko sandigen chum omba manja sandion manja ha maina gapan kusuk ba gapan dialecto na riangani khwanga nag tamat na di mang bang ni dao de pet angni chmong gamende mongsong bate vocabulary mo vocabulary yo difference ko naka phonologically dengthangani de wa badia ba phonemes rango dengthangani na grade word structure ang dap sanyang ada thangde dao de pet man ngi di ba morphologically anchingni khatharang ko rkani khatharang ko jakhalani yo dengthangani rang ko naka.
Okay.
Okay. Once you stop, just maybe a little bit, 2 lines.
Okay. Acha it schedule ni bidingo acha ku garo kuskara maina daora kengkeng na pata ko man ku jai ngai ni bidingo. I'm so sorry. With due permission for 2 minutes. Now acha kusko daora kengkeng de India ni constitution no chingna in dengtang mansa ka ba criteria dong kuza uko chusokna nangan gapa chanchi chpe mandera aganenga diba achingna dao don gamande not less than 5 lakh speakers yeri minimum criteria doa sak lak punga wa kusko agan gaparang dongna nanga un baksana achingni sia jotani rang gapade dao chanchi chpe aganenga so aya andiba yano re kusekur penganisa andiba yano angni parakke agan gensum ode yade political will lo nga yana de dengtang matsa political leader rang ni support ka ani namne ka ni ko manang ode knal ba dal ba chni ku state schedule ni ngo ngayan. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank the panelists by saying thank you, and audience, thank you so much, especially for those of you who were not able to understand even a word, but you were with us. Thank you for respecting us. Thank you for giving us space. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of appreciation, we'd like to honor you with these gifts from Shillong Literary Festival. We'd like to give one to Barbara Sangma. Thank you so much. Then Blue and Sangma. to Kachi Marak, Dr. Conrad B. Marak, and Krushnil Sangma.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll see you on Twitter.
We'll now move on with our next session. Thank you.
Hi. Pikir tengkum no.
Generally Jerwa.
Ngile yung ni.
Ngila bookmark.
Ah, bookmark. Pishna bookmark ka pini? Oh, Pishna you. What is this? Shasao. Ito. Zoom in Pishna. Pikir tengkum no.
Generally Jerwa.
Generally Jerwa ishna kasiti. Nang ta kamu kabaki ong ka shasao. Now tell me, what is your name?
Amaziah Idrildinda.
Amaziah, and what are you making here, Amaziah?
I'm making also a bookmark.
Oh, show the viewers. What are you making? Do you like it?
Yes, okay, I'm a fan of spiders.
Oh, you're a fan of spiders. Okay, now let's move. Come with me. Hi. What is your name?
My name is Pilap and commence Imli.
And what are you doing here? Look at the camera.
I'm making a bookmark.
Bookmark. Okay, show them. What are you? One of those cars. This is a bookmark. Again, you're also making a shasao bookmark. And what are those over there? You don't hang me ye. Kani arts and craft workshop hang ni hapo kani ka Shillong literary fest but kani kuma pi kalong ka isong shit ba bagidon kini kina hang kani ka jaka kela kai bagidon ru kinong yelam ki bakum kini. Hi Samantha. Oh hi. Okay, tell us what is this all about, and what are you making them play and enjoy and do with these small children?
So we're here with these kids today at the Shillong Literary Festival.
As much as but before we get into the conversation, there is a very short video that I want to play for everyone. The video has come from a writer in Afghanistan who could not be physically here today with us for very obvious reasons, but she has most kindly sent in a video, and I'd like all of you to see that first. Can we have the video, please?
سلام به هندوستان و سلام به اشتراک کننده های عزیز فستیوال ادبی شیلانگ. من پرنده هستم، یکی از نویسنده های کتاب کابل عزیز من. من سفر ادبی خود در سال 2016 از طریق نوشتن اسکریپت به یک درامه رادیویی آغاز کردم. در سال 2019 به تیم انتول پیوسته و در سال 2021 وقت طالبان افغانستان را تسخیر کردند وارد شبکه نویسنده های پرنده شدم. کتاب کابل عزیز من بخشی از خاطرات تلخ و واقعی 18 زن نویسنده افغان است که در شبکه پرنده فعالیت داشتند و در زمان تسخیر کابل خاطرات خود از مشکلات، محدودیت ها و ترس هایی که داشتند در این گروه شریک می ساختند. در اول هیچ قصد وجود نداشت که این پیام ها و دیالوگ ها به کتاب تبدیل شود، اما بعد از اینکه یک سال از شریک ساختن خاطرات ما در این گروه واتساپ گذشت، لوسی هانا و تیم انتول تصمیم گرفتند که خاطرات ما به صورت یک کتاب نشر شود. از نظر ما ترجمه دری است که میتونه ما رو به دنیاهای دیگه آشنا بسازه. اینکه آثار ما به زبانهای دیگه ترجمه و نشر میشه باعث بسیار خوشحالی و خوشبختی است. اگر ترجمه وجود نمی داشت من نمیتونستم که من حیث یک زن افغان صدای خود بلند بکنم و اگر نوشته های ما ترجمه نمیشد یک بخش از تاریخ و یک بخش از ظلم که بالای زنها در افغانستان جریان داشت نادیده و نشنیده میماند. من بسیار خوشحال هستم که کتاب کابل عزیز من به زبان انگلیسی ترجمه شد و جهانیان آگاه شدند که در مقطع یک ساله در افغانستان که طالبان حکومت میکنند بالای زنان چه مشکلات گذشته است. همچنان آرزومند هستم که کتاب کابل عزیز من به زبانهای محلی و دری و پشتو هم به نشر برسه. زمانی که مسئله نشر خاطرات ما به زبان انگلیسی توسط تیم انتولد مطرح شد، ما نگرانی در ما ایجاد شد. ما چون این پیام با زبانهای محلی دری و پشتو در گروه واتساپ شریک ساخته شده بود، پس نیاز داشت که به زبان انگلیسی ترجمه شود. چون شرایط در افغانستان بسیار خراب است و ممکن نویسنده ها تحت پیگرد قرار بگیرند، ما تشویش از این داشتیم که اگر محتویات پیام های ما همراه ترجمان ها شریک شوند، آیا اونا قابل اعتماد هستند یا نه. و نویسنده ها یکی به دیگر پیام میدادن و این موضوع رو مطرح میکردن. بعدا لوسی هانا به ما اطمینان داد که ترجمان ها انسان های قابل اعتماد هستند و حتی اینا خانم می باشند و خارج از افغانستان زندگی میکنند. از پنل انویزیبل تشکر میکنم که وقت دادن ویدیوی من در این پنل نشر شود. قسمی که از نام از این پنل آشکار است، بیشتر شاید به نویسنده های بپردازه که در سایه قرار گرفتند و به خاطر اوضاع سیاسی و اجتماعی که در کشورهایشان حکومت فرماست نمیتونند که نوشته های خود آشکار بسازند و یا به بازار جهانی و یا به اجتماعات جهانی نویسنده ها را پیدا بکنند. تشکر میکنم.
The words that we just had are the words of a writer, essayist, screenwriter and fiction writer from Afghanistan called Parand. She has been a contributor to the anthologies My Pen is the Wing of a Bird, Rising After the Fall, and My Dear Kabul. Her short stories have been published in Critical Muslim, Zan Times, and 1455 Movably Type. She has also contributed to the German newspaper Die Zeit's 10 to 8 column. When I saw this video first a few days ago, there are two things that struck me. One is, of course, how the word invisible means different things to different people. And the second was privilege. How privileged we all are to be able to sit here together in front of so many people, share our thoughts, and converse with fellow writers, artists, and book lovers. Whereas for somebody like Parand, not only can she not come here physically, it's only her voice that we can hear. And that brings me to my first question, which is to you, Lucy. Tell us just a little bit, give us an overview of how you started working with these group of women in Afghanistan and about the anthologies, both the first one and the second one after 2 decades when the Taliban reclaimed Afghanistan in 2021.
All right, thank you. I'll try, that's quite a lot. And thank you for having Untold Narratives here. So you heard Parand. The first thing I would say is, let me go back to the beginning actually briefly. I was working in Afghanistan, working with script writers there in the 2000s and then in 2017, 2019. Over lunch one day, we were talking about how the writers in the group had their prose fiction published, given that they were script writers. We were talking about also their other writing. And the women in the group said, well, it's very difficult because, and Parand was one of them, because it's, as a woman, you're not invited to writers' groups, it's expensive, sometimes you have to pay publishers, and at that time there were many publishers operating in Kabul. So Parand, myself, and one of the other writers in the group, Najla, these are not these writers' real names for security reasons, decided to try to start a project, and this is where the word marginalized, I think, is quite problematic, because nobody, as we all know, in your own world, in our own world, we're not marginalized. makes people marginalized is the lack of structures. It's structural marginalization, systematic marginalization that means these pieces of work can't get beyond national borders, and in these writers' cases couldn't even be published locally where they were in their own language. So that is how Untold Narratives was born. The three of us, I was raising money for the program in Europe, and the program now has 52 Afghan women writers working with us under the radar with international editors and translators. But My Dear Kabul came about because we were finishing the anthology, My Pen is the Wing of a Bird, which contained short fiction by these women writers in 2021. And the Taliban took over in August 2021 as the group were finishing this collection. And at the time, they were determined to carry on and finish this collection, which is now in 7 languages and has sold more than 20,000 copies around the world, which just shows that there is a market. If the pathways are there to get the work out, there is a market for good literature, strong literature. The group decided to stay in contact with each other via their WhatsApp group. And actually there were 21 rather than 18, in fact. Paran got the number wrong. And they kept in contact via their WhatsApp group for 12 months. And at the end of 12 months, we had 200,000 words in Pashto and Dari between 21 women talking about their thoughts, what was happening to them as their world disintegrated. And working closely with the group, with 2 translators and 4 editors, it became a collective diary of 70,000 words called My Dear Kabul. And this is now in 6 languages. And unfortunately, we can't yet publish it and may never be able to publish it, but I sincerely hope we will, in Pashto and Dari for the safety of the writers, Parand of whom is one of them.
Thank you, Lucy. And I'm going to go very quickly from Afghanistan to Assam. I know you have also worked there, but before that I want to ask Orupadi, you have been writing for such a long time in so many formats, novels, short stories. And today we'll talk specifically about your short stories because that is the common link between all 3 of you here. So tell us a little bit about how you set these stories against the political backdrop of your own state, and how in your stories the personal became the political and vice versa in many of your stories.
I was a college teacher, and I used to pass my days with students. And everybody knows the people of Assam, they had to pass long years of turmoil, violence, riots, and arsons. It was a tumultuous time, stormy time. And there are 2 movements I had to witness. The Assam movement gradually disintegrated into terrorist movement, Alpha, then surrendered Salfas, then again the Boru movement in the quest of identity. Then, as a college teacher, I have seen the effect of these movements on students, because all these are student movements, and there are so many events. And I used to oppose Assam movement because I thought this will disintegrate the Assamese society. And I was eradicated from the social life, from the cultural world, from the literary world. Nobody wants to publish my book. Nobody wants to write about myself. So, in such a violent period, I wrote Felani and the novel and other stories, and not as an outsider, but while in the thick of it. And I remember while writing these stories, I used to get up early in the morning, and literally my pages were smeared with tears. And my nerves were so much excited that I had to listen continuously Beethoven and Bach in order to cool my nerves, calm down my nerves. Then I wrote Felani, other stories about Numoli, about Konmai, and there are so many stories. All these women, they are suffered due to that stormy period. And you know, they are not at all responsible for this violent time, but they had to bear the unbearable. And there were 500 hours burned, there were 1,000-hour burns. And my question is that, what will happen to the woman? What will happen to their kitchen? They won't have monthly income. They have to go to the market in search of their income. They want to sell things, but markets are closed for 1,000 hours. Just imagine their plight. And I'm very friendly with this group of women. Somehow they love me. And I remember one woman. For example, I want to tell you, her name was June's mother. So they are always someone's mother, someone's wife, the June's mother. And she was a tall woman. Her complexion is black, and it is shining like a ripe blackberry. And she had a large bindi, and she is very happy with whatever she has in her life. And when there is 500 years burned, then she has lost her calm. Then there were 1,000 hours burned. And at that time, one day, she came to me, that woman who likes to wear beautiful saris, not cheap, but clean. She came to me, her forehead, it was smeared with vermilion, and she told me, you see that now I am Goddess Kali. She had lost her resilience, and she escaped into the powerful image of Kali. So this is one example. So I have seen women marginalized, I have seen women rejected, and I want to be their tailors.
Thank you, Arupadi. Like you said, many a time in many societies, a woman is always known as somebody's daughter, somebody's mother, somebody's sister. Banu ma'am, I'd like to come to you. You have always been somebody. You've been a lawyer, you've been a working woman, an activist, part of the progressive activist movement, the Bandeya movement in your own state. And then exactly 6 months and a day ago, on 20th May, you won the International Booker Prize for your collection, Heart Lamp, translated into English. So in these 6 months and a day, I think you have traveled more than any other Indian, possibly. I think even more than that, maybe. So I wanted to ask you,
I
ma'am.
want to say, I want to repeat the slogan, I am an Indian, but I visit India whenever I am free.
Well, we are very happy to have you here with us. We are lucky that you found the time. So what I wanted to ask you is, you've been traveling so much all over the world, meeting readers, women readers, every reader. How have your stories traveled with you?
Yeah. Though it is, I am not a traveling person, I would like to stay at home with a cozy atmosphere. But now I deem it after Booker, I feel it is my moral as well as social responsibility to travel and to visit people, because people want to see me, hear me, to be associated with me. So that's why I travel in spite of my age and my both knee replacement surgery and 3 years back having undergone bypass surgery of heart. all these, ailments does not deter me from meeting people and to be associated with them. You know, stories are wonderful things. As a journalist, I used to write a lot of essays and reports. I worked with Lankesh Patrike. There we used to give all types of investigative reportings. But afterwards also, I wrote to so many newspapers and magazines. But from about 5 years, I have stopped writing this type of literature, because whatever I see, whatever I feel, earlier it used to anger me, and further now I am having empathy towards these issues, and I am writing short stories out of my observations continuously. Except short stories, I am not going to adopt any other format right now, though my half-done novel is I need to attend. And I want to say about Invisible Ink. It is a very beautiful and amazing caption I have come across in recent days. And I think this Invisible Ink, it says, suggests that the stories are present, but systematically they are erased or made illegible by dominant narratives. Marginalized communities do not lack stories. They have got plenty of stories. The world lacks the willingness to read them. And then chronicling them is not an act of charity. It is an act of historical correction. It is needed. And then I want to say, for centuries, our words were written in invisible ink, present, breathing, but unread. Literature gives them visibility, texture, and permanence. And with this, my stories, when once they are out of my hands, altogether done, they develop wings and they start flying around the world. And they reach each and everybody. As Max Porter, the jury committee head of Booker, he announced on the day of this contest and the winning ceremony, he said, these stories of Badu Mushtaq, they are universal in appeal. They appeal to each and every corner of the world. That's why it is important to us. That is one of the reasons he gave why the jury committee selected these stories.
Thank you so much for explaining that so beautifully about Invisible Ink and what it means to you, and about the short story, why you have made a conscious choice to write in that form from now on. Orupadi, you also wanted to talk a little bit about the structure of the short story and the history of the short story, and how writing in this form lends itself very organically to times of turmoil, whether it's political or personal. So tell us a little bit about the history of the short story in Assam and how you came to adopt it in such an organic manner.
The history of short story in Assam, it's a glorious one. It is at least 300 or 400 years old. During the Bhakti movement, there were many women who had taken their pen and created beautiful hymns. Actually, behind the facade of the Bhakti movement, we can get the taste of the woman's quest for liberty. And there is a folk song. There are folk song, you know, the oral literature of Assam, it is very rich. And if we examine the oral literature of Assam, we can find that they have portrayed the patriarchy in a beautiful manner, and their quest for identity, it is very much evident in their folk literature. So you see, in Assam, there is a kind of worshipping ritual. So after the Durga Puja, there was a secret ritual of women who used to worship Devi Durga, and they want blessings from Devi Durga, not for their son, not for their daughter, not for their family or husband, but they want only skill of weaving. So weaving, yeah, weaving, you know. They want to be expert weavers. So their ardent request to Devi Durga to make them expert weavers suggest that they want to be economically independent. So I think, you know, that during the Congress session, it's a long ago, before independence, so Mahatma Gandhi, he refused to come to Assam. So it's a wild place, and Assam cannot take the responsibility of such a huge gathering like Congress Mahasabha. Then some political leaders, they convinced Mahatma Gandhi that Assamese women, they are very skilled weavers. And then Mahatma Gandhi, he agreed, but with some doubt. And there was a challenge before the Assamese woman that we will make the Congress Mahasabha a success. Then, you know, they were expert weavers, and from day and night they want to weave some clothes. They weaved at least 10,000 gauze, at that time gauze, or 10,000 gauzes of cloth, and the carpet, the walls, the ceilings, everybody was made up of that clothes made up by the Assamese weavers. And they used to sing while they are standing spinning, and they used to sing. That I want to translate one song from them, that we want to take Swaraj with the spinning wheel. See their courage. They are challenging the mighty Britishers with their weaving. Yeah. So it was a success that the oral literature, that we have inherited that oral literature. And there are so many, there is strong writers in Assam, Mamani Rasam Goswami, Nirupama Borgohari, lot of writers said we have inherited that tradition. And I am a humble follower of them. Yeah.
From weaving cloth to weaving words, Lucy, you were speaking about how important it is to have economic independence as a writer. And through Untold and through the projects that you have run in Afghanistan, you have been able to some degree, offer these women writers a sense of financial freedom. And how important is that in the work that you do in translating and publishing the words of these writers?
It's very, very important. I think if just wanted to pick up on what I said about the short story, is that often in places like Afghanistan, you don't have, when everything is changing all around you all the time, you don't have the peace of mind or the stability to write, to embark on a novel or embark on a thing. So the short story gives you a real opportunity. And also, often you can say something in fiction that you can't say in non-fiction, as we all know. Economically, yes, it's. I mean, we're working with writers who are in their soul writers. So whatever is happening around them, they're going to write. And it obviously helps your confidence, it helps your craft, and it helps your personal savings if you can earn something from this. And so we try to broker commissions for all the writers that we are collaborating with, and which is through a very painstaking method. The payments reach Afghanistan, and also many are in the diaspora in Iran, and so this is it's a tricky process, but it gets there. Yeah, very so important. One of our writers, Mariam, is now earning, last year she earned more than she would have done if she had been a teacher, and as she can't work because she's not allowed to, this really, really helps.
So important. And just tell us a little bit about your Write Assam project. Since we are in the region, I thought it would be interesting to hear from you about that as well.
Very, very appropriately.
And you have a couple of the writers, the contributors.
Yeah, Madhurina and Binu.
If you can just wave out.
Wave.
It's lovely to have you here with us. Thank you for coming.
Contributors to A Fistful of Moonlight, which is a collection of short fiction from Assam in English and in Assamese. And this was a partnership with B Books in Calcutta, where because linguistically Assamese, it's quite hard for new writers working in Assamese to get beyond Assam, to get their work published in translation, as we've just heard. We worked with B Books, with 10 writers in Assam to develop a book of short fiction, which is, I don't think it is available in the bookshop, but it's very available in all bookshops.
And on Amazon.
And on Amazon, exactly. So it's another example of linking up writers in one part of the world with readers in another part of the world and trying to level out the uneven power dynamic and resources across the literary sort of universe that we all operate in is a very unfair one. So the idea is to do our best to part the grass so that writers in Assam know translators and can connect with translators and editors to develop their work. Like Banu, I don't know how you came across, because I know Pen Translates helped with Heart Lamp. I don't know how you met Deepa, your translator.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Yes.
Yes. What about her? What? How you met her? How you? Yeah.
The process of translation.
Yeah, I wanted to get my works translated into English. I don't know how that desire was so strong in me. I asked one of the translators of Kannada, she is Sukanya Kadarali, and handed over her some of these stories, 12 stories to translate. She is a regular translator for Kendra Sahitya Academy of India, and but she was working on another project. That's why she said, after 6 months I will start the work, madam. I said, okay, you can do it. But during that time, there was hijab issue in Karnataka. It was a great news for all the channels and media. And some of the people, English media people, they came to interview me continuously regarding that, because I took a particular stand in that case. And I asked the coastal area girls, even if you want to wear hijab, till certain point you can wear, but don't discontinue the studies. Continue the studies, please. That was my urge. And at that time, one journalist of News 19, Basav Biradar, he came to me and he had interviewed me. Then he is a good writer also, and I asked him whether he is interested to translate some of my works. Then he said, right now I cannot do it because I am right now busy, but one of my friends who is a journalist, Deepa Bhasti, is there. I will refer you to her. Please contact her. If she is interested, she can do it. Then I sent I had published my publisher has published one anthology consisting of my 6 collections. There were about 60 stories in it, bulky volume. I sent it to Deepa Bhasti and asked her whether she is interested. When she read it, till then she has not read my works. When she read it, she was highly influenced, and she was high also, and she said, certainly I will translate it. She promised me. And then she promised Heart Lamp and sent it to some Commonwealth Translation Award. And duly it was, long-listed. And at that time when she sought permission from me, I was on the stretcher. I was then wheeled to the operation theatre for my bypass surgery. Then there was one of my daughters, and I asked her to write permission letters, and we sent it through WhatsApp. And finally, when I returned from the hospital hale and healthy, she announced that our work was long listed. And then I congratulated her, and we were happy. Then it was shortlisted, and then it was finally won the prize. At that time, the part of the project was the author whose work has won the prize, a complete book of them will be published by a publisher in England, and also she won the translation prize also. And it's a precondition that any book which is published in Ireland or in England, only they are eligible for submission to Booker Prize. That is a precondition. So it was published in London. Then they selected on one publisher by name and other stories. They stepped in, and this particular publication, they wanted to take the rights of our work. But I was stuck in a previous agreement with Sukanya Kadarelli. And so I was unable to give any permission to Deepa Bhasti and the new venture. But I requested Sukanya Kadarelli, please to release me from that agreement, because it is also a international visibility I am getting, whether she will be willing. If she had said no, I could have done nothing to that. But she said, yes, madam, it's a great opportunity for you, and I will cancel that agreement. You can go ahead with Deepa Bhasti, she told me. And thereby, all the other 11 stories were given to her, and she translated and was published by and other stories.
And the rest is history.
Yes, yes, rest is history.
Well, there are many, many more questions that I would have liked to ask, but we are running short of time, and I want to open this out to the audience because I'm sure you have questions for everyone here. So maybe we can take 3 questions, one for each person, if that works, and there are roving mics. Does anyone want to ask anything? Yes, there's a gentleman in the second row.
Thank you very much. First, my compliments to the Shillong Literary Festival to make available Mrs. Banu, who has enlightened us with all her experiences, and we are all proud of you. We are going through a very trying time, not only in India, but in South Asia also. My question to you is, how was the reaction or the effect in the subcontinent, like in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, or Afghanistan? How your achievements, your literature, the literature that you have brought out, how is this affecting them? Thank you.
I have not visited all those countries which you have stated, but there was a program arranged at Nepal. I was due to attend the festival there, but unfortunately during August or September there was some commotion in Nepal, and all our programs were cancelled there. But however, my work, The Heart Lamp, has been now getting published in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Ceylon. In Ceylon, December end, I am going to Gampaha Lit Festival in Ceylon also. And all these works have been translated into 35 languages, including Arabic, Turkish, French, Dutch language, and almost all the languages, 35 languages it is getting translated now, and almost all of them have been translated. And there is a separate English edition for Australia and UK, US. It's all different editions are coming up, and I think many millions of copies are selling now all over the subcontinent. And from Pakistan, a a woman calls me and says, "It is my story, it's my mother's story, it's my grandmother's story. How come you have written so well? Have you put a CCTV camera in our home?" I said, "There is no need, because I am a critical insider. I know the inside story of Muslim families, not only the Muslim families, as a woman, whether she is a Hindu woman, Christian woman, or a woman belonging to any nationality, she faces the same dilemma, same cruelty, same violence, and I know, because I am also a woman and I am also a critical insider. That's why I know all these details," I told. And there are so many, what right now I can assess is by the number of copies that are selling there. Even last week I attended Sharjah Book Fair, which is a highly famous book fair. Lakhs and lakhs of those Arab people, they rush to the book fair along with their female members of the family, their children, everything. There is the book section for children also, and all of them, they purchase lots of copies. So they cannot handle it. There will be somebody there to have all the books on their shoulders. And in that way, people came to me and running and asking, "All the copies are sold out. Where shall we get copies?" That way, I can assess only by the way the book is selling in all the places. Yesterday night also, most of the people, when I was signing the books, they came and complained, "We are not getting sufficient copies. Where shall we get? All are sold out." That way I can assess, that's all. But there are lot of reviews. Wherever I go, all the media persons, all the readers, they are giving regular inputs to me, and I assure you there is not even a single negative comment, because and even I want to tell you, there are so many plays they are enacting throughout Karnataka. There are the story Decision of Heart and Black Cobras and that one Fire Riot. All these have been made into dramas, and every day they are, and this Heart Lamp also. These 4 stories are made into dramas, and NST, National School of Drama Actresses, they have come to Karnataka and they are enacting it, and they are, though they are young in age, they are versatile actresses, and they are giving very highly acclamable performance, and there is
last 20 years.
So you see, Felani is a product of a tumultuous time. It was a stormy time.
I think that what I don't, like thinking of for myself.
A bit of both, perhaps.
Yes, you both have that. I'll come back to that aspect of Delhi, from its wonderful bungalows to its Kachre Pahars. Yes. So Rahul, you haven't quite written about now, but you also have. So.
Yeah. Well, hi. Good evening, everyone. So the answer to your question, the short answer is, I think, as a writer, you lose faith in the ability of the art to achieve something. You can't do it. It's not. So however tenuous that faith must be, you hold on to that. That's what makes art meaningful. To me, times are always interesting. Whether times are good or bad, all times are interesting. And as a writer, you set out to capture the times. But beyond that, what you're doing something is trying to reach the space which remains relevant for other times. The idea of who we are, what people are, what their dreams, their desires are, what their dreams, their desires are, how they respond to the confusion around them, how they respond to the songs or disappointments in their heart, in their families, all of that. This kind of art has been written this kind has been produced in times of excess, in times of tyranny, etc., in bland times, in boring times. And basically, we must have faith in the ability to do that.
Yes, some of the greatest literature has come from very bland and times of great luxury. If you think of a Vanity Fair or a Pride and Prejudice, there's no great strife or worry about where your next meal is coming from, but it's still remarkable literature. So I'll stick to now, it gives me great pride that I have the joy of asking three men about gestation periods. So your novel has an elephantine gestation period. Your first novel was in 2011.
That's right.
And for 14 years, what were you doing?
So, well, I can't take my wife's credit away. She also gestated 2 children in that period. So in that period, we also had 2 young children. Yeah, but we also had 2 young children in the house, which has made the work much more interesting to do. But I am a work-from-home dad. A lot of it was getting started. It's much easier to not write than to write, I think, unless you're the kind of writer who gets up every day and puts his words down. A lot of it was me trying to understand my subject. I mean, if I was to... A lot of it was to do with this, with scale. I mean, for instance, Pandits from Pakistan, my first book, that covers a period of about 7 weeks. The first novel, Sly Company of People Who Care. Sorry, I'm tripping over myself.
This is why you should not have long titles. The author stumbles over them.
Yeah. That covers a period of a year in the life of... Anyway, and this novel spans 4 decades. And not in a flashbacky way, but she actually kind of lived through from the late 50s to the 1990s. I found that terribly challenging to come to terms with and to see what I was trying to do. The subjects I was taking on, a kind of a complex Indian project reflected through the railways and through the protagonist Charuchito. All of that, I was just basically unable to produce it fast. I wish I could have.
When did you start working on it?
Well, I know this exactly because I handwrote the first draft, and I actually have a date on every page. And so I know that I started in the September of 2015, putting it down, and now here we are in 2025. So there was 4 years of not writing, and then the 10 years of writing. There was the 3 years of putting down that first draft by hand, and then the 6 odd years of revising it, shaping it, developing it, understanding it, throwing aside stuff, seeing the folly of a lot of what I'd done. So yeah, 14 years.
Yeah, and time can fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you didn't do, you had what, 6 years?
Yeah, I think 6
yeah.
years.
And the whole world changed in that period.
Oh, well, yeah, the pandemic did pop up. I also had, I mean, my wife and I had a child as well, so I'll take some solace in that. I mean, I think that with those, you know, what happens, especially after the first novel, I felt, was that I was, you know, not floundering, but like I was just moving around, trying to explore new ideas, trying to understand what I wanted to write about. And I spent quite a bit of time doing that. You know, I chased 2 or 3 ideas, which I actually still think have some merit, and I might write them someday. But, you know, and I think that's part of the process. There's a filmmaker, Paul Thomas Anderson. I saw an interview with him once where he was talking about how once he finishes a project, like he has this kind of he has all this excess creative energy that he just pours into anything. So he'll just, you know, he will start writing a new project, and he'll write like 3 new projects or 4 new projects. And I'm not making any claims to be like Paul Thomas Anderson, but I do think that is part of the creative process, that you get out of something and you have a lot of creative energy that you still need to channel somewhere, and you put it into, you know, projects, smaller projects, bigger projects, and you think about it, and that is a part of clarifying your mind in terms of what you can do or what will actually work. And I think for me, the starting point of Mother India, when it actually started to feel like a story that might work, or was when the characters, the two protagonists, Mayank and Nisha, really became clear in my mind. I think I'm a very much a kind of I seem to be very interested in how people might, people, I suppose that's the job of a novelist, but so I'm not saying anything very new here, but I think that was my starting point, for when Mayank and Nisha became a little clearer in my mind, but who they were and what they were doing. I had them in interaction with each other, but I didn't understand who they were immediately, and once that became clear, the idea became clear to me what I wanted to do with it, and then it started to feel more like a novel.
Okay. I'll be coming back to each of you for the structure and the process bit. You had the shortest gap. I guess how long was it? 5 years, which is respectable. And so, which brings me to the suspicion that perhaps this novel was already in your head while you were writing Accidental Magic. So are they kind of fraternal twins 5 years apart?
I think over the years, writers are writing fewer novels than they used to. They're taking more time. There's more time, unless you're Joyce Carol Oates, who writes a book every year. Most writers have more time between books. And in India, with Indians who write in English, with the pretty much sole exception of Amitav Ghosh, the situation is quite extreme. Like, there's loads of people who write a book every 20. Like, Curator Desai is not the exception. There's loads of people who write a book every 20 years. I don't know why that is, but in my case, what happened was, like a lot of, I think as is fairly common, there were loads of periods around the time in the process of Accidental Magic where I was waiting. It took a while to get an agent. Then you're waiting to hear back from your agent to read your new draft. Then the agent sends a book out and, it takes a while for publishers to read. And so writing this book became a way of filling those periods, because that anxiety can be unbearable, and I found the best way to get through that time was to try to write something else. When I first started writing this book, which is in started working on it, which is in late 2017, the first chapter came really easily, almost exactly as it is in the final book, and then the second chapter was worse than the first chapter. The third chapter was worse than the second chapter, and it was very clear this was not working at all. So I thought, okay, you had a good first chapter, but you don't have a book. I completely put it aside. And then Accidental Magic came out, and I was not happy with how all of that went, with the reception of the book. I felt quite, deflated. I didn't think it had worked out. And then I already said that, writing this was a way of getting through the anxiety of waiting. It was sort of in that period, having not touched this for 2 years, having tried to explore other ideas, that I suddenly figured out what was wrong with this book and why chapters 2 and 3 were worse than chapter 1. And the structure was wrong. We can come back to that. And then that unlocked it. And then writing the book became a way of not feeling unhappy about how the first book had gone. And then I spent sort of between 2020 and 2022, I was just writing it. And then, after that, there's been revision, all kinds of things. The reason why it didn't come out till this year. But yes, that's kind of the story. And I should also say I'm the only person here who didn't have a child between book 1 and book 2, and so that probably also played its part.
Okay.
Sorry, I wanted to ask Keshav a question. Yeah. So can you tell right away that chapter 2 and chapter 3 aren't working? How do you tell? I can never.
Yeah. I think I think it took me a little while to admit it to myself. But in this, I often can't tell. In this, I think this is not false modesty. I was really happy with chapter 1. They were so bad that even in the kind of, writers tend to be quite egotistic. You don't put a sentence down thinking it's a bad sentence, I don't think. But even in the moment, I could tell this is just not working. And if I don't think it's working, nobody else is going to think it's working either.
I think there's also the matter in it's a matter of discipline. I mean, Shehan over here, who wrote his long gestation, Booker-winning novel. I think wakes up 4 a.m. every day to work. Shehan, is that right? Used to. And especially if you have day jobs, as Shehan, I think, did as a copywriter, I did as an editor at a cricket. You also have to be then pushing yourself to find that space to do it every day. When you're younger and you don't have family, you don't have responsibilities, you can just wing it. You can live in a little barsati and, suffer for your art, etc. As you grow older, you also need something to pay the bills. So those kinds of, the real world starts catching up on you, basically, by the time you're on a second novel. Or
Yeah, so you mentioned that your book has a lot of, the structure of your book, it keeps going into this tech world. And obviously the main protagonist, Mayank, is a bit of a geek with Naruto and all his... When he was a child, he was sitting with a phone during a very critical point in the book. So how much did you have to research this whole world, or are you also a geek of some sort?
I'm not really...
And it does it also, the other good part is it doesn't pop out of the book as something unnecessary. So it's there as a enabler, but it doesn't overwhelm the story.
I'm not I'm probably a geek in many ways, but I'm not a tech geek. I'm familiar with technology and all of that, but it's not my, it's not...
So did you have to do some work on this?
I did. Of course I had to sort of...
did you visit some IT cells?
Well, it was, so my character Mayank is a YouTuber. He's a right-wing YouTuber, which is, I actually ended up watching, I went down many dark YouTube holes, like, I started watching a lot of these right-wing kind of ultra-nationalist...
You can't call them rabbit holes, that's too benign.
Yeah,
Foxholes.
Foxholes, yeah. It was actually very interesting because I remember, they're quite convincing in what they do. There's a reason that these guys are able to communicate their points so effectively to mass audiences. I was just amazed when I started doing my research on YouTube. I was amazed by the numbers that these guys do. There's someone I would never have heard of sitting in Chicago, like an engineer or something, and just pulling in millions of views for a video where he's just praising Yogi Adityanath or something like that, or whatever, whatever the topic of the day is, and everyone else is writing books and trying to sort of, writing long essays and trying to do this and never getting that kind of audience engagement. And it was interesting to me that that these people existed in these silos and had their own kind of very vast audiences. And, there are obviously equivalents with radio, and I was interested in looking at that also. But we did, when I was writing the book, I think I actually was most influenced by my students, because I teach at a university, I teach undergraduates, I teach creative writing, and my sort of interactions with them was when I really came to understand how much they've grown up within this world of technology. I certainly didn't. We had the internet when I was a kid, but it was like dial-up internet and things like that. And for these people, it was the phone is very much a device that they grew up alongside, and the internet-enabled phone. And so that changes the way they interact with the world and the way they, sort of the pressures they feel. One of the things I wanted to capture in Mayank was, how with young people now, I feel like, when we were in school, you sort of competed with your classmates. You competed with the people in your school. And I find with a lot of these students, very talented students who do amazing animation work and write amazing stories, they're competing on this kind of global, they're competing this global standard, and they talk to me about a 19-year-old who's done this project and a 21-year-old who's done this project. And, that must cause them so much angst. And it was something that I wanted to kind of put into Mayank, and even Nisha to some extent, that just the sense of competition that they all feel. And, there's, which I don't remember feeling. I mean, I suppose I did feel it to some extent, but I don't remember it being so overwhelming. It was more like you go to college to learn stuff and, and obviously make a career, but also to learn. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know.
For you, you said you had this very curious color-coded, handwritten. Can you just talk us through how this book was first? You said you
the writing of it.
Yes.
I had, no, it wasn't color coded. It was. I mean, the legal pads were yellow, so I did have that color. I basically, even though I'm not on social media, I found myself so terribly distracted by the internet.
They both turned sharply towards.
But I find the internet, I found it terribly destructive and distracting, and I just could not enter a fictional space at all on the computer. The moment I had a doubt in my head, I would go searching for more information in it, and then something else, and I'm miles away from my project, which is creating a world on the page. And then I remember reading an interview with, maybe it was the Paris Review interview by Toni Morrison, and she started, I think, quite late. She was, of course, a pioneering editor, and then she wrote her first novel, I think, in her late 30s. She was already a single mother then, I think, raising, maybe with the help of her mother, 1 or 2 boys. And so she would wake up early in the morning and write, she said, to the morning light coming in with 2B pencils on yellow legal pads. And I said, I mean, it worked for Toni Morrison. This is what I'm going to try. And I tried to do exactly that. I mean, just as a way to see whether the methods of the great Toni Morrison could possibly work for me. And it allowed me to at least clear my mind of all the horrible things that the internet does to it. The inability to concentrate, the inability to have even confidence in your own thoughts. Everything is sort of validated then by its kind of digital proof. So the act of handwriting, even the artisanality of it, the sharpening of the pencil, the watching of the all of that gave me a certain solace. It centered me in a way, and it allowed me to get from the start of the story to the end, no matter. And through that, I mean, so many things. When I look back on, because I just pulled those books out now, those legal pads, the publishers wanted like a little video of it or whatever. So much evolved even in that writing, like the names of characters changed, the things which are crucial to the novel, it suddenly just kind of come in at a later stage. So yeah, that was the most important part of the process for me. Then, I mean, there's all the research, I won't get into that, and then the forgetting of the research, which is a whole other thing, and finessing it on the computer, but basically, yeah.
Okay, and what about you? How you did a lot of, there were 2 aspects to the novel. One is the Vanity Fair world of manners and vanity, and the other was the ecological crisis that was brewing at the same time. So did you go and look for these Kachre Ka Pahads?
Yeah, so we did. My wife and I did go to one of the one that's the trash mountain, the Kachra Ka Pahad that is described in the novel. Beyond that, there wasn't a huge amount of research. I'm sort of a mixture of I'm both I'm both very curious and quite lazy by temperament, and so I'm curious about a lot of things. I'm reading a lot of things, but I sort of dislike or have an aversion to research that is just like directed towards some particular literary aim. Like, I'm writing this. One of the reasons why a novel that I tried to write before this that didn't work out. It didn't work out because it would have involved a lot of research, very journalistic research that a different kind of novelist could have put to good use. But that, to me, I like to read books, observe people closely, make stuff up. Those kinds of things. Learning all about the some particular industry with a view to writing a novel about it is just not what I would, I think, enjoy. A question that I kind of have for myself, and I don't really know the answer, is, we are obviously, we're Indians writing in English, and which means that on the one hand we know that our readership in India is of a particular kind because English is an elite language in this country. We also have either the reality or the aspiration with each book of an audience outside India, an unavoidable part of it. And that all those things change a lot. I mean, they have the implications for what we do. And one of the implications, I think, is that there isn't room to write Pride and Prejudice, because Pride and Prejudice, Emma, etc., basically never mentioned the Napoleonic Wars once. They're still great novels. I mean, they are great novels, of course. But it's much harder, I think, for an Indian writer to get that kind of thing by their publisher, by the critics, by the audience, etc. To write the kind of, like, if I wanted to write a Henry James novel, even if I was there's lots of reasons why I can't fully get away with it. So I couldn't honestly tell you if I mean, thinking of my book in retrospect, I'm wondering, did I feel like I have to also have these sort of, these kind of weightier themes to get away with, the only way to get away with writing the novel of manners is to also write the social novel. I don't know. But I was convinced, living in Delhi, that if you had to write about Delhi, you couldn't escape the environment. Even though you would go to dinner and no one would talk about it, it was, I thought of all these climate novels from the West, which are set in a near future dystopia. And here we were living in an actually existing climate dystopia. And yes, a few of us could escape to a world of air conditioners and air purifiers, but that was not life for the 99.9%. And even within the 0.1%, most people are air pollution deniers and don't use air purifiers. So, yeah, I think it was if you set a novel in Delhi in the year 2019, as my book is, I thought trash mountains and air pollution were just that's part of Delhi, and so they'll be part of the novel. But I didn't, except for that one trip to the trash mountain, there was no research per se that was specifically directed towards that theme or that world.
So now coming back to the second novelness of your novels, how does this novel, was it a reaction? Was it a decision to move away from the last one? Was it a decision to delve deeper into the same theme? So I'll start with Keshav. So how does this novel actually segue from the first one?
I think for any writer, it really depends on how you feel about everything to do with the first one. If the first one has been a great success, then there's pressure on you from the publishing industry to do something quite similar. But you maybe also want to test yourself and do something different. In my case, as I said, wasn't happy about how the first one had gone. And that shaped a couple of decisions. So I did, in the first book, I felt that I had 4 main characters, and I didn't think I'd managed writing 4 main characters particularly well. So the decision to have one narrator and really one protagonist telling the whole story was a way of simplifying it for myself, and it did. I thought it made it much easier to write, frankly. The other, I suppose, the first one was set in the US. This book is set in India. When I started writing Accidental Magic, my experience of living in India was as a child in a elite bubble that I didn't find interesting to write about, and I had no other material. This book came out of living in Delhi for several years and seeing things that I thought were interesting that did give me that material. So that wasn't the conscious decision. It was just, I'm older, I know more, I have more things to write about. My kind of natural inclination is to be quite ironic, to try to write in a at least somewhat humorous way. In this book, there is that, of course, but I also tried to maybe at more times be a little bit more earnest. Whereas in the first book, the tone was more consistently ironic. And part of that was I feel like we are living in a culture where it's harder to get away with that much irony. And there is a sort of, I think we're living in a slightly more earnest moment. And I made maybe a few concessions to that. But the last thing I'll say is that when I think about, obviously I hope to write many more books. And I do want each book to be quite different from the other. I've always admired writers who can do all kinds of different things. And I'm not, in my case, I'm not a big reader of what they call genre, that I'm not a big reader of sci-fi or crime fiction or thrillers. And I can't really see myself working effectively in those genres. So it's more like within the context of, the kinds of books I write, thematically and stylistically, trying to do something new each time.
That's an interesting question. I think that I do have, I suppose, now I'm coming to realize that there are certain things that are kind of my, I suppose, intellectual interests, like some things that I want to, that I keep being drawn to, you know, that I keep turning back to in my fictional work. I suppose it is a continuation of some of my journalism also. But I think that what I was trying to do very consciously was not right in that same vein that my first novel was set in. You know, I think I was taking what happens after a book. I had a little bit of success with the book. I mean, it wasn't like some tearaway success, but it was received quite well. And then people would come up to me and tell me, give me some positive feedback. I also, you know, I think what happens is, what happened with me was, you take to heart all the criticisms, you know, like when someone tells you, oh, it was so dark, like, you know, by chapter 7, I found it too difficult and I had to put it down. That was the voice I would remember when I was sitting down to write the next day or whatever, you know, and in some ways, you know, I was conscious of this idea that I didn't want to write a dystopic fiction, or I didn't want to write, you know, like something like that. And which, when the first book came out, I was not interested in genre at all. I felt I hadn't written a dystopic fiction. I had written something that was, you know, just a novel in the sense that the kind of novel I wanted to write. And then people after the fact were calling it a dystopia and things like that. With the second novel, I was kind of responding to that that idea that I'd written a dystopic fiction. And now, you know, now I suppose I see that as, you know, I think what I'm learning when I start one, not start, but as I'm working on the third one, is that you know, you have to be clear what you want to do with your own sort of idea, and you have to take it to the place that you want to take it. And it's not, you know, I think now I wish I hadn't like taken so many voices, so many different voices to heart, you know, and just allowed myself just to write what I wanted to write.
Okay.
Yeah.
And from Guyana to...
Well, so this is the thing. I couldn't have possibly repeated my earlier books because I couldn't write about an India tour to Pakistan because India no longer tours Pakistan. I could not again write a Guyanese novel because that would be just absurd, an Indian writing a second Guyanese novel. So I took the long route home. And home for me is not a simple thing. I don't come from one place. I don't come from one cultural lineage. I don't come from one language. I don't have my patch of earth that Faulkner or somebody else might have. These are challenges that on the page as well as when you're thinking about your novel. Yet there is something profoundly Indian also about a condition like mine, and which the modern republic kind of encompasses lives like mine and was meant to encompass lives like mine. I found that idea interesting to kind of delve into deeper. I'm not talking about the novel per se, but as a greater theme that is informed the book. The idea of language itself, Keshwaj mentioned the fact of us writing in English, but I never wanted to write in English, a novel in English which is set among English-speaking people only. So it's a novel that is in conversation with various languages, with Bengali, with Gujarati, Hindustani, Bombaya, etc. And even a lot of the English which is in the language is not English spoken by people for whom English is the first language. How do you render that on the page? This is like a very significant technical challenge as well as in some ways an ethical challenge for an Indian writer in English. It's much easier in film. You can have dialogues. You can, with a subtitle, you can throw it in. So in all these ways, I feel this real song is a very significant kind of departure from either of the first two books, and certainly from the Sly Company of People Who Care. Some themes I think have carried over, ideas of displacement, migration, travel, movement.
And the woman, the restlessness in the woman.
Yes, a certain restlessness. Yeah, but the work, I mean, I basically had to do the hard work of trying to confront India as I understood it on the page in an English novel.
So now, very briefly, before we just go to the audience, if you had to describe, looking back at your first novel, I remember asking an author, saying, I really loved your first novel. And she said, did you? I just find it so overwritten. So now looking back, how do you find your debut novel?
I would never read it. I mean, expose myself to the... I find it very hard to read my own work. But I would do it if I have to do a reading or something and then try and find the merits of it. We've just been over the words so often, I mean, they can't possibly give you pleasure.
Okay.
At least here.
I'm exactly the same way. I can't read my old stuff. Even with Laila or with even the second with Mother India, I find it very difficult because, you know, I think what you see is ways you could have improved it. I think a lot of that comes, you know, that is always occurring to me as I read it. And somehow the prose suddenly seems leaden, you know, and it didn't seem like that when you sent it off to the publisher. So it just sounds different tonally. And I, you know, I suppose I have heard it happens to a lot of writers. So I try not to let it affect me too much. But yeah, it's difficult.
So I haven't reread it, but I suspect on the one hand, I would feel happy about how it was written and maybe nostalgic for how it was written with a complete freedom from any sort of careerist thought. So I really wasn't thinking when I was writing that book about how anyone would receive it. I had no idea. And it was written in that space of total freedom, which you can maybe, you can't really get that back. But I also think with that book, it was, there were lots of different things in it that were individually interesting, but they didn't maybe all belong in the same novel. And when I, in retrospect, thinking about that is maybe think harder about when I've written something, taken something out of a book, sometimes out of this book or out of what I do next, thinking, okay, maybe this belongs in something else. And that just wasn't the thought I had when I was writing that first book, but something I learned while doing it.
I actually wrote my first one in secret. Like I was living with my mother and my sister then. Neither of them knew I was working on a book. Till it was pretty much with the publisher. Maybe like 3 or 4 people knew it. I had like a code about it, like the unspeakable thing with a couple of friends who knew. It's kind of embarrassing to think. It's a presumptuous act to think that you're writing a book.
Yeah, and it would sound terrible if any of you said, I love reading my book. Yeah, so such well-raised boys you are.
I mean, one last thing. I mean, I do know that like as writers get older, if they've had a very successful early novel, they are like Thomas Mann was always racked by the anxiety about Buddenbrooks being his best book, and he wrote it when he was 26. And Naipaul had similar feelings about House of Mr. Biswas and the worry that, oh my God, I peaked so young. So yeah, I think, you know, writers their secret feelings about these can be quite complicated.
Sorry, I'm just distracted by Jerry feeling cold. We should do something.
Yes, we should just throw it open.
Yeah, either give him some brandy or we should just wrap it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of good wine on sale. So, who are your first readers is what Jerry's asking.
Yeah, he knows Shruti. Well, we met through a manuscript. She was my editor, and she is still my editor, but she's now also my wife and my agent. And we have 2 children, so she's my first reader, my first editor. She's everything.
Prayag, if you say something as wonderful.
I can't say,
yeah.
Can I also say my wife? But,
I think you should say his wife.
I can say this because she was my first reader for my first novel. I would send everything to her, and she actually complains because you know Rahul was working on. I'm going to tell a story about you, but Rahul was working on Real Song for so long, and I was so curious about what he was working on. And she told me once, she's like, he won't let me read it for another, like, you know, it'll be years until he lets me read it. And I was shocked because I was sending her all the nonsense I write, like, you know, like just chapter after chapter, and she was very patiently reading. You know, she's a great reader, and she has a lot of insight at every stage of the book. But I was very surprised. I was like, you know, that Rahul wouldn't show it to her yet. But now I think I've stopped burdening her with everything I write. And I actually use my wife as a sounding board. She's an excellent reader herself. And so she reads all my stuff and she tells me where I'm going wrong. She had some great insights for Mother India that I really appreciated.
So my wife is the only person who reads it as it's kind of in chunks as it's coming along. But when it's done, I actually follow the same process with both books. So I've got two friends. One is an Indian man in his 60s. The other, who's an economist. The other is an American woman in her 30s who's a lawyer. Very different backgrounds, life experiences, everything. And he's great at saying the entire second half of your book is shit. It just sucks. And he'll say that. And it's very rare to have a friend who will say that to you. And she is incredibly good at a microscopic level of saying, what this character does on page 163 is in conflict from the way you've described them on page 36. And they're both brilliant readers in very, very different ways. And so they read it before it goes to an agent or a publisher. And I find that I can really improve it just based on their feedback.
Super. Is there any other question out there? Yes, I can see one hand there, yes.
Hi, so I've heard it said that first novels are heavily autobiographical, at least some of the characters are, but by the second novel you can free yourself from that tendency. Is that true of your work as well, all of you?
I think it's largely true. I think one works closer to experience in the first novel, and then once you have it out of your system almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My first novel was, I started writing it when I was about 28, and it was about a 43-year-old woman who had a child and was separated from the child, and all these life experiences I had never had, including the children thing. And it was, so I felt I wasn't really writing about myself, but what I've realized over time was that a lot of my childhood experiences went into the book. A lot of things I felt about Delhi society as a young person went into the book. And so you never actually stop writing about yourself. I disagree that you stop by the second novel or your third novel or something like that. I think it, in many ways, it just takes different forms. And you grow as a person and you change as a person, and you'll perhaps learn to disguise yourself better on page. But I think that no matter what you're writing about, you're in some ways you're writing about yourself and how you see the world.
If anything, in my case, the second one is more autobiographical. I remember when my parents and sister read the first one, they said, "Wow, like you just made all this up. Like this has nothing to do with any of us." And I said that it was all made up. Second one was at least inspired by a world that I had seen, by maybe kinds of houses that I had seen, or what have you. But I kind of can't help myself. Even if I plan to be autobiographical, I start writing and I start making things up. The book I'm trying to write at the moment, there was a section that was meant to be like very autobiographical, and then when I actually wrote it, almost none of it. Like it was completely, it was really unrecognizable from the experience that it was meant to be drawing on. I don't know. I think I live a fairly boring life, and that therefore the fiction has to come from somewhere else.
I think we are quite out of time, and I hope you all sync your third novel so that we can do a reprisal about the third novel. Our third novel is even easier to write, yeah. So thank you. I mean, there was some other stuff we could cover, but we are way out of time. So thank you, and they're available to sign their books, and all three of them will be speaking tomorrow again, so do catch them tomorrow as well.
Thank you, Mala.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mala.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that conversation. Indeed, we have much to take from this session. We would like to honor you with a gift from Shillong Literary Festival, Prayag Akbar. Thank you so much as a token of appreciation. Rahul Bhattacharya. Thank you, sir. And Keshava Guha. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And now we move on to our next session. It's time for some adventure. The Seven Moons of Mali Almeida. Shehan Karunatilaka revisit his iconic Booker Prize winning novel with Sanjoy Hazarika.
hang ni don but ni I kong Patricia Mukim I way na ki kim thei ki start ki shempang but I bom jo read man kren ya ka jingshisha te I long ru I nong tho but hang ni don Yikitu ki shoot tune in ya ka channel gidon hang ni hapo what's like ha kane ka Shillong Literary Festival hang ni hapo what's like ikong ilapni kane ka kot menta kasni but kane ka kot kabal ai kerteng PE from isolation to integration navigating the geopolitics of India's northeast nadu usnem khat khandai pho hadu arhajar apulai but kani ko pi UI hang ni kadai ka tang ko volume 1 ti ko balai thu ikong khindiat ngilai kran mentan ki don atli ki volume ti but kham su thu khambanya ashpang kani ka kot but ayu la don ayu po jo kani ka kot ikong it pensai ni
pi kini ki kani ka kot kamon ar volume kini kidai ki compilation jong ki articles ki bangat ho ha ka statesman haka telegraph but kiway ki national dailies na do usnam khandai pho nga tho shapang ka ne ga jilla hi barok ko wai mdai tang ka Meghalaya but kalong kum ka kiba puli ni ka kot ki ong bakalong kum ka encyclopedia te ada ki ko atip de kanu nu bentar kitang shu pej kum to kitang shu pliet to ki la lap kanya ka e bagi ko awat jing tip
ti kindiat kong
So, I hope that I'm not going to make a long introduction to a very remarkable writer, person, award-winning author, because this book is really a masterpiece. The Seven Moons of Mali Almeida. And it's really about the death and life in that order. The death and life of a not-so-closet grey photographer who's seen, the worst of life in a very difficult situation and finds himself at the receiving end. And not only does he turn up dead, but dismembered. Set in times of acute change and violent upheaval in Sri Lanka, the novel maps the life of Sri Lanka in a very unusual, innovative, and particularly fraught time through a brilliantly conceived and executed plot, narration, and structure that really is a knockout. But before we go into this, we were discussing this a little while ago. How would you describe the genre? Is it ghost, a ghost story? Is it a ghost tale? Is it ghoulish? It is ghoulish in parts. Mystery, murder, because it spans all these genres and much more. History, and there is mystery.
So firstly, wonderful to be here. Sorry I got a bit late. I was wandering around the lake, talking to the ghosts. There's a few hanging in the trees, if you didn't notice. And they got interesting stories, because the opening of the book is Bera Lake in Colombo, a body being cut to pieces and chucked in. Gruesome scene, but also there's a bit of humor there. I don't know about genre because I suppose I thought I was writing a detective story. I've written 2 novels. I should have been on the last panel about the second novel because, I also had a long gestation period and, I could relate to a lot of that stuff. And I think my main motivation was simply my first book was about cricket. And I was sick to death of talking about cricket. Unlike Rahul, I'm not, I followed Sri Lanka. We won a World Cup in 1996. I don't know if people know this. It sounds like historical fiction or science fiction now. But it did happen. We lost to Zimbabwe last night. I was grieving with you today. And I think that was primarily my motivation. I think I was in Kolkata, Malavika, with Saurav Ganguly Rahul interviewed Imran Khan. Rahul's in a bit better shape than Imran Khan is now 10 years later. And I was on a panel with Saurav Ganguly in Calcutta, and I was like, what the hell am I doing here? I need to write some. So I thought a ghost story, as far away from cricket as possible. And that's where I began. And I suppose this a common trope of a ghost has 7 days to solve his own murder. So it was a murder mystery. But unfortunately or fortunately, I was really talking about the end of Sri Lanka's war. So we had a terrible, as they all are, bloody, brutal 30-year civil war ended in 2009. And when I was, I think, around the time I was writing this, after Chinaman came out, for us it was such a moment because I'd grown up in the 80s, 90s, and we thought this was a forever war. As, you know, there are conflicts in the world today, there are forever wars. I don't need to mention their names, and we thought, it's going to go on. And we always had this refrain that this country, it's such a beautiful country like Shillong, Ceylon was a beautiful country, but we'd be unstoppable if this war ends. And then it ended, and I thought, okay, let's see where we go. But there was a lot of bickering about whose fault the war was, who is to blame, were civilians killed, were they being used as human shields? And it was always, it wasn't our fault, it was those people. And I think that's what gave way to this idea that, okay, the living have no idea. There's so many narratives, let's let the dead speak. And that's where this idea, if a ghost could talk about Sri Lanka and the civil war and their death, what would they have to say about Sri Lanka? So that was the main motivation, but I wasn't brave enough to write about 2009. I'm still not. Still, if you talk about the end of the war, it's controversial. So I went to the 1980s to 89. And that was, you know more about, I was a teenager there reading Stephen King and Agatha Christie and listening to rock and roll. You were actually in the front lines witnessing what Mali Almeida saw, and as you'll testify, I'm sure, it was, I believe, the worst time in Sri Lanka's history, and we've had a very checkered past, but that's 3 separate wars. You had the separatist struggle with the Tamil Tigers, you had a Marxist uprising with the JVP, who are now in government, and everything's fine now. Please come to Sri Lanka, we need your tourist dollars. We had a collapse 2 years ago, we're fine. Cricket team's crap, but the country's beautiful. But also, we had the Indian peacekeeping force. They had to keep the peace, but got embroiled in 2 wars. And so this was a good setting for me for a murder mystery. So I guess coming back to your question of genre, I thought I was writing a ghost story and a murder mystery. And that's where I began. But of course, I also had 2 kids, by the way, at that time. If we blame our kids for our lack of productivity, and so it took me 7 years to write 7 Moons. And in that time, I guess it evolved beyond what I intended, because the ghosts were dead Tamil Tigers, the dead child soldiers, and they had lots to say about Sri Lanka and the civil war, and a lot of those ramblings got mistaken for literature, and then they gave me a big prize, and I'm still talking about it 3 years later, and that's what happened. But to your genre question, I was like, I just wanted to write something that was about Sri Lanka, but had nothing to do with cricket, and had ghosts and a murder mystery. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. We will come back to cricket at some point, because we're in South Asia still. Even if in Meghalaya they don't play cricket very much, but
is that true?
I don't know if you know this. Meghalaya is a Ranji team, by the way, and they play at polo from time to time. I mean, I covered Sri Lanka for the New York Times for about 10 years. I was going there almost every year from 82, 83 to the early 90s.
So you were there in 83?
I was there from 83, just after 83. So, and
83, by the way, is the start of the whole mess. I don't know if you'd agree. I mean, you could say 58 was the start of the whole mess, but 83 was where the riots
went to a different level.
And you were on the ground during that time?
No, I came afterwards.
So, I mean, sorry to hijack your question, but with 83, that was one of my motivations. It was the pogrom on the Tamil.
Can you just say a little bit about 83?
So, I mean, there was tensions between the 1958 Sinhala Only Act marginalized a lot of the minorities. The Burgher population ended up migrating to Australia, Canada, and the Tamil population had a civil struggle for many years, but then in the 70s, a bunch of youth took up arms, and this was the beginnings of the LTT. But 83 was really when 13 soldiers were killed up north in Jaffna, and as retaliation, there was a widespread burning of Tamil homes and businesses. And again, we don't have a proper death count. I don't know, as a journalist, if you have, I was 10,000 people killed, 150,000 people displaced, and that was the start of the struggle. But I was a kid during that time, but the shadow of it was always there, Black July. But to this day, there's no memorial. I think one president apologized, Chandrika, in the 90s, but no real acknowledgement of it. And the narrative is always, when you hear the narrative, it's always a Sinhalese narrative of, well, we looked after our Tamil neighbors, we hid them, the Sinhala savior narrative, but which was probably true. But there was also the Sinhala demon narrative, which doesn't get told. But there were the photographs. So every July, there's a memorialization on the internet. On the internet, on your feed, suddenly never forget. But and about July 1983, but it's the same 3 photographs. And I wonder, because if someone wrote a novel about 2022 Aragalaya, now everyone's a photographer. Everyone's got their selfie sticks and well documented. But 83, there's not many. And it's fading from memory. And so I wondered, what is the reason? I mean, obviously people didn't have camera phones, but were there no photographers? Were the photographs censored? Or is there a photographer with a shoebox full of photographs of the atrocities of Sri Lanka's war and is sitting there as a ghost trying to liberate these photographs so that the world could see it? So that's where it began from, 83. But sorry, you got to stop me. I ramble just like my books. So keep things tight. Yeah.
That's actually the stories are very compelling, because it's not one story, it's many stories which come up. And to me, as somebody who has spent a lot of time here, I mean, I'm not just from Shillong, but I travel extensively in the northeast. And your north and northeast, and this northeast of India is also has been an extremely troubled zone. And
so you think the north is problematic? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm from the south, Gaul, no problems there.
Yeah, quite. Yeah. I mean, everything started in the south, you could say, 83.
We start the troubles, but okay, carry on.
You end them also. Yeah. Okay. So, as I was telling you, there are these very compelling stories of conflict and violence and human rights violations, stories that have become almost like mythological in the scale and the epicness of the wars, the conflicts that took place. Because the conflicts took place not just in a particular geographical terrain. You had armies which were hiding in another country or based in another country coming across to conduct attacks in this side. I mean, that wasn't happening in Sri Lanka, although you had
if you count the Indian peacekeeping force.
Was a base for training.
But you're talking about the experience in Nagaland and
Mizoram and so on. So a lot of this speaks to me about what we went through. There were a lot of what's called in Assam secret killings, in which a large number of people who are known to be close to relatives of insurgent fighters, brothers and parents and others were killed. Many others just disappeared.
Disappeared, that's the term that was used.
Yeah.
They were disappeared.
Disappeared, yeah. So can you talk a bit about the disappeared too, in your, because it comes up again and again in Seven Moons, and also what we read about what's happened in Sri Lanka. Because there seems to be, in many of, I'm not talking about Sri Lanka here, but in many places, in many countries, there seems to be a complete lack of accountability for what happened. Excuse me.
The CIA is listening.
Anybody, if you have a phone, just shut it off. If you're going to talk to somebody, please go outside. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, disappearances, this was the natural part of the landscape. And I think also Sri Lanka is certainly guilty of this, but I think this is true of South Asia, this collective amnesia. The fact that our memories are very, very short, and in terms of we will vote out tyrants, and then 5 years later, suddenly they become the saviors. But memory also fades when it comes to these periods, because these conversations, when the war ended in 2009, for a lot of the Sinhala majority, it was like, and this is also a central question of the book and of Sri Lanka. How do we deal with our past? Because like I say, Sri Lanka's paradise at the moment. Yeah, we got Israelis there, we got Palestinians there, everyone's coming over there, and we have a relatively stable government for now. Let's see, the collapse is probably on the way. But, you know, how do we deal with our past? And one school of thought, I guess the majority school of thought is bygones, you know, oh, bad stuff happened, but you know, why you want to write about it, why you want to talk about it, let's not stir this stuff up, let's move on, which is a privilege. If you weren't harmed, if you were part of, you can say that, but there are still many, many unhealed wounds. The parents holding up photographs of their disappeared, which come from as far back as 1971, but 1989, and the last phase of the war. That stuff doesn't even make the news anymore. It's still there, and it now and again in politically charged moments it comes up. But we haven't had this truth and reconciliation and this proper account, except I would say in art. That's in stage plays, in cinema, in literature. That's where we talk about it. But and I guess the hope is, let's forget about it, and in a generation people will forget about it, and then it'll be forgotten and it'll never happen again, which is, you know, we know these things reoccur. At the end of the Cold War, we thought, okay, fascism is over, racism is over, end of history, and generation later we are where we are. So I think it is important for Sri Lankans to talk about this. And what I find now is, because my first book, it did okay. It did all right. It sold a few copies, acquired a following, but my following was mainly middle-aged men who were into cricket. That was basically my fan base. And since this came out, it's widened, and I have a lot of kids. I call them kids. They were people born in the 90s, 2000s, I guess, millennials, Gen Zs, Gen Alpha. Well, no, this is not for Gen Alphas yet. My kids are Gen Alphas. But they talk about the war, and they say it's this nebulous thing that their parents don't talk about.
Past, and,
I guess my generation grew up with World War II movies or Vietnam War movies. We watched Rambo and Chuck Norris and thought the America were the good guys, and this is how we were. And these mythologies are all pervasive, and I think it's good that we have this generation of writers, I guess my generation, who are still writing about, because I also get this allegation, why you want to talk about the war, man? It's so 2009, there's so many other things, and it's true, Sri Lanka has had a colorful, you could write about the last 10 years, we've gone from dictatorship to collapse to now this new horizon that's emerged.
Yeah.
So I guess that was the central question of Mali Almeida as well, because he has an angel and a demon on either side. Dr. Rani is saying, your life's gone, walk into the light and move on and be reborn. But the demon is saying, no, you've got to avenge the debts of the past. No one else is going to provide justice. You need to do that. And I think this is where Sri Lanka is torn between. And in the end, the result is either collective amnesia, or we suddenly jail a politician who's like, we jail a 90-year-old man and think that's redemption, and that's where we're caught. But I think maybe this is where fiction writers are useful. We're pretty useless in most things, but maybe we're useful in presenting these different narratives and keeping that conversation going, and if anything, ensuring that it never happens again.
Well, this speaks to, I think many of us in the audience would connect with what you're saying, because there are many spaces in this part of our country where, in other parts also, in other geographies of this country, where there seems to be either a collective amnesia, or governments don't want to address these issues, or there are not enough the inquiries and commissions of inquiry, the reports don't get out, and I've been on a couple of those. But for instance, one of the earlier sessions, we had Arupa Patangya Kalita speak about some of the extreme troubled times in which she was writing some of really her finest novels. And for the first 20 years of the last 20 years, a lot of the writing that has emerged from this region has to do with collective pain or singular pain, violence, addressing the root causes of all of these. And then now the narrative is changing as peace returns in some form, fragile or strong or whatever, and the insurgents are laying down weapons and going to the table. The narrative of conversation is changing, and younger people are moving, in a way, both physically migrating and, taking on different issues, as it were, in their intellectual curiosity and so on. So I find that, do you find that, are there enough other Sri Lankan fiction writers who are addressing these issues? Because here there's a whole host of people who are writing from almost every state, in their own language, but largely also in English, as writers, Indian writers in English. What is
So I think certainly Sri Lanka is going through a golden age of writing in inverse correlation to our cricket team, it seems to be. And there's many explanations for this. I just think there's plenty of material. But perhaps, I started writing in the 90s, and when I was reading in the 80s, there wasn't many Sri Lankan books in the shelf. In English, there was plenty of books in Sinhala and Tamil, and I remember you'd have your bookshelf and there'd be a Sri Lankan book at the bottom, and it'd be like, obviously self-published and so on. But now you walk into a bookshop in Colombo, and there's plenty of bookshops now, and there'll be a Sri Lankan section. There'll be a South Asian section, and these are books that, some have done globally, but many are local. And look, we have between us, if we want to colonize the entire subcontinent, we have, 2 billion people. So we don't need to, we don't really need to write for the rest of the world. We can write for ourselves. But I think that's the change I have seen in my lifetime, that a lot of the books of my childhood were almost Sri Lankans trying to show that they could write as well as Englishmen who lived 100 years ago. And they sort of wrote in that voice, a lot of shades of Graham Greene or Hemingway, or trying to show that, okay, we can also write as well as English people. But I think that changed in the 90s, with the great names of Indian literature, from Arundhati Roy to Salman Rushdie, those are the huge names. But the Pakistan also had a golden age. And I think it inspired a lot of us to, and Sri Lanka, our idols were Michael Ondaatje and Romesh Gunasekara and Shyam Selvadurai. And it became possible that, okay, it's possible that we can write, but not just write our stories, which we knew we had plenty of stories, but write in our voice. And for me, I have to add one name, Carl Muller, who's not a household name. I think Penguin published him in India, but for he was the inspiration, because I tried to write as elegantly as Ondaatje and Gunasekara, or as flamboyantly as Rushdie or Arundhati Roy, and inevitably failed. But Carl Muller was writing like a drunken Sri Lankan uncle. And I thought, okay, I can do that. I can write like a drunken Sri Lankan uncle. And that was the first book. And you could argue, Mali Almeida doesn't drink that much, but he still got those vibes. And I think maybe now, if you fast forward, we had a lot of writers like myself who started writing at that time. And maybe we've had decades to hone our craft, because at the moment you have Vajra Chandrasekhara, who won the Nebula, was nominated for the Hugo, writing science fiction. You got a lot of the authors who are about 10, 20 years younger than me, who are writing science fiction and genre fiction. And publishing around the world, and they are kind of using Sri Lanka as that kind of canvas. You have lots of writers in English as well, writing locally and internationally. But I think now what's changing is the language. So we had Sinhala writers, Tamil writers, and writers writing in English. And I think those fictions worked in silos for many years, and that's still the case, that we didn't read the Sinhala writers or the Tamil writers, and there was perhaps resentment because the English writers got a lot of the credit, a lot of got international exposure. But now we have a generation also of translators between the languages, and so look, I'm pretty slow. I'm 15 years, 2 books, and I'm still stuck in the 1990s. So obviously, if we want to cover the interesting last period, more Sri Lankans have got to write, and they are, and there's plenty of stories. But I also think maybe there's a global appetite for these stories from our part of the world, which may not have been there in the 70s and the 80s. And I think it's just maybe there's a certain sense of weary of hearing just the Western perspective. I mean, do you want to hear another murder mystery set in London or Paris or New York? If we set a murder mystery in Hyderabad or in Trincomalee, suddenly it becomes something interesting, and you can...
But there are not enough murder mysteries being written in the subcontinent, which has a total population over 2 billion. Are there enough of that genre?
So this is another curious thing. I think when I started coming to Lit Fests in India, we had Henning Mankell, the great Scandinavian mystery writer. And I think one of the questions which has still perplexed me is Scandinavia have a great tradition of crime writing, but not much crime. Whereas in the subcontinent full of crime, where are the crime writers? I mean, but that was true 2010, 2011. Now we have people writing crime genres and all that, but this is something I've also wondered about, because I say I'm writing detective novels. Even Chinaman, you can read it as a missing person detective story, 2 old men trying to track down a cricketer. But there are not many policemen or detectives in my novels. Even the cops in this are kind of complicit with the state and trying to cover things up and all of that. And that question was leveled at me, like, where are the detectives in your so-called detective novels? And I realized it's because it would be implausible for us to have a Sherlock Holmes come and smoke his chillum or his pipe and point out that the dog not barking meant the gardener committed... Or come up with the conspiracy, Poirot comes there and points to a politician, the politician gets dragged away in cuffs. This is science fiction, because what happens in our murders are unsolved. Our murders, I was researching the period where you lived in Sri Lanka. Every ghost in 7 Moons is based on an unsolved murder. What happens is the crime happens, there's lots of speculation in the press and now on social media, lots of conspiracy theories, someone is arrested, and then they are released and things fade off, and that's just another case. And I think maybe that's where we're at.
I'm getting signals from Malavika.
To stop rambling. But let me just finish my point. My point was, the heroes of both my books are journalists. Because perhaps
I was just about to say that.
Journalists are the true heroes of our part of the world, because it's not the cops who are going to solve the crime. The journalists will go there after the fact, research, and in some cases, like Mali Almeida, pay with their lives. And maybe that's it. But yes.
Would you like to read?
Do we have time to?
No, there is time.
Okay.
Please read.
Sure, I'll do a quick reading.
You are 1 hour late for the... We are also late. We are not out of time because the session still has time. Yeah. Reading and one more.
Okay, so I talked about detectives. This book features demons and ghosts and talking animals and lots of supernatural elements. But I'm going to read you a bit which contains none of those things. It contains 2 policemen. The neighborhood was called Kompanya Vidya by the Sinhalese and Komanu Theru by the Tamils, both meaning Company Street. The British called it Slave Island. These names persist today and provide unsubtle clues to how natives and colonizers view one another. The back of Hotel Leo is an abandoned lot that serves as a rubbish dump for the neighborhood. The surrounding streets are crumbling buildings and slums. The crenellated rooftops are occupied by worried cats and bored bats. Body was here. Detective Kasim points to the dent in the garbage bags with splatters in red. Kottu and Balal nod. You thought this was a drop-off point? Sir, this building is a drop-off point, says Kottu. You didn't think there was too much blood? Didn't think like that, sir. Detective Kasim shines a torch up the walls of the hotel. It looked like red and brown paint had been thrown down its side. You didn't notice these stains? Sir, when collecting garbage, no time to look at scenery. Keep talking like that and see what happens, snaps ASP Ranchaguda. From today, you will give full paperwork. Balal and Kuttu are silent. Detective Kasim shines his torch around the rest of the dump. The night has been one of bad smells. A breeze whizzes past him and makes him shiver. Kasim turns to Kuttu. He was thrown from one of those balconies. Not by us, right? Balal nods. Kuttu coughs and looks away. So where's the rest of the body? Kuttu looks at Balal, who looks at his feet. It's gone, sir. So I'm supposed to give his mother some limbs, a shoulder, and I don't know what that is. How do we prove that it's Mali Almeida? Ranchaguda speaks up. If he was taken in before, his prints will be on file. Detective Kasim shakes his head. I trust our fingerprint department less than I trust you. Where's the head? Sir, we threw it in the lake. No, I don't want to hear it. Get me the head. I don't care if you have to drain the whole stinking Beira lake. We need it tonight. Kuttu picks up the phone in his office and gets driver Malli out of bed. Detective Kasim lumbers towards the lift. What are we doing, detective? Asks Ranchaguda once they are out of earshot. You better put in for overtime, Putta. Ranchaguda pauses outside the lift, but does not go in. Kasim gets inside and holds it with his finger. What's the issue? Boss, first you say you are transferring away from the corpses. Now you want to put in for overtime? We have our job to do. What's our job? We protect the innocent, says Detective Kasim. I thought we protect the powerful. Do we need to discuss this now? Kasim takes his his finger off the button, which causes the doors to close. He curses and sticks his arm out to block the lift's jaws. Boss, I'm confused about another thing. Get in the lift now. Are we investigating this or are we covering this up?
Thank you. Thank you for that piece from a brilliant piece from a brilliant book. I mean, we will open it up for questions, but before I do that, I would just want to tell you that I was hoping we'll get time to talk about Chinaman also, and perhaps in the questions we will. When we close, I'd like you to speak about the leopard who speaks, the animals who speak, the dead animals who speak, and about the crow man. Not now, but after the questions.
Leopards and crows, okay.
Leopards and crows and Godman. Yeah, so questions, please. At the back. At the back.
Yeah, I mean, no spoilers, but Dead Leopard is probably the hero of the book, is my... Yeah, well, yeah, let's leave it at that.
Hi, Kenny. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can now, yeah. Thanks.
Hi, my question's on your actual second novel, Chats with the Dead. So you did work on Chats with the Dead and expanded this and reworked it a bit for the Western audience, as you said. So can you give me a couple of specific examples on what you changed in Chats with the Dead? And is there a change that you now regret?
So Chats with the Dead, you've read Chats with the Dead. I believe it's still for sale, bizarrely. Yes, so that came out in 2020, January, just before we went inside for 2 years. And in those 2 years, I mean, the world had bigger problems than Chats with the Dead, but also it struggled to find a publisher. And I didn't tweak it a bit. My wonderful editor, Natanya Jan, sat with me all through the pandemic for 2 years. Changing it around, pulling out plots, collapsing characters, it roughly begins and ends the same way, and it's roughly the same story, but I think Seven Moons obviously is pacier, is for a more universal audience and so on, but there are still people who bring me copies of Chats with the Dead to sign and say, I think this was the better book before you sold out and changed it. Specific examples, I would direct you to an article by Richard Simon where he reads both books and he compares, and he says basically they're not two different books. They use the same words to tell two different stories, which I think is how I could sum it up. Specific examples, I would say there was one extended piece featuring a dictatorial Sri Lankan family, and I was told this is not going to interest anyone other than Sri Lankan readers, and it'll be dated by the time the book comes out. And I think I have a wonderful editor, and she's very wise, and she was correct. But I would say Richard Simon's article will, yeah, because I think last session they were talking about reading your old stuff. Yeah, I don't want to read Chats with the Dead again or Seven Moons again, apart from reading. So that's from my memory. But I don't know. Do you prefer Chats with the Dead? Is that what you're trying to?
I like both of them.
Okay, good. That's the
they're
correct
their
answer.
own-
We'll
their
go
own
to the
piece.
next question. Is there a? I can't see raised hands. Okay, if there are no more questions, no, we are going to hang on for 2 minutes. We're going to talk to you about Crowman, Godman, and the leopard.
The Crowman. So the Crowman is this nexus between the afterlife and this life, and he's this blind man who's got access to the spiritual life, but he's also a bit of a crook. He's a bit of a hustler and all of that.
He has an agent too.
He has an agent as well. Yeah, my agent is here. My agent can speak to the dead. He told me today. I'm not making this up. Yeah. I remember researching this book. I went to a lot of haunted houses. I did a road trip. Sri Lanka's full of haunted houses, as is this haunted lake. I did a lot of that, and I visited mediums. I visited, not quite like the Crowman, but a lot of female spiritualists, and they'd sit you down and you pay the money, and they say there's a lady standing behind you. Oh, there's one behind you now. Yeah, and she's looking after you and all of that. But I have to say, I never saw a ghost. That doesn't mean they don't exist and that I don't fear them. But the Crowman was, I don't know where he came out of, but this idea that, also I do know where he came out of. I researched a lot of highbrow stuff. I read the Tibetan Book of the Dead and Dante's Inferno, but I also watched Patrick Swayze's Ghost. I don't know if you remember that movie. It's a classic. I watched it again recently. Patrick Swayze, R.I.P. But there's a character, Whoopi Goldberg. She won an Oscar for that. She plays this medium who communicates between demi-monde. So perhaps, as much as the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the Bible and all these spiritual texts inform me, I think the Crowman has a lot to do with Whoopi Goldberg and that performance. This person who's in between worlds and also making a buck from it. Because why wouldn't you? I mean, that's what agents do, right? We broker between.
That's what Godwin do also.
But the talking animals, again, there's a dead left. There's a few talk, and I think with each draft there were more and more talking animals because I grew up as a Mahayana Buddhist, the Sri Lankan brand of Buddhism practiced in Myanmar. Not so non-violent as we'd like it to be, but I also was fascinated with Tibetan Buddhism from more towards this part of the world, and I'd visited Ladakh and Tibet, and as a travel writer, and I'd like their mandalas with the pantheon where they had humans, they have gods, they have devas, yakas, but also animal spirits. And the fact is, I think, for those of you who haven't read the book, the animal spirits, I think, are the true heroes and speak the biggest wisdom in the book, and yeah.
Well, thank you, Shayan, for that wonderful conversation. And I can tell you one thing, I'm not going to give it away, but the ending of this very difficult, which must have been a very difficult novel to write, is like a punch in the guts. It is completely unexpected. So thank you for this, and thank you everybody.
Thank you for Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing us a glimpse of what to expect from the book. And yes, thank you for sharing your stories and experiences. We would like to honor you with a gift to take away from the Shillong Literary Festival as a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we move on to our next session, that is the Everest Challenge. Jamling Norgay presentation on the Tenzing Norgay.
Kila bani tu ne kila bani ya kini kekot lading ni
Kani kekot ken, kani kekot kuat bani tu hang ni. Kadai ka labor of love menong no ke lada day tang hangahi kanumi pertai kani kekot. Nrai ini Dr. Glenn Kharkungor, Chancellor Jongka Martin Luther University. Ma boong badai ban college ikini ki articles but ban penmi pat ba namar balada kimi tang hakot khubor tang kat no la tar la ayu la bret la ja no ande banda dai tang hanga te kila susa tang haka laptop jonga ngai don bok baka Martin Luther University ka penmi kini bat mentang asyam kini ki bawan na ba ki don interest ba kini hakini ki kot kan
te so tenat ba idan mo ita I Inong pensai, ya piba, kita pun penmi kini kita jengto ha ka dur ka kot namar ba. Kenang bagi pateng jungi la sai sni ru kin yo jemetoy na kini.
Lalong ka history no.
Ho, kin yo ka jemetoy shibun. Ti kong dat ba pide iwe ne ki riu kan thei ki ba pau khmat ki ba mi sha khmat bat ki ba ai men sim ki ba prat lenti ya ngi ki samlah ka ni ka jela ka jungi. Kiniat kong pila basu ai si kentian Argentina ka benta ki khon samla ki jongi ha ni ka jela ha ka liang ka tho ka tarbat ha ka liang kumno bikin smart ban puli ka e ka toy ban yo na ka jing puli naman kumangi I menta ngatharai ka jing shahi ngim da so tana than ban puli ban puli ki kot
kata ka point ka ba pikran menta ka dai ka ba don kam du kata shwa ban tho ngi dai ban puli buat ndala dep tho ru ngi puli ka jing puli ka long ka baya shilin terte ngi de ban long ki kwa wa jing tip ki ba kwa ban bo jing keli namar ba kanu ka sarkar ru dadang ngi klem bo jing keli mangi ki pat ba dadang ngi klem bo jing keli mangi ki batre ha ka kam pathar khubor te ki baret ki baria ki ba duk ki barang li lekin la shanu ki numdon kata ka voice kata ka agency bangi ong kan de na kata ka daw ngas ngau ba lada ki khon samla jongi kin kloi ban shim ban thiet ini ka kot ban bu haying kum kata kan nomuna mo ban puli ha kanu nu ka por ka bagi don kam tam le ki le research e ru kan ni ka long go to book maki ong no kan te nga so comment si sha phi ba ki banabar tam ki burom mi kan ni ka kot
ti kuble shibun kong hoi kapor kam sa so ingi ri dang kwa ha ko pat kapor ngin sa yo ban ngin sa kundo biang bat phi bangin yo ban yang
regarding his name, his place of birth, his fame after he climbed Everest. Nobody cared about him before he climbed Everest. Once he got fame, people wanted a piece of him, countries wanted a piece of him, different ethnic groups wanted a piece of him. So I'd like to talk a little bit about his life and his history. My father was born in Tibet, on the east face of Mount Everest, which is known as the Khangsong face. It's the steep, one of the most difficult faces to climb on Everest. And he was born in a small village called Kharta, the Kharta village in the Kharta Valley. And he was one of 13 children in his family. And his birth name was not Tenzing Norgay. His birth name was Namgyal Wangdi. And living in Tibet, his parents had, were very well off. But then due to certain storms and some weather conditions and with nature, they had issues with a lot of their yaks. That's what they did. They basically had hundreds of yaks that, they survived on. And most of them ended up dying of diseases. So at a very young age, when he was around 6 years old, his family decided to cross the Nangpala Pass into Nepal. and settled in the foothills of the Himalayas in Nepal. Sherpas are from Nepal, but Sherpas are originally from Tibet as well. The word Sherpa means eastern people. Sherpas migrated from eastern Tibet almost about 500 years ago, crossed the Himalayan passes and settled in the foothills of the Himalayas. And that's what my father did when he was 6 years old with his family. They crossed the Nangpala Pass and lived in the village of Thame. So my father always called Thame his home. And as a young boy, there were no schools over there, so his job was to take the animals, the yaks and if one or two cows they had, to the pastures and graze them. That's all he did. And in our tradition, in Buddhist tradition, we normally, from our family, one of the children, we offer them to the monasteries to do God's job, to God's work, in the monastery to be a monk. So his parents decided to take my father to the monastery, in Thame monastery, to the abbot, and offer him to do the monastery work. But before the abbot accepted my father, he did a divination. And his divination, he said that I cannot accept your son in the monastery because your son is a reincarnation of a very wealthy man in Tibet. And he's destined to do great things. So please take him back. And he also changed his name from Namgyal Wangdi to Tenzing Norgay. Tenzing means follower of religion, and Norgay means the fortunate one. So the family took him back, and he started grazing yaks, and that's all he did. Growing up as a young boy in the Himalayas, basking in the sun, lying down, looking up at Mount Everest every day, and wondering, to himself, what is that mountain that is so high that no birds can fly over? And somehow he was focused, and drawn to that mountain. And always drawn to that mountain until the day he climbed it. So when he was 18 years old, he decided to run away from home because back in the 50s, or early 30s actually, Nepal was closed to the outside world. And if you wanted to climb the Himalayas or Mount Everest at the time, you had to climb from Tibet. You had to go all the way from Tibet and climb. And the British expeditions were coming in to climb Everest from the north side from Tibet. In 1922, there was a reconnaissance expedition by Mallory. 1923, Mallory came in to climb this mountain, was unsuccessful. And 1924, Mallory came back again, and that was when they were lost high up on the mountain and never returned. And then consequently, later on, more expeditions were going up there. But in Nepal opened its doors to the outside world only in 1950. So my father heard that there were expeditions, and the British climbers were coming to Darjeeling, because Darjeeling was the starting point of all expeditions to Everest and the Himalayas at that time. So they'd come to Darjeeling, and then they walk across to Sikkim, cross the border into Tibet, walk across to west, and then go enter into Everest and other mountains in that region. So that was the route, because Tibet has also temporarily closed Lhasa and the other area entry points. So this is the only way in. So he heard about British, sahibs coming to Darjeeling to hire Sherpas for the mountains, and he wanted to join an expedition. So he ran away from his home with a friend of his, walked almost 3 weeks from his village in Thame to get to Darjeeling. But as a young boy, as soon as he got to Darjeeling, new place, he had, no place to stay, no work, nothing. So he managed to get a job at a small farm, at a small village in a small farm next to the town of Darjeeling, and basically milking cows and grazing the cows and, distributing milk to, the different areas. And that's what he did. And then in the evenings, he'd go into the jungle, cut down, trees and, chop them wood, and then he would sell those wood to make a living. But he finally got his opportunity when, in 1935, a British climber, a very well-known British mountaineer, Eric Shipton, he had come to Darjeeling to do a reconnaissance expedition on Mount Everest. Now in 1924, the British expedition with Mallory, that was the last expedition. So almost 9 years has gone by. There were no people, attempting the mountain. So Shipton said, I will go to Darjeeling and see if we can do a reconnaissance and see if we can go from Darjeeling and walk into Tibet and climb. So he needed to hire Sherpas. And my father was right there. He got in line, and there's a great photograph of him just waiting in line with his khaki shorts, half t-shirt, waiting in line with the sahibs over there on the table. And the moment his turn was next, Eric Shipton said, all right, we don't need any more because we've already reached the quota of the Sherpas we need for the expedition. But my father refused to move from there. He stayed right there, refused to move. And then Shipton looked at him and then saw something in him. He had a connection. Saw something tall, lanky fellow standing over there, not moving around. And Shipton felt, even though my father had no experience, he said, I'm going to hire this man. I think there's something about him I like. So that is when he got his first job to go on an expedition to Mount Everest with Eric Shipton. And from there, they walked all the way to Tibet, across Sikkim, across the border, and then went on the north side. And since it was a reconnaissance expedition, they got to almost about 24,000 feet to see if it is possible, And Shipton realized that it is possible to climb Everest again from this side. And then they came back, but following year, another British climber. Now, if you notice, all the mountaineers that came to climb Everest and the big mountains were all Britishers, all from the UK. No American, no Swiss, no one else came out except for the British. And the British always felt that Everest was their mountain. So 1921, 22, 24, 35, and in 36, H.W. Tillman, another British mountaineer, came to Darjeeling to, attempt the mountain. And my father got a job as a Sherpa, and then he went with that expedition and got to 26,000 feet, the highest any Sherpa had ever been until then. And he proved himself twice better than anyone else. He'd carry twice the load as any other Sherpas, and he'd walk twice as fast. He'd even drop supplies, come back, help the other Sherpas carry their supplies and drop it off and come back. And at this time, he started to gain a reputation, of being a very strong, climber and a strong man. And at that time, the Himalayan Club was formed in India, in Mumbai. And it's basically to protect the Sherpas. So if you wanted a job, you would go to the Himalayan Club, they'll give you a book, and then through them, you would get, hired through their recommendation. And this is basically to protect them also. In case of death or anything, then you are able to get insurance through the club. And they had the small book, and it was like a resume. So after every expedition, you had to get it signed by the leader. They will give you your comments on your what you've done, how you've done in the past expedition. And you take that book next time, and then you show it to the next expedition. So that's how it started. This whole process started. And then they came back, and in 1937, Hugh Rutherford, another British expedition, mountaineer, came to Darjeeling for, Everest again. So this is my father's third expedition to Everest. And this time they reached just above the North Col at 26,000 feet and had to turn back because of bad weather. So he had been on Everest 3 times already. And now it was during the war and there was not much going on. So my father traveled a lot. He would not stay still. And he's one of the only people that I know that had traveled all the way to Pakistan. Back then it was all part of India. And he's the only one who's been all the way to Afghanistan, the Hindu Kush Mountains. He climbed in the Hindu Kush Mountains all the way back. And from the mid-30s to the... From the late 30s to the mid-40s, he spent many years in Pakistan, which was part of India at that time. And he was basically helping some army general, serving the army general in this house with housekeeping and cooking and, doing odd jobs here and there. And then partly going on expeditions through the Indian Army on different mountains in those regions at that time. So he spent many of those years at that time. But during that time, he had 2 daughters, my 2 half-sisters that were with him, and his first wife, Ang Lamo, Dawaputi, sorry. And so when they were in Pakistan, Dawaputi passed away. And so he could not take care of the 2 children, 2 daughters he had. So he decided to come back to Darjeeling. But on the way back to Darjeeling, he was not able to get any tickets on the train because, you know, of whatever season it was, they had a tough time. So he decided to wear one of the uniforms of the army officers. He wore the uniform and then hopped on the train, and without paying a penny, he was able to get all the way to Darjeeling with his daughters. So when he got back to Darjeeling, he had to take care of the daughters, but he had to work at the same time. So he had to juggle these things. But there was this lady, Ang Lamu. She was a nanny who had worked in the UK for many years, a Sherpa woman, and then she had moved back to Darjeeling. And my father was delivering milk, and she was one of the people that were, delivering milk to. And they used to have arguments all the time because of the money, it's too expensive, too cheap, they're always arguing. And somehow they had this connection, the 2 of them had this connection. And very internal, close connection they had. And Ang Lamu basically came to my father and said, listen, you cannot take care of your 2 daughters and, work at the same time. So let me take care of the 2 daughters. I will, take care of them, I'll raise them, and you go ahead and do whatever you have to. So that gave him the freedom to work freely. And in the mid-40s, he had done on several expeditions in the Indian Himalayas, and he went twice to Tibet with a Italian archaeologist called Giuseppe Tucci. And he had come to Darjeeling to look for a guide to take him to Tibet. And my father was one of the only people that had been to Tibet already like 3 or 4 times now on the same route. So he went with Tucci to Tibet. He spent almost like 5-6 months in Tibet doing his surveys and archaeological digs around. And he'd come back and then go back again twice. So in 2 years they were gone 2 times they went, almost spent 6 months at a time. And then immediately after that, there was a Canadian who was working in Calcutta that wanted, he decided he wanted to climb Everest. Earl Denman, crazy man. He had no money. So he came to my father and said, hey, Tenzing, why don't you take me to Everest? This is all the money I have, and I don't have a visa to enter Tibet either. So my father said, all right, we'll manage somehow. So he said, when we get to the border, he dressed him up as a monk, and he said, keep quiet, don't say a word. So when they got, across the border, the Tibetan sentries were there on the horses and stopping, who is this guy, And my father said, oh, he's just a dumb and deaf Tibetan monk. We're just going on a small pilgrimage. And then he managed to get through. But at the time, they did not get very much high up on the mountain. They got almost about 22,000 feet only and had to turn back. So now my father had been there, four times already on this mountain. No one had ever been on this mountain more than him until now. And then came the 50s. Early 50, Nepal opened its doors. And now, Eric Shipton came back to Nepal. And one of the first foreigners to enter into Nepal was actually a Frenchman, Maurice Horzog. He came to climb Mount Annapurna. And he came in 1951 to climb Annapurna, and he did climb it. And then Eric Shipton decided that I think since Tibet was closed now, we will go and try to see if there were ways to climb this mountain from the Nepalese side. So Eric Shipton came to Kathmandu in 1951 to do a reconnaissance through the south side of this mountain. And as he was going along, he had some of his team members, but they were sick. They were not very well. So he needed to get some more people to help him out, members. And at the time, he was looking for my father, but my father was on an expedition in Nanda Devi. My father was busy climbing Nanda Devi out here in India. So he needed some climbers. And at the time, he heard about Edmund Hillary and Charles Wiley, the 2 New Zealand climbers. He heard they were climbing somewhere in the Indian Himalayas, and he heard good reputation about these climbers. So he managed to get some wires through to invite these 2 guys to come. And Edmund Hillary did join Shipton, on the reconnaissance. And they were able to go all the way to the base camp. And from the base camp, when you go up on the south side of the mountain, you have to go to the Khumbu Icefall. And that's one of the most treacherous sections of the climb. Icefall is basically a huge river of ice boulders that move constantly every day. It's like playing Russian roulette when you go through the icefall, even today. Most people die in the icefall now also. So he managed to get to the lip of the icefall, just to the tip of the icefall, and look right through. And he saw there's a big plain valley and then going up, and then he said, wow, maybe it's possible to climb this mountain from the south. But he didn't have the permission to climb and the resources to climb either. So he came back, and by the time he got back and he went to London to get the team together, to get resources together and try to get a permit for 1952, the Swiss had already received the permit from the Nepalese government to climb in 1952. And back then, the Nepalese government gave only one permit for Everest in a year. So the Swiss had the whole year to climb this mountain. As many times as they want to come, they can come. And Shipton wanted this mountain very badly. Like I said earlier, they felt that this mountain belonged to the British. And he was disappointed to hear that the Swiss had got the permit. And they even tried to coax the Swiss into giving the permit to them, telling them that this mountain, we've been trying to climb this mountain for so many years, to give it to us, our expedition. And Swiss basically said, no, you get in line, you get the permit for the next year, which was 1953. So they secured the permit for 1953. And at the same time, they were just hoping that the Swiss do not make the mountain so that they can climb it in 1953. But so when the Swiss came, they invited my father, not as a Sherpa, but as a member of the team. This is not something done by most expeditions. Even today, most people do not do that. Most expeditions, organizers, and companies do not do this. And they invited him to be a member of the team and also as a liaison between the Sherpas and the climbing team. And with the Swiss expedition, he was able to, on that attempt, with Raymond Lambert, his climbing partner, they got on really well. They got to almost about 400 meters from the summit. 400 meters is, right up there, right up that hill. And but due to some oxygen problem and weather was not looking too good, they decided as a team to return. Now, if they wanted, they could have continued and reached the summit, no problem. But the only issue was that they probably would not have made it back alive. And knowing when to turn around is very important in the mountains, in the Himalayas, or anywhere else, and also in basic daily life and work. So they turned around and they said, all right, we can come back in the fall and try to climb this mountain again. But in the fall, the weather is even worse, and they were not able to get very high. They got almost about 28,000 feet and then had to turn back. And they were sad they couldn't make it. But by that time, my father was very exhausted, because of all the climbing that he spent, got weak. So the Swiss flew him from Kathmandu to Patna, where one of the best hospitals were there. So he was hospitalized for almost about a month. And the British at that time were very happy that the Swiss didn't make it. So they were gearing up. They called it, this is an assault to the top of the world. We're going to conquer this mountain. That was the attitude, because they always felt this is their mountain. And they finally had the chance to prove this. But they needed Tenzing Norgay, because he was the only man who knew this mountain from this side also. And he had been there twice. So while he was still in the hospital, they sent Charles Wiley, another climber, a British Gurkha soldier. He came all the way to Patna to convince my father to join the expedition. And he said, no, I think I've tried 6 times and I'm done. But somehow Ang Lamu was there, his second wife, and said, well, I think you should try one more time. Maybe 7 might be the good, lucky number. My father said, all right, I will do it one more time if it happens. So he was able to join the British expedition in 1953. Now, with the British, India had just got partitioned in 1947, an independent country. My father was living in India. They were in Nepal. The Sherpas were mostly from India in Darjeeling, and mostly some from Nepal. And as soon as the Sherpas arrived Kathmandu, while the British members, about 12 to 14 of them, they arrived at Kathmandu also. They were staying at the British embassy in a nice accommodations, while they sent all the Sherpas to the barnyard of the British embassy to sleep there. So they had issues from the very beginning. But at the end, it was resolved. My father was a liaison, and he was able to get on this expedition together, and they invited him to be a member of the team as well, which was nice. And it was during this time that he met with Edmund Hillary, and they were partnered together by John Hunt, who was the leader of the expedition. And then on the 29th of May, 26th of May, the British had sent two British climbers, Tom Bordillon and Charles Evans, two of them to climb this mountain, but they had reached about below the south summit and got exhausted and had to turn back. And having a British expedition with British climbers on the summit of Mount Everest, the main goal did not work out. But they still needed to climb this mountain, so they sent the second best team. They were actually the best team on the mountain, but because of politics, they put Hillary and Tenzing on the second, and they sent them, and they were the stronger team. And on the 29th of May, Hillary and Tenzing reached the summit of Mount Everest. Tenzing was an Indian citizen, not a citizen yet at that time, but Indian, and Hillary was a New Zealander. So no British climbed this mountain, but a British expedition got there. Thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure to really meet the son of Tenzing Norgay. Tenzing Norgay was my boyhood hero. I was then 6 years old, and his story of grit, courage, and determination had fired up my heart into adventure with dreams of climbing mountains. But life, of course, took a different turn, and later on I was still interested in adventure, but took another turn into the dark underground world of caves. Now, it's a very fascinating story. And I would like to ask, this is a blatant question to you. First of all, I'm very happy that you've taken up on the footsteps of your father. Now, I would just like to know, how many times have you climbed Mount Everest?
I climbed Mount Everest once in 1996, and I had to make a promise to my family that I will not go back again. Even though I'm tempted to go back many times, I still have no permission from my wife and my family.
And I believe the time that you climbed Mount Everest was during the time when they had a very big disaster.
Well, 1996 was the year we climbed Mount Everest. So I climbed Mount Everest at the time, and we made the IMAX film. And it was also the time where the mountain faced the worst disaster in this mountain's history, where a total of 14 climbers died, and 9 climbers died in one single night.
I remember that very well because I read the book Into Thin Air. And again, it fired my heart again. I did do a little climbing myself, but most of the time is taken up with the caves here. Yeah. So we are on different paths. But what do you think about today? We feel that Everest is crowded don't you think that it could pose a lot of hardship, a lot of dangerous, it will be very dangerous for the climbers?
Yes, Everest is very overcrowded today. There are almost about 1,000 people trying to climb the mountain on one side and another 1,000 from the north side. The more people you have on one single route, the more danger it poses. Especially when you have long lines, you see lines of almost 350 people trying to make it in one day, which is not good. If you ask me to climb a mountain with 350 people in one line and you pay me unlimited amount of money, I will not do it, because that is stupidity. Waiting in line at the bottom of the line because you're as fast as the first person. And that poses a lot of threat. And that's one of the reasons that there's a lot more deaths on the mountain these days. Because of the long lines, because you have limited oxygen. You need to get there within 12 hours, and then back. So when you're waiting in long lines, that 12 hours become 13 hours, 14 hours, you get delayed several hours. And that causes a backlash and also lack of oxygen, which leads to people dying on the mountain.
Yeah, that means that if you have a weak climber in front of you and he is taking his time, so eventually you have to return back. You will not be able to complete your segment.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, weak climber in the front, slow climber in the front means everyone's going to slow down, which means you're going to risk losing your life at that time as well.
The other thing is with Everest being crowded, there's been a lot of pollution, a lot of garbage being thrown all around. So we've been reading that there have been a lot of collecting the garbage and cleaning up. But I still think that there's a lot to be done.
Well, there was a lot of garbage. Back in 1996, I can show some photos, but we saw tons of trash, especially high up on the mountain at 26,000 feet, 27,000 feet. 26,000 feet is the highest camp at the South Col at 26,000 feet. And we saw almost over 1,000 empty bottles of oxygen, trash of all kinds, and dead bodies also scattered all over the place. And ever since then, I have been involved in several expeditions to bring back rubbish. And we've been able to bring back over 1,000 bottles of oxygen and several tons of rubbish back to, back down the mountain. And it has stayed clean for several years, but again, in the past few years, it has gone back to what it is. And even today, my major focus is on the environment, and cleaning up the mountain is what I do. So we have expeditions going up all the time, not only on Everest, but on the other mountains as well, and at the base camp of all the mountains and the passes of all the mountains that we're cleaning up and trying to bring awareness today. So we're working hard, and it's also paying off.
I think this is a big problem because it's with many people climbing the mountain, trash will only increase, and the work that you put into clean it will not be sufficient. So have you thought of a way of how to control this?
Well, we are controlling. It's not only the trash we have to worry about, now we have to worry about human waste on the mountain.
Yeah.
About 1,000 people, having human waste at Camp 2 and Camp 3 at, 22,000, 24,000. All that human waste is going to come down through the glacier and then feed on the rivers that feed, people along the way, on the valley, all the way down. So that is a big issue. And just from the past 2 years ago, we've initiated a strict rule that you need to bring the human waste back down as well. And that is being followed slowly. And besides that, more and more rubbish are being brought down. So I'm hoping that in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to clean the mountains thoroughly.
It will be a very difficult task.
It's a difficult task, but I am focused and I'm going to make sure that it's done.
Besides your father, who everybody knows, who's got the courage, the grit, the determination, and made a name for himself, who do you think is well, the most colossal man in the world, of the colossal man of the mountains, through all these ages, besides your father?
Well, there is a whole
I know.
list of climbers.
There
I
are
mean,
a number of them.
Yeah, there is Herman Bull, Eric Shipton. Like I told you, these were the true mountaineers, true explorers. You know, they were going into the unknown. They had no idea what lied ahead, which they were going to challenge new mountains, new routes, and you know, taking chance of risk. They didn't have the pleasure of having GPS, and you know, people have already done it before. I mean, Herman Bull, this is another mountaineer, climbed Nanga Parbat. Nanga Parbat in Pakistan is known as the death mountain. You know, people die on that mountain every time. More people die on the mountain than anywhere else. And he climbed this mountain solo in 1954. Went all the way up and came back down. I mean, these are the true, you know, explorers and grit and, you know.
Yeah, I think we tend to overlook those early explorers because they have not submitted, but they are the ones who found the way forward. Yes. They should be the real heroes.
Yeah, they are the ones who paved the way for us. My Tenzing Norgay, Edmund Hillary, the British expeditions, all those British expeditions from 1922, Mallory, you know, Shipton, Tillman. These are the people that paved the way for us, saying that it is possible. And after my father and Hillary climbed Everest, it gave hope and inspiration to millions of people, letting them know that, you know, anything is possible. There is hope. If you put your mind to it, you work towards it, you can successfully achieve your goals. And Tenzing was one of the first people, first Asian actually to rise to fame non-politically, you know, during that time.
Now, we'd like to say something about the Sherpas themselves. I don't think any expedition could be carried out without the assistance of Sherpas. They are the backbone of any expedition. So over the years, you would have literally hundreds of Sherpas who have made a name for themselves. But I think as a mountaineer yourself, you would have some inkling of which Sherpa should be considered the best.
Well, Sherpas are the backbone to mountaineering expeditions in the Himalayas. 99% of expeditions in the Himalayas would not be possible without the help and support of the Sherpas. Even though it's the job to be up there, they're always laughing, singing, dancing around, joking around, and they'd get their work done. They're basically the unsung heroes. You know, hundreds of Sherpas, actually several thousand Sherpas have climbed Mount Everest, and they have accumulated almost about 4,000 of the summits on Everest is done by Sherpas. And actually 2,000 have climbed, and then 2,000 are the extras who have climbed 15 times, 20 times, 10 times, you know, many, many times ascents they've made. And even today, you know, you go on the mountain, Sherpas are used very widely all over the Himalayas.
Just as a matter of interest, did your father attempt K2?
No, my father, Mount Everest was his last big mountain. After that, he basically, you know, had enough of the big mountains, because he had climbed Nanda Devi before that. He had climbed Bandarpunj, and you know, all over the Himalayas he had climbed and traveled. I don't think anybody in the world had ever traveled extensively from the 30s to the 50s like he did. You know, all the way from Nepal, the Everest region, all the way to the Hindu Kush, Pakistan, and all, you know, all the way to the Hindu Kush Himalayas. And Sikkim Himalayas, he knew everything back forth, in and out.
Well, I would like to change a little bit from the Himalayas. I believe that you have also been in an expedition to the Antarctica.
Well, yeah, I do go to Antarctica also, because North Pole, South Pole are great exploration places. And I was able to once recreate, I don't know if you've heard of Ernest Shackleton. He was one of the greatest explorers, the British explorer, who wanted to be the first man to reach the South Pole. But his ship got stuck in the ice and was stuck in Antarctica for 2 years. And he survived 2 years in those temperatures with his crew, without a ship. And he had managed to cross one of the islands in the South Georgia Islands in Antarctica, and got rescue to boat to get all his men back to safety. And in 2016, I got together with the National Geographic and was able to recreate Shackleton's crossing of the South Georgia Island, and we successfully completed that in 2016.
Well, I think it must be a very comfortable expedition for you.
Oh yes, it was not difficult because there was no altitude.
So I think with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can have a few questions. If you have any questions, yes. Maybe we'll just take 2 because we're running out of time. 3, 4, it's okay? Okay.
Hello, yeah. I just wanted to ask that, of course, the Tenzing Norgay Edmund Hillary is one of the most fascinating expeditions we've read about, even growing up. But do you think there would be some kind of, retrospection that this kind of mountaineering, which has fascinated different expeditions over time, has also led to probably the overcrowding of the Mount Everest at some point?
Well, once you show the way, once you open a certain area, everyone will follow. You do that in Shillong, you find one of these nice, beautiful places and you open it for tourism or any, you get up there, you explore it yourself, you go up, wow, beautiful place, you take a photograph. Next, after 1-2 years, you're going to have that place with thousands of people crawling. That's human nature. And Mount Everest is the highest mountain in the world. You ask anyone, why are you climbing Everest? Why didn't you go and climb K2? It's the second highest, and it's a more difficult mountain. Why didn't you go? Say, no, there's no reason. Why should I climb number 2 if I can go to number 1? Because no one cares about number 2. So that's one of the reasons that you have more and more people that want to climb Everest. There's something people lure you to go to the highest mountain. You don't want to go to the second highest. You want to go to the highest. And today's climbers are what we call the overnight climbers. They just have no experience. They have the money. You pay, $100,000 to the company with no experience, and they will take you up on the mountain. They will not guarantee you to the summit, but almost get you up there. And that's what we are running at. And it's become a very lucrative business. It's a multi-million-dollar business running any expeditions on Mount Everest. Yeah, if you see the photographs of base camp, it's like a small town with several thousand people at base camp. It's a glacier. And people climbing this mountain. It's the whole feeling of challenge and exploration is missed out. People want to be lavish. They want comfort now. They have nice tents at base camp. At Camp 2, they have nice big tents with heaters and beds. They actually bring beds and carpets. This is a big tamasha that these people put on over there. You don't need all that. You come to climb the mountain, you come and climb the mountain as a mountaineer. Simple mountain, you go and climb. You don't need heaters and, 8-inch mattress beds and, side tables and attached toilets. And that's what they're offering now. People are paying for it. And I feel very sad to see, the spirit of adventure going in this direction.
So not just Everest, but considering all the other mountains as well. So over time with technology, things have gotten easier. So how easier has mountaineering gotten, or is it still the same like it was back then?
See, no matter how great you have the equipment has changed a great deal. It's become a lot more lighter and a lot more colorful. Nowadays, you don't need much equipment to climb mountains because all the equipment that's needed on the mountain, is done and set up by the Sherpas. All you need is a Jumar and a harness, and that's it, and a carabiner and crampons. And the rest, the Sherpas do all the work for you. You don't have to, carry anything up on the mountain anymore. So equipment does not make too much of a difference as far as you are a commercial climber. And it's become more of a fashion statement, to be in the mountains nowadays. You go to base camp, as people are just showing off the new clothes with the new latest design and, different colors, and everyone's flaunting these things around. And it's very sad to see, such people on a mountain, as beautiful as Everest or any other mountains.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for coming here and giving such an insights about the Everest and your family background. My question to you is, sir, I had visited Himalayan Mountaineering Institute in Darjeeling, and that's when I got interested into learning about Everest and Tenzing Norgay. So what do you think how the youth of today who aspire to climb, be it Everest or any other Himalayan mountain, be it Kanchenjunga or K2, how would you want them to scale these mountains? Do you think that we should limit ourselves, or how do you want us to be mobilized and be aware given the concerns of pollution and as well as overcrowding these mountains?
I think never limit yourself. You need to explore. You never know what you are able to. Human beings are amazing beings. You never know what you're able to achieve until you try it. You have to try everything in life. But try anything and stick to something you like. Stick to something you're passionate about. Don't do it because you want to get a selfie and you want to show everyone your photograph. Hey, I've done this. When you've not enjoyed it. Even in your workplace, if you're working in any company, if you don't like doing accounts, you shouldn't be sitting in a bank or anywhere else. You should be going out and exploring. Quit that job immediately and go out and explore and do what you like, what you enjoy. Because when you do something that you enjoy, what you're passionate about, you enjoy it, and you're going to be a benefit for yourself and also for the company that you work with in the workplace. So my advice to the youth is, firstly, get off the social media. Use less of the social media. Don't look at your phones every day. Turn it off. Go out. Just take a walk. Explore. If you're from Shillong, go and explore. There's beautiful places. Here's the expert on caving. Take him. Use his expertise because you will not get it after a few years, Use him. There's so many people. Use your resources, natural resources. Explore the areas. There's so many things to see and learn. Happiness does not always involve money, in making lots of money. Happiness involves when you are happy, doing what you like and what you're passionate about.
Thank you. The governments charge a hefty fees for an expedition, right? So it would be unimaginable in the normal landscape for a dead body to be just lying there for years on end and no authority kind of taking it away, and even trash for that matter. So why is the government of Nepal not taking responsibility for it? And is there any funding when you put in your private efforts? Is there any funding for you?
Firstly, the government, I don't think they really care about what's going on. They receive almost about $15,000 per person is the permit fee alone. So they receive almost about $3 to $4 million on Mount Everest alone every year as a permit fee. And I don't know how much of it goes back. I don't think much goes back at all. Most of the cleaning efforts are done by privately. I do this privately. I have a lot of good companies that I work with. I'm an ambassador of many companies, and they help me sponsor, all the cleaning expeditions that we've done so far. And I sincerely hope, the government does something. But until now, nothing's been done.
Just one more question. Why do the mountaineers leave their oxygen tanks and stuff behind?
Two reasons. Firstly, it's for safety. Sometimes you're up there and conditions are so bad that you need to get out. So you just leave it and you come back down. And that is understandable back in the days. But today, it's sheer laziness. It's just, I'll leave it there, no problem. Because the government takes a garbage deposit from each expedition member of US $5,000, I think. And somebody who just climbed Mount Everest and came down, he's not interested in carrying that oxygen down. He just forfeits the $5,000 and goes back. And that's one of the reasons. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll not take any more questions now.
Just one question.
No, we can take it to the lounge. There is an author's lounge. You can have an interaction there so that we can move on with our next session. We are already running out of time. Thank you so much for being here. It was your work is exceptional and we enjoyed thoroughly that conversation. And as a token of appreciation, we would like to give you a gift from the Shillong Literary Fest. Our first goes to Jamling Tenzing Norgay and Brian D. Karprandali. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Viewers, I am here with a contemporary artist, Sonal Jain. She is an author writer and she has been traveling around the globe and has been to many festivals and exhibitions around the world. How does it feel to to be here in Shillong Literary Festival?
It's really amazing, and like you said, I've been to many festivals, but it's just very, very important to show your work to your own people, to people who you've grown up with, and people who understand what the work is about. So yeah, it's really, really good to be here.
So Ma'am Sonal Jain has just released her book yesterday, and this book is titled Puri. So ma'am, can you just talk a little bit about this book? I mean, for our viewers to at least have a glimpse about what is this book all about?
Yeah, the book is about the Puri myth.
To talk, Shahana suggested we call it the Upamanyu Chatterjee minibus. So, are you okay with being a minibus rather than an omnibus?
Well, it depends on how boring your questions are.
Well, I can try to be as boring as possible. So, I don't know, what is the most boring first question you've ever been asked?
When do you write?
When do you write?
No, I was asked by someone who said, oh, listen, I haven't read any of, sorry, it was a girl, I haven't read any of your books, so when do you write? Do you write in the mornings or do you write in the evenings?
We want to talk about your new set of the novellas that has just come out. But I realized that, these 4 novellas have just come out, but your English August itself was supposed to be a novella or a collection of short stories. Is that right?
Yeah, it began as a long story, and I didn't know whom to send it to. Amitav Ghosh was kind enough to introduce me to his agent. I sent it to the agent who liked it, and he said, can you just sort of stretch it a bit? That's it, I stretched it. And
well, he liked that. What about the rest of the stories? It was supposed to be, like, had you written a whole collection of them?
No, I mean in the sense that I had sent him that and something called The Killings in Madna, which later appears in the collection called The Assassination of Indira Gandhi. He liked both. He preferred English August because he said it was sort of funny. That's it. And then I said, okay, let me just see what. And I, that went into cold storage for a while. Madna.
And when you were writing English August, did like your civil service peers, friends, was anybody aware that you were writing?
No. In fact, thank God for Bengali parents. I had this book in my head. I had just finished training, I think, and then I just said I just need to go home, and you can't tell your boss that I need to go home and write a book. So I think if memory is a bit hazy, but it was, after all, this is mid 80s. I think it was Diwali or something. It just a trip back home that became a 4-month vacation. And the nice thing about, I'm just being funny. The nice thing about my parents is that they didn't go berserk. They didn't say, "What the hell are you doing here? Go back to your job." And I said, "No, I want to write a book." So they said, "Okay, it doesn't." Wonderful. And then when I finished it, and then I sent it off, then I went back.
And when the book came out, did they say there's too much masturbation in it?
Well, unfortunately, my mother had died by then. My father just, he was, bong parent again. He was just extremely proud. But between the two, between the writing and the publishing of English August, lies a huge gap, about 3 years, I think. No one was interested. And I quite saw their point of view, there's no girlfriend, there's no sex, there's no, being blown by Hindu philosophy kind of stuff. There's just this guy jerking off. And anyway, so in those 3 years, my mother died. My father, of course, was very, very happy. But that's it. I think his reaction was a bit like my own. I didn't, except for Ghosh, I didn't know anyone who actually published fiction. I said, wow, that's me. But anyway, after that, now, you have them crawling out of the woodwork, but...
Yeah, but at that time, when you were sending it to agents and stuff, was this whole thing okay, this is about two Indias meeting and all? Was that even part of the conversation?
No, he sold it. Actually, he sent it to a lot of publishing houses. And obviously, they turned it down. Then I think the publishing house that finally accepted it did so because their editor was traveling in India and he heard on the grapevine that there's this funny Indian book doing the rounds. And this is all very hazy, but then he sort of read it, liked it, and decided to publish it. So it now seems completely, and in fact, it just seems completely unreal even now, the way English August found its way into print.
Were you surprised at the reaction, at how it became like this cult classic? I have a lot of people who say, my God, you're talking to Upamanu Chatterjee. When English August came out, he was like the hottest writer around. Did you know that?
No, but that's always nice to hear. No, it's just, it's always nice to be told that, we liked your first book. But I was completely zapped, by the good reviews. There were some bad ones. But actually by very clever people, by people whose work I liked. The poet Eunice D'Souza wrote this very unkind thing about, megalopolitan India laughing at small town India and so on.
Was it untrue?
Of course it's untrue, because it's it's about two Indias. It's about English in India, actually. You know, it's about the absurdity of this English language in India. And but when you read a review that says, "Oh, how funny he makes the civil service sound," but you don't want to say, "No, that's not what the book is about." As long as the review is, is positive. Not one of them actually said that these themes are also present in the book, this whole sort of English thing. And so I say it at every festival.
In fact, in one of the novellas, The Hapless Prince, there is a line where the Raja is saying, and I wrote this down, he's kind of, the British resident in his kingdom is somebody he went to school with in England, right? Yeah. And so he has tea and stuff. But he's also saying, the Raja is saying, besides, who is very anglicized, is saying, besides, no fellow Indian will deny that Bande Mataram as a subject is deserving of more attention than English romantic poets. So this absurdity of English in India kind of continues.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, it's a bit less stark because there are, there's obviously, one must say the obvious thing, because there are layers and layers and layers of the kinds of English we speak. But I personally believe literary English will continue to be absurd in India, but so what? The funny thing about that story was that to me, it's a pastiche of the Billy Bunter stories. But when no one I've talked to about that story remembers Billy Bunter. It's extraordinary. My daughters, who are now 30 and 33, said, "Who?" So I said, Billy Bunter. But that now it's this whole Harry Potter thing. So I said, "No, Billy Bunter. Everyone, who the hell is Billy Bunter?"
We should ask for a show of hands. How many people remember or have read Billy Bunter?
One. See?
One. Two.
Yeah.
There you go.
But there you are. So, but I hope the story stands on its own. But otherwise, it's it's.
But do you think it's not a bad thing that nobody remembers Billy Bunter anymore?
No, no, that's not. It's not a good or bad thing. It's just that for my generation, we all grew up reading that rubbish, and rubbish, of course, it is. But we all grew up reading rubbish. There was so much, even when I was reading it, there was so much in Billy Bunter that I thought was worth sort of tearing apart. Everything was wrong, and that's what I did. So, in Billy Bunter, for those of you illiterates who don't know who he is, Hari Jamsat Ram Singh is a prince who studies in this fictitious public school in England, who speaks like a moron. IQ of about 4. And I said, let's just give him a real life, and that's it.
That's it. But as he says quite rightly, even if you don't know Billy Bunter, you will enjoy The Hapless Prince, despite.
Yeah, I hope
which
so.
is, talk a bit about these 4 novellas were written at different points of time. Talk a little bit about how they came about, because a couple of them are sort of detective stories.
Well, there are 4 stories. Let me tell all of you, especially those who are not going to buy the book. Billy Bunter is this the Hapless Prince is a pastiche of Billy Bunter. The Revenge of the Non-Vegetarian has been published before, and that, to my mind, fits very neatly into because it's what's it called? A backstory of Agastya Sen's father. I was intrigued. I have been intrigued for decades by the idea of a detective agency in India. And I found out that the daughter of the granddaughter of the man who set up the first detective agency in India was in school with one of our daughters. One thing led to another. It took about 15 years for me to get around to meeting her parents. And I said, look, I just want to do a book story on how your father set up India's first detective agency. Then he gave me the literature, he gave me his, I said, we'll talk about the detective agency, let's say, through one of his very early cases. So they gave me one, I rewrote it extensively. So that's the third. And the fourth, or rather the first, the title story is something, I have a brother who writes short stories, and he's in the Merchant Navy, or was in the Merchant Navy. 2 paragraphs in one of his stories gave me the germ of this idea of a contemporary case, dates not known, of a kid thrown into the sea because he was sort of illegally on board ship. And, how does he survive, does he not survive, etc. So that's it. They are different, yeah. I'm quite happy with all of them. So,
you just said, so this was a germ of the idea came from something in a story your brother had written?
Yeah, that's right. In his story, this is literally half a page, but there was just so much meat in it. So the rest
that
of
as
it,
the revenge of the non-vegetarian, you took the meat.
I put in, and it was fun, that kind of research, which I've begun to do more and more. This whole sort of arcane world of shipping and the Merchant Navy and Suez Canal, all that stuff was extremely interesting, fun for me. And apartheid relations with South Africa, because the ship is going to Durban. They don't recognize, or India has no diplomatic relations at that time with the South African government. So how will the ship be accepted? It seemed wanted, but I had fun.
Do you worry about that? I think in a previous session here, somebody was saying like the whole idea of doing research, but then not letting it show. Do you believe in that?
No. If you have to do research, you just get into it. No, I don't. No.
With the detective story, now your previous novel, Villainy, also starts with a dead body found in a park in Delhi. Right before this session, when Shehan Shehan was talking about his book, somebody was asking about detective stories, and he said the problem with detective stories in South Asia is they never get solved because all the bad people, they just go away, and the police are never able to solve it or anything. But have you been drawn to that is that something you really wanted to explore? Because now we have several detective stories in quick succession from you.
Well, no, one full-length book, and this one, actually, out of these 4 novellas, only one is actually a detective story. The Hush of the Uncaring Sea is really, I'd like to think of it as a tiny, minuscule epic. But Villainy actually began. Villainy is a COVID book. There were people I knew were just dying, and that's why when I first began it, I was trying to catch the mood of just sitting in Colombo, coincidentally, not being able to return, come back to India, sitting in Colombo for a year and a half, and just hearing, people I know of just dying one by one. So, that whole death thing, and then, you put a body in the park. And then, of course, when you put a body in the park, you can't just leave it there. You have to just figure out what to do with this body. And the rest of it just, emerged.
Flow emerges from the what to do with the fundamental problem is what to do with this body. Now that I have, as a writer, put a body in the park, I have to figure out how to dispose of it.
In fact, if you recall Villainy, a fair amount of time is devoted to the disposal of that body. There's this sort of morgue, because, as I said, it was a depressing time, and in most detective stories, they don't bother with that body. Someone comes and takes it away. I said, no, let's just talk about that. Especially in this case where when the young boy dies, it's his elder sister, who's also very, very young, who goes to the morgue and so on. So that's all very morbid, but I was just in that mood, so.
Well, you mentioned COVID, but one of the things that happened during COVID is your earlier book, Memories of a Welfare State, suddenly came back to new life. Well, I don't know if you should say new life and COVID in the same sentence, but whatever. Because in Madna, there is an epidemic that happens, and then all these bureaucrats and officials are trying to spin it in whatever way they can. And I remember reading a lot of reviews and things or saying that basically you were like suddenly became the prophet of our times of COVID. How was that?
Yeah, no, but that's, how one takes notes all the time and not sure when one will be able to use those notes, but I'm sure you do it too. So when was it? The plague in Surat.
Surat.
Yeah, when was it? Whenever it was.
95. How do you know all these dates? Yeah.
So, the kind of completely spaced out news items that used to appear in the papers about the plague. First of all, this plague is this kind of biblical, medieval, and this kind of completely sort of metaphor for evil and so on. It's kind of mind-blowing thing. So I said, no, I can't not let this, I can't let this pass. I must include it. So there it was, and then I said, ideal, because Madna is the kind of place where anything can happen. So I put that in. So it's not really,
But when COVID happened, were you surprised that you're like, oh, I did a pretty good job in trying to...
A book once done is done. I don't.
Let's talk a bit about Lorenzo. A lot of people commented when it came out and got great reviews, won the JCB prize. They said this is, Upamanyu Chatterjee specializes in sort of the anti-hero almost, the people who have many vices. Somebody, I think, wrote a review saying, like, your characters go through all the, speaking of biblical, they go through all the vices, sin, gluttony, lust, greed, all of that. But this was a much gentler character, Lorenzo. Was that something you were aware of while you were writing, or is it only after the fact?
Well, Lorenzo is a bit of an exception in the sense that it's, as the sort of prefatory note makes clear, it's actually the life story of this friend of ours. And yet it's fiction because, one can't just bother him day in and day out saying, okay, on the 15th of March 1984, what did you have for lunch and so on. So all that is cooked up. But it's his life story, and it was interesting because I said, how weird. What a weird guy, because for me it's unthinkable, that someone at the age of 21 just goes off, joins a monastery. But having been a monk, Fabrizio, the real life Lorenzo, he has a monk's memory and discipline for remembering what is important. And also, since he was as much involved in the writing of the book as I was, if not more, because he was very patient. And
how was he involved in the writing?
Well, I would bombard him with questions on WhatsApp, 10 a day. What's the color of the wall when you go down the corridor and so on. And instead of saying, listen, shut up and just make it up, he'd say, okay, give me a day. And sometimes I'd say, no, I mean that paragraph, I can't give you a day. I'm going ahead with cream. Is that okay? He said, then he'd say, okay. So, that kind of stuff. No, really, extremely patient. I didn't have, therefore, much to, it would have been so simple. I, in fact, even told him. I said, look, instead of Bangladesh, can we set the second half in India and can we just murder the guy, So then, he has, he's a monk after all. He has absolutely no sense of humor. He said, no, I don't think that would be correct. So I said, okay, there you are.
Did it feel strange? Writers, of course, are magpies. You file things away, you steal things from people's lives, conversations, stray bits and say. But here you're explicitly, almost like it's an authorized fictional biography of a person. Did that create a strange sense of, I don't know. Yeah.
No, because one, I was, I was very considerate. He read the draft twice, and I was careful. I couldn't possibly. Certainly, I couldn't offend him, but I couldn't offend anyone that he did not wish to offend. So there were, not more, there were several points at which I said something vaguely sort of, because we didn't want the book to get too heavy and, noble. There were points at which, I described something funnily or, used a witticism. And he'd say, can we drop this, please, because the person you're talking of isn't that kind of guy, etc., etc. Of course, I absolutely, I honored. There was only one point on which I disagreed, because I used, the Bible I used, of course, was the King James. He, being Italian, was completely unimpressed with the King James translation, and he said, what is this funny English? And he, I don't know if you read modern translations, American or even English translations of the Bible, I don't want to offend anyone, it's just damn boring. Yeah? There's no music, you know what I mean? There's no poetry or anything. So then I had to put my foot down, saying nothing, this is sort of Shakespeare's Bible, so I can't.
So in this case, when there's a witticism he feels is out of character with his character, you say, okay, this is your story. But in general, your sense of humor, often described as a dark sense of humor, your wit, is very characteristic, very dry. Do you... And it's very unusual, because some would say that in India, in a place like India these days, irony doesn't fly very well. We are a pre-ironic age or post-ironic age. In such a time, writing with the sense of irony, does it never get you into trouble?
No one reads these. It's fine. It's fine. And all those layers and all that English and all, they don't have the patience, man. They see a long sentence and say, let's just skip this damn thing. It's completely safe. True. The best way to escape trouble is to write a long sentence.
This actually goes back to something Anita Agnihotri was saying this morning in her session, where I asked her, so, you're a civil servant and you've written these books where you're interviewing Bheels and people displaced by the dam, and don't you get into trouble? Like, you go and talk all dissenters and Narmada Bachao Andolan and all of that. And she said, yeah, well, technically, I am supposed to ask for permission before I write. But then that will go to this official, then it'll go to the official before it will get buried in a file. So I just don't ask anybody I never asked anyone for any permission. I just wrote confident in the belief that nobody would read.
Well, yeah, more or less true. I mean, this whole permission thing is unless the rules have changed, for fiction you don't need to write, you don't need permission, but if you're writing your memoirs and other such boring stuff, then you do. If you're writing memoirs about your time in the intelligence bureau and all, you'd better just get out of the country first before you. But that's the rule. But fiction, no one cares unless there's a. I didn't obviously for English August. The assassination of Indira Gandhi, I wrote as a short story which was published in a magazine in London called London Magazine. Like a fool, I did write to the Maharashtra government saying that I've written this. Yes, they paid me £50 for it. So I said, I've written this short story, and may I be given permission to accept the £50. Silly, one is very young. So some clerk wrote back months later saying, send us a copy of the short story to help us decide
whether you can accept the £50.
Yeah, so I just kept quiet.
You should have just kept the £50 with you, just in case they said no, and then you can return it very ostentatiously. £50 wapsi.
Well, that £50 has another. I mean, the man Alan Ross just sent me a check saying here's the £50. As happens very often in India, I opened the envelope. There was no check. So I wrote back to him saying, those were the lovely days, pre-fax and so on. So I wrote back to him saying, thank you very much, Alan, but there was no check. And he sent me another check. And then he said, if the old check turns up, tear it up. So I said, sure. That's it. And the second time he was cautious enough to fold the check in a sort of thick sheet of paper. So that cleared the eagle eye of whoever it was, in whichever post office it was. But after that, it's otherwise it's all right.
I want to go to audience questions, but one of the things I wanted to ask you before that is, in many interviews you're asked, oh, do you think of yourself as a bureaucrat or a writer? And you keep saying, no, I am a bureaucrat, I happen to also write, but this is my full-time job. Now that you have...
This is the question worthy of that young girl.
Yes, I thought I would save it for the end. Now that you have retired, are you able to say I'm a full-time writer now?
Well, I'm a full-time G who writes on the side, in the sense, now that we don't have maids and so on, I have to sort of plan meals and dishwasher and all that. So, but I do nothing else. So that's true. I suppose I write full-time, but I'm still embarrassed to say that I'm a full-time writer, but I guess I can't say anything else. No?
I think it's about time to let go of the embarrassment, no?
No, it's ingrained. It's this kind of Bengal famine thing.
It's a Bengal famine thing. It's probably because you started studying history or something and then gave it up to study English literature.
Yeah, it's funny.
That is the cause of this embarrassment. You have never gotten over this.
Yeah, no, it's just that I think, how did you know that?
I did research.
You've been snooping.
I snoop. There's this thing called internet. You can look up things.
Yeah.
And if you're held accountable to everything you said on the internet, it will be a very long night. Let me open this up to questions.
Yeah, none.
Well, I can't see anything.
Yeah, sort of.
So it's very... There's a hand I see in the back, but I don't know if somebody... Yes.
Hello. Hello, good evening, sir.
No, can you just stop calling me sir? Please.
Good evening, Upamanyu.
Ah, much better, yeah.
I'm Mahima. I've had a question for you. Your years serving as a bureaucrat and your sensibilities that has shaped you over the years as a writer as well. Do you think serving as a bureaucrat for all these years had somehow come into conflict with the artistic rebellion that we see on your pages?
End of question. Is that the end of question?
Yes.
Okay. No, I can't. I mean, the years in the bureaucracy have given me the plots of 2 of my books. The plot of my most well-known book and the plot of what I think is my funniest book. So I can't just say, oh, it was a terrible time. It was very, very fruitful. It was very reassuring to be a bureaucrat because it took care of roti, kapda or makan. At the same time, it was nice to be a bureaucrat because you had something to complain about. Oh, had I not been a bureaucrat, I would have been writing full time. So they were very profitable those years. At the same time, having said that, I should add that now it's very nice not to be a bureaucrat and to have this sort of pension coming in. With this pension, not to answer your question, in COVID, when all these people were dying, our pension was going up. Can you imagine? Some complicated dearness allowance and inflation and so on. I felt so ashamed. It was all hell all around you. And to answer your question, that kind of conflict is inevitable, but it's necessary, I think, to have something to complain about and to discipline yourself so that you say, okay, at 6 o'clock or 7 or 8, switch off, avoid feeding the kids, get down to work, etc. Very nice, very nice.
Avoid feeding them, but they've done okay. They've
survived. Certainly despite me. I mean, I was just, your father's just there to say, brush your teeth, go to bed, stop shouting. It's the mother that's the...
Another question. Actually, as a bureaucrat, though, now if you were writing, do you think you'd get away with things like changing the name of a ministry to, what was it? Ministry for Heritage, Upbringing and Resource Investment, aka Hubris.
You mean, no, as I said, no one reads. So I don't see anyone reading the memories because it's sort of, this sharp guy who told me, यार memories में मजा नहीं आया.
Memories में मजा नहीं आया is a quote of the festival.
So I said, why? He said, yeah, I like to finish books at one sitting. Very rude. I like to finish books at one sitting. English August was, but our memories is very fat. So there you are.
You are fat, man. Somebody has to ask another question. Yes, please.
So I am quite a big fan of English August and the sort of...
Just read the other books also, yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, I plan on. I'm a slow reader.
Now you're 10. So it's been 40 years since that first book.
I know, sir. I do plan on, but...
plan on it.
No, I will. I certainly will. I absolutely will. But I'm specifically a fan of the fact that it is such a scathing criticism of the bureaucracy in India of the time. So my question is very simple, sir. Considering that the political atmosphere of India has changed so extremely and things are so rightwards leaning now, do you think writing something of the sort for a person who is also a civil servant, just like you had been at that point, is possible during this political epoch?
It's many hypotheticals.
One, That world has changed completely. Madna is no longer the same. English August today would be a completely different book. It's very clear when you read English August today, when Agastya Sen goes to the boondocks, he just says, where the hell have I come, you know? There's none of that. I mean, all this Instagram and all the internet and all that is right there in Madna. He can video talk video links with whoever he wants to. So he is no longer isolated. I'm sure Indigo also flies to, you know, Madna.
Indigo probably flies to Madna too.
Yeah, so there it's changed completely. Also in the last 40 years, the civil servant is now much more answerable to the political head of that region. He has a more important, I mean as important, he has a bloody mobile phone, Sarkari mobile phone. There's no way, you know, in our time, if you wanted to escape, leave alone the district minister, if you wanted to escape even your collector as an SDM, all you had to do was get into your jeep very early in the morning and go off. For 3 to 3.5 hours, there was no way that you could be contacted. You know, and if it was an emergency, by the time you reached wherever it was, that place had one of those phones where there was an operator and so on. There was no way that, and then even if the collector called you there and yelled at you saying, where the hell were you? Oh, so I was en route, I was in my jeep going to, and the jeep would, you know, break down and so on. It just, you were safe, completely safe. In fact, I used to do that on Sundays because you felt that, you know, Sundays is your day. So rather than stay at, you know, stay in your room and read, you know, Tolstoy or some shit, you get into your jeep and say that I have this inspection to do, and you buzz off. That's impossible now. It's impossible. I mean, the world has changed completely. So the book would have been completely different. Hopefully as funny, but what I would put into it would depend on my experiences, because English August is based on. At the same time, I should add that I have left out, you know, I've said ad nauseum everywhere, that you could have the same setup and give Agastya Sen a drought in chapter 1, a famine in chapter 2, a flood in chapter 3, communal riot in chapter 4, and at the end of it, he's Mother Teresa. You know, you can do that. It's very easy. Just, you know, a little more boring, that's all. The people who were offended, civil servants offended by English August, were offended by the fact that I had deliberately kept out of the book an equally real aspect of the civil servant's life. So to answer your question once more, you'd still write a funny book, but it would be completely, unrecognizably different.
I think we're out of time. So thank you very much for everybody who stayed. Upamani Chatterjee you will be signing copies of your books so that this gentleman who plans on reading your book can get his copy signed.
He has to buy them first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As a token of appreciation, we'd like to honor you with these gifts from the Shillong Literary Festival. We really appreciate your time and for being here with us. Thank you, sir. Moving on now, we move to our last session, last but not least.
Hangni gidan ha kani ka wika stall hangni ha po ka ni ka festival ka Shillong Literary Festival, but kuman chu ong ye ki berang tune in pi don but ngi live nang ni na po words leg, but ha kani ka sngi ki don bon ba ki Rio crowd perkat kinong tho kiba pipi la ban snap la da pidon ki kisem la ni one hidala dala desh kan ge jaka la da pidon por hang ni hawat slick but ha kan ge jaka ru om tang ke desh pangkato katar tarnes tang pangki kot ande ge jaka ru kadong ge jaka bam but ki jaka di mo hi kita gi wine ge blash na hi but hang ni ka compare ka long bang yu I ha bang ya ning ni I ba ki don ya kan ka rice beer. So hello, where are you from?
I'm from Tura, Garo Hills. I'm Keenan, the founder of 7 United Rice Beer, India's first handcrafted canned carbonated rice beer.
Can you just tell us a little bit about this beer?
So this is actually our traditional beverage, bachi. So what we've done is we've made the traditional bachi into this modern, trendy version so that the young generation gets back in touch with their traditions, and we are trying to revive and be proud of our traditions.
Thank you. And kumapilayo snowman dan I ong ba kanika rice beer kaba I kabay pila ban yo ang ni kalong ban penimpat ya kata ka kulsur mo kadi kata ka jingdi tenrai ti ling ba jo kani kini ki kena samla man ta kita ki younger generation ru kila ban yo mat ya kani ke jo ka jat jingdi tenrai jong ki garo. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Now, so let's get straight into this. Let's get the first question out of the way, because that how can we not ask that question? What is similar between the four Purushtats and the Ikigai book, and what is different?
I think, considering that Indian wisdom is the cradle of spirituality in the world, there is a lot to do, because when we explore Japanese concepts like the tea ceremony, the Zen Buddhism, much of that, for instance, Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, was an Indian prince, and many things that we are using in the West or in other countries like China, Japan, they started here. And because of that, I wanted to establish some kind of comparison. Maybe we can go one by one, sure. Because it's very interesting that there is correspondence. For instance, Artha, it has a lot to do with the third circle of Ikigai, is what you can be paid for, the money, what you need to be alive and to buy your house and to pay your bills. Then, for instance, Kama, it's what you love to do. So it has to do with the first circle of Ikigai. Well, I would say before knowing how are you going to get the money, it would be better to know what you enjoy doing, because if you enjoy doing that, you can be a better professional and you can earn more money. So two of them are like this. So if you want, later we can discuss the other circles and the other Purushats.
Sure. Speaking of Artha, don't you think that the world is too consumed by Artha to actually bother about the rest?
Yes. There are many studies about that say that over $100,000 a year, there is no difference in happiness, and maybe it gets down because you have more problems, more properties, more competence. So, but of course, we need to secure our standard of living, and from there, what is typical, for instance, in other festivals where I was with entrepreneurs, when they reach a certain point, what they want is to work with foundations, with NGOs. They organize that because maybe they are nearer to moksha, that is, that reached some point, you want to know what is the legacy you are going to leave in the world, and you become more spiritual and transcendent. But it comes after you think you have reached your peak.
So it's like Maslow's hierarchy, that Artha is the base?
Yes, it's the base. Actually, we can inspire ourselves in the Maslow pyramid. He was a psychologist that studied the levels of human needs. So first of all, you need to secure water, food, and your survival, because sometimes when I go to schools, children have asked me, what is the Ikigai of a soldier in the war of Ukraine? And I said, there is no Ikigai. The only thing you have to do is to finish the day alive. So when you get that, and maybe when you have a house, and you have food, and you have water, then you can go to the next level. But you must start from the bottom. Because of that, Earth should be the first goal of any person. So to know that you can maintain your family and yourself, and from there, then you go to higher and more spiritual goals.
So did it surprise you in India when you saw the poverty and then the 4 Purusharthas? Was there a dissonance in that?
Actually, I've been traveling to India since 1998, and I have seen this enormous growth in last 25, 27 years. So I think both worlds combined together. The first time I was in Mumbai, in the streets, you saw more elephants and cows than cars. Now, when I go to Mumbai, Barcelona seems old-fashioned for me because there are so many buildings, so many highways. So I think India, we can find inside the most modern tendencies, the best designers and programmers of the world, but also the sadhus and the old wisdom. And that's what makes this country so fascinating, because in this country you find the past and the future together.
And do you think that's because of the Purusharth of Dharma that kind of the past and the future are together?
Yeah, I think Dharma is a complex concept. It has a lot to do with duty, with legacy. I relate Dharma with the circle of Ikigai of what the world needs. And I think we can discuss a bit about that.
Sure.
That when you find your Ikigai, it doesn't mean that you know for real what you have to do in your life. I will put myself as an example. When I found my Ikigai as a writer, I inspired in my heroes that were Paul Auster and Haruki Murakami. And I wanted to be a novelist like him. But what happened? That many of my novels didn't have any success, and one of them, called The Library of the Moon, I thought it was the best I had written in my life, and 6 years after, I've never received a single email of somebody who says that he liked it or she liked it. But then you write Ikigai, and thousands of people are greeting you and saying that it was important. So what does it mean? That when you are configuring your Ikigai, it's not only what you want from life. You must be attentive of what life wants from you. Maybe you want to be here, but life is sending you messages that you will be more useful there. And so Ikigai is a dynamic process. We must get feedback with reality to be in the better place possible.
But can you talk a little bit more about that? I know it's more about Ikigai, but then how did you find your Ikigai as a writer?
Actually, I am nowadays in my 4th Ikigai. There are people who think that when you find your Ikigai, this will be forever. No, it can be temporary.
How fascinating, okay.
These are, if you like soccer, European football, in Football Club Barcelona, we had a very famous trainer that is Pep Guardiola. He had a lot of success. But after 5 years, he said, I am leaving because I feel empty. That's what happens when you finish an Ikigai. I had a first Ikigai as a teacher of German language. And during 3-4 years, I thought I had found a diamond, the thing that I would be happy all my life. But then I discovered in my 4th year that I was not very good at repeating things. And if you are a language teacher, you must repeat the same lessons as if they were new. And I was not like that. So I got a second Ikigai that was being a publisher. I work in a publisher company. I was publishing books of psychology, spirituality, Orientalism. But the atmosphere, the human atmosphere in that company was very toxic. The older employees were mobbing us. And in the end, I left my job and I came to India for the first time. There, being here, I wrote my first book in a notebook with a pen I was like 45 days in India, and I wrote my first
year
novel.
was that?
It was a novel for children called Lost in Mumbai.
And when was it? Which year?
1998 or so. And I published 1-2 years back. So it was my third Ikigai, being a writer. And nowadays, the less I do is writing. I have many books, but today I am here. Then when I come back to Spain, I have to go to schools, to colleges. So I would say that my fourth Ikigai is helping other people to find their purpose in life. So Ikigai changes because you change personally. There is a theory that every person changes deeply every 7 years. It's called the septennials. It was made by a German intellectual. So when you change, maybe you have a period of your life more in earth, and you need to get money to accomplish your dreams. But you get done, and then you value your time. And what you want to do is to develop some artistical power that you have. So every time you change, Ikigai changes too.
No, I think that really resonates with the Hindu life division into 4 parts, you know. The first part is when you do the work, second part is that grihast, where you have a family, and then finally ends with sannyas. So in that way, life is split up into those 4 parts.
Yes, and actually, the first time I was in India, I was very surprised talking with the sadhus, because you understood that there were people with quite comfortable lives, with families, and I haven't seen in any other place in the world people able to renounce to everything to prepare yourself for death. I don't know if there are as many sadhus today as 20, 30 years ago. But this is amazing. But we could simplify it. There is a book that I like in English called From Strength to Strength. And the author, Arthur C. Brooks, says, when we think of purpose, there are 2 parts of life. The first part of life, what you must do is to shine, to show your power, to show what you are able to do. But the second part of life, what you must do is to light the way of the people who come behind, the young people. So every person with a big Ikigai will become a teacher in a certain point.
No, true. Warren Buffett, he spent all his life earning, but now he's spending most of his life teaching.
Yes, I think that when you have enough knowledge, then it's the moment to switch and to say, how can I transmit this knowledge to the younger generations? Because one day you won't be here, and they must profit from all that. And because of that, rich people, when they become 50, 60, they are preparing the afterlife of their wisdom.
So as a person from Europe, at least geographically, when you look at the Japanese way of life and their attitude towards dharma, the Indian way of life and their attitude towards dharma, and the European way of life and their attitude towards dharma, what do you find which kind of unites them, and what do you think is totally different?
Yes. When my first trip in Asia was in India, and then I traveled many times to Japan, professionally also. I wrote a novel in Kyoto. I was with National Geographic, writing articles and all this. And apparently it's very different, but it's not so different. So when you are in Japan, in a train, in a Shinkansen, the silence is like being in a church. You don't listen even the breath of the passengers, and when they are reading a newspaper, they are doing in a way that you cannot listen to that. So everything is silent, everything is in order, everything is perfect. And when you come to India,
it's the same, no?
Yeah. There is a lot of noise, it's a lot of life. When you are in Japan, nobody is going to ask you anything of your life if you are not introduced formally. If you sit in a bus in India and you have somebody next to you, immediately you start a conversation. I feel more like this. But what is common between India and Japan, together with the spirituality? That in both countries, I would say that as is more important than me. That the group, the family, the friends, the circle is more important than the individual. That is the obsession in United States of Europe, that is me, 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 me. So both countries, they share this respect for the group, for the familiar group, for the group of friends, for the team.
Interesting. Out of all these 4 push starts, which one is the one which you personally identified with? And did it change before and after you finished the book?
No, actually, I am very interested in karma because there are many people who are depressed because they don't know what they want to do in life. And I think this is the main question you must do. And the generations after the millennials, this philosophy related with work has changed dramatically. In the times of my father worked 40 years in the same office. He was a low-profile worker, and he didn't like it, not the first day, not the last day. It was a place where he went, he got a salary, and he finished his period there, and it was not something important for him. Nowadays, the millennials need to be in a place of work where they feel they grow internally and that they have some impact in the world. And it's the same in the next generations that came. And it happened something very interesting during the pandemic, and it was what was called the Great Resignation. It happened especially in the United States. If you have lived in the United States, there are many unhappy workers there because, for instance, a waiter has not a salary. The owner pays only the insurance, that is very expensive there, the health insurance, and they live from the tips. Because of that, there is this gratuity, 20, 22, but there is some sense of humiliation in that you work there and you depend on what the people is going to give you. So nobody's paying for your work. So what happens? When the world closed in the pandemic, all these people were sent home, and they were thinking about their lives, to think, okay, should I go on in a job where I am unhappy, or maybe it's better to be poorer and try to study something, to start a new job, a new profession. And the Great Resignation was a process in which, when the businesses opened again, 8 million people renounced to their places. And many of them didn't have an alternative, but they risked to be happier in work, because I think work and happiness should come together. As Confucius said, the great Chinese master, if you find something that you like to do, you won't work a single day in your life. I think it's a good goal. I don't know if it's so easy for everyone to get it, but because of that, the first question, what do you want from life? And the second circle of Ikigai, what is your main gift? If your gift is teaching, don't go to a bank to work there because they pay you better. You will be much happier in the other place.
Sure. So karma is the pushtat which resonated with you the most.
Yes.
I work in an office where I'm the oldest person in that office, and I often think that the millennials, like you said, maybe is it true that they are looking for moksha before the others? Is it that search for moksha which makes them so unhappy, or what is it?
Yes. I think they are more fragile than us, and they need... I've worked with people very young, and sometimes you must be a father for them, because emotionally they are not so resilient, because they had it easier than us. So for the generation of my father, you could have a bad day in the office, a second bad day in the office, and maybe you had problems with your wife or with your father, and you resisted. You knew that it was something that it will get better. Nowadays, a very young person, a bad day in the office, maybe he or she resigns. So people has changed, and also they have different needs. I think they have a higher spiritual need and a need of purpose to understand what are they doing in this company. And because of that, because you are an entrepreneur, I would like to connect Ikigai with the golden circle that I think you know from this author, that he says that there are 3 different levels of purpose in a company. First level is when you know what you are doing. For instance, you say, I have 11 hotels. You are in the what. Second level, you know how you are doing. And you say, I have these quality filters, we work like this, we do it like that, we have this and that. And the third level is the why. If you know why you are serving the clients, why we are together in that, this is the most powerful purpose that a company can have.
So how do you get to that why, whether a company or a human?
Yes.
How do you get to that why?
Putting yourself many questions. This model of Simon Sinek, I think, you can put it in your personal life. So it's interesting because the Ikigai can grow, can reach a peak, and then it can go down. And there is something that indicates you that you need a change. And it's the boredom. When you get bored in something that before it was exciting for you, it means that you need to innovate what you are doing, you need to do it differently, or maybe you need to go to a different position for that. Before, when we were talking in the author's lounge, you told me something very interesting, that your vision of moksha and flow. And I would love to speak with you about that, because happiness in job is being in a state of flow as much as possible. What is flow? According Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, flow is when your full attention is only in that thing. It's like meditating, but it's meditating in movement. For instance, I was a very happy waiter when I was a student, because I am very interested in people. So while I was in college, weekends and in summer holiday, I was working in different restaurants and bars. And because I like to talk to people, I was very happy to serve them. And maybe 8 hours for me was like half an hour, 1 hour. So there is a relativity in time. So when you are in flow, it means that you can put all your attention in what you do. You are not looking at your clock. You are not projecting your mind to the past or to the future. And then you are excellent in what you are doing. But of course, to attain that, if you are in a company, you need the conditions that you can have this level of quality of mind.
No, I completely agree. Switching gears a little, what do you think of humor? Does humor have any role to play, whether it's in Ikigai, whether it's in life, in any other
Humor.
way? Yeah.
I think it's very important, because in life, we are going to experience many little and big dramas. And if you don't put a bit of humor, you can feel that you are in hell. So humor is a human strategy that gives you distance. For instance, my girlfriend broke with me, and I am young. And I think this is a big disaster. I think this is the end of my life. If I can get some distance about that and understand that many other people has passed by the same, and that when I explain it in 1 year or 2 years, it will be even funny, the situation. If you are like Woody Allen, that he said, when you are able to explain in a funny way your failures, your mistakes in life, then you are a spiritually advanced person. And I think humor, even sharing with other people the disgrace, it can give you a sense of relativity, very healthy, to have even better instruments to deal with that.
And do you think that detachment which comes from humor is similar to the detachment which you said, that if you're detached from the results, or if you're detached from something which is the seriousness that comes in?
It has a lot to do with the spiritual detachment. If we observe the Tibetan monks, they are laughing all the time. And there are different visions of Buddha. The Chinese Buddha, that is very big, he's laughing all the time also. Why? Because laughing is detaching from reality and understanding that nothing is as important as we think. So in the personal drama, there is a lot of ego. So there are people who suffer because they think they are the only ones who suffer. But when you understand that every person in this hall has a different problem, one has a financial problem, one has a sentimental problem, another one is looking for Ikigai, a problem with health, then you see that all of us are sisters and brothers in sorrow and suffering, and then you feel better because you understand that everybody is fighting and that we can help each other even.
Sure. So again, shifting gears a little bit before we open it up for questions. Do you also think this, and I'm being a little provocative here, so I apologize already, do you also think the search for Ikigai is like a first world problem? That like, that you're already,
That's
you
a
have
good
so many
question.
things.
And as I was commenting you before, when I am in school, visiting schools, they ask me sometimes, which Ikigai has a black African mother that needs to walk 20 kilometers to find water? What Ikigai has a soldier in Ukraine? And I said, these people don't have to think of Ikigai. They are in the lowest level of the Maslow pyramid. First, you have to survive. Then, you have to find a decent life. Then, you can be more intellectual. And in the end, you are spiritual. So, Ikigai maybe is not for the rich, but it's for the comfortable people. So, if you have a house, if you have food in your table, and if you are not fighting against a very serious illness, then you have time to think about what you are going to do. But even so, let's think about what happened with Frida Kahlo. Frida Kahlo was a high-class Mexican woman. She didn't have any idea of becoming an artist. She belonged to a good family, she had to work in a company, and then she had a terrible accident. There was a crash between a bus and a tramway. She was in between, and she became very seriously injured. Actually, he was going to live maybe 10, 12 years more. And he had like 40 or 50 chirurgic operations. And into this difficulty, while she was in bed, she decided to become an artist. She said, I don't know if I am going to live 1 year, 5 years, 10, but the time I have left in this earth, I want to be a painter. Maybe without that difficulty, she wouldn't have discovered her Ikigai. But sometimes it happens like that. People, by the end of their life, when you see the death near, you say, the most important thing I have to do is this. Maybe it's writing your memories. Maybe it's doing something else, or maybe it's leaving something for the future generation. So Ikigai also can grow in the middle of the extreme difficulty.
Fabulous. That's a lot to think about. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
There? It's anybody with a microphone?
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little away from philosophy. They will ask the best question I think I've ever heard asked to you, which is Ikigai and its first worldness. So, on a total tangent, do you think sometimes the first world, especially Eurocentrism, doesn't value the art that comes from Asia, and how as somebody who is so inspired by it, a simple example of the Nobel Prize not coming to Asia unless it's in a on the circuit every decade, does that worry people like you who have been to Asia and see what it has in terms of art and philosophy?
This is a very good question. I think Europe and the West is fascinated by Asia. And actually, if you go to California, if you go to Spain, to France, Everybody is practicing yoga and mindfulness, and these are things that come from India, actually, and it's part of our lives because we are fascinated with that. But if you go to Tokyo, they want to live like Americans. The Western mentality is brought to extreme. So I think there is no big difference between our way of life. Actually, when people ask me, do you need to be Japanese to practice Ikigai? And said, no. Maybe it's easier to find your Ikigai in a rural environment where life is slower and you don't have to rush from here to there. But actually, life in Tokyo and New Delhi and New York is very similar. So I don't think that East and West is so separated as it used to be before, because we have influenced so much each other. Thank you for your question.
More questions? While we wait for the questions, I have one more. If somebody was to be at the end of their life, right, sitting on their deathbed and looking at life retrospectively, what do you think they would think of these 4 Purushthats? How would somebody think that they've lived a good life or not a good life?
I think they would think about the 4 Purusharthas and Ikigai. I can put a very nice example. You can watch in YouTube a very nice lecture called The Last Lesson. The Last Lesson was a lecture that Randy Pausch, a professor of virtual reality, made in his college in the United States in Carnegie Mellon. What happened to this man? This man had the diagnosis of a terminal cancer. He was given 4 or 5 months to live, and he decided to gather all the students of his college, not only his own students, but all the students of the institution, to give the last lecture. And he wanted to explain what did he decided to do in these last 4 or 5 months. He said, I don't want to be here mourning, blaming God for my destiny. He decided that he would accomplish his dreams as a child. And he said that normally, when you are a child, you have a list of things you want to do in life, a list of purposes, a list of dreams. But normally, then you go to education, you need to have a good degree in high school, in university, and then you need to have a good job and pay for your family and this and this and this, and you forget about this primary Ikigai of the children. So what Randy Pausch did was recovering this list of dreams, and the last 4 months of his life, he was accomplishing all of them. He was a freaky person because he was very young with informatics and virtual reality, and for instance, he wanted to be in an episode of Star Trek, and he wanted to experience Gravity Zero and this and that. So he said the conclusion of this talk is, when you felt sad and lost in life, remember who you were as a child. But because normally children, they know about dreams, so maybe we can recover them. So it's something that you could do if you have some months only to be in this world, to think what is left, something important that you wanted to do and you didn't have the time. Now that you have so little time, maybe this is the only thing you have to do.
Thank you.
Yes?
Very interesting talk, thank you. There was a recent video by Rich Rolls that surfaced that he said this one sentence, that we are not human beings having a spiritual experience, but we are spiritual beings having a human experience. So don't you think that more, rather than being sequential, the goal to the 4th Purusharth of moksha, it is more of a way of life? Like youngsters today at my age can also start living that path of spirituality while pursuing their material goals, while fulfilling arth and kam and dharma. So what is your take on that?
The question, he means what we were discussing about moksha being flow. So he's saying, can you have moksha without dying? Or can you have moksha without
That's a very interesting thing to say, because before speaking with Devil, I was commenting that karma also, the law of karma, can be understood between lives, but also in this life. So if I am not acting in a nice way, if I am being greedy, if I am not being a good friend, if I am not a good work companion, bad things will happen to me. I will feel alone and isolated and maybe depressed. So there is a law of karma in this life. And maybe there is a moksha also in this life, that if you work internally and you become a spirit, what is to be a spiritual person nowadays? And this is a nice question to do here in India, where you have so many religions in the same spot. For me, being spiritual is going beyond yourself. When you are thinking of somebody that maybe you don't know, these random acts of kindness, and you do something for somebody else that is not you, and you are not going to have a feedback, you are not going to have a compensation. This is being spiritual. When you do something for the future generations, even you won't be here to see that, you are being spiritual. So for me, this moksha, this detachment, is forgetting of your needs and focusing in what the world needs more than in your own desires. And you can do it in this same life. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much for this wonderful enlightenment talk about the 4 pillars, Arth, Karma, Dharma, Moksha. What do you think, which is the first and foremost pillar? The most important pillar, the first pillar. What the Kautilya said, Arth Mulo hi Dharma Kama Viti, means what I understand, the earth is the most first and the most important pillar out of these 4 pillars. Without artha, we can't do dharma also. We can't do charity. We can't run our home. We can't do the social well-being of the society also. The second small question is, how do I know my passion? Once some laureate said that once your passion becomes your profession, then there is no need to work hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you have pointed a very important thing, and that is money is not good and not bad. Money is an amplifier. If you are a very good person, if you are spiritual, if you are cultivated, and you get good money with your job, with your talent, you will be able to assist to many people. Actually, there are people who spend most of their earnings in others. So, and if you are a greedy person with a lot of money, you will be a big idiot. And the same happens with artificial intelligence, by the way. Sometimes in publishing masters, I am asked, what do you think of artificial intelligence? And I say, it's an amplifier too. If you are a wise person and you know how to use it, you can make your projects deeper and more sophisticated. If you are an idiot and you think that putting one key, the work is done, you will be more idiot than before. So with money is the same. So I think it's a very important point what you say. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really wonderful, and I think you are, for me at least, going down that path of spreading the light, like you said you would. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention so late. Thank you for remaining with us.
What a lovely session to end this day with, leaving us enlightened and hopeful for another beautiful day tomorrow. Thank you so much. And we would like to honor our guests with a gift, because yesterday we've already presented a gift. Yes. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and with that we've come to the end of this day, but do come back tomorrow. We have another beautiful lineup, and we have another amazing lineup tomorrow, and and offering you another deep dive into another great writers from Meghalaya as well as from different parts of the country and the world. Thank you. Have a great evening ahead.
Di perlog ngi dang don hang ni hi ha po words lake but baro shis ngi duduk step ngi lapen I ya kenika live coverage nang ni na words lake ya kenika Shillong literary festival but hadiin jungi kenika jing put kasi tenrai ka begitu khot ka power ka dang ya but sa shipang por ka sa don pat sa kawi ka jing put jing tem western music ha kawi pat ka benta jong kenika jaka hi hang ni.
Right, what an amazing end to yet another day here at the Shillong Lit Festival. International Booker Prize winners, including iconic authors and writers, have all come together to showcase their work as we all celebrate literature, art, and of course imagination. Well, in some time, like Amy just mentioned, this evening will be transformed into a musical tapestry of sorts where the MGMP artists would be performing live and they'll take center stage. But the good news is that we shall be back tomorrow live for the third and final day of the 5th edition of the Shillong Literary Festival. You guys won't want to miss that. So until tomorrow, from both of us and from the entire team of Doordarshan Meghalaya, good night.
Like I said from the beginning, this Lit Fest is not just about books. It's about culture, it's about society, it's about people coming together.
Literary festival is good when it is a conversation of the global, the national with the local. That's when it really works.
Youth today, they are unsure about the decision, about the purpose. So how will they find their Ikigai?
Yes, they need to focus because we have too many options nowadays, so many distractions with a mobile phone, with a computer, with a tablet, that if they want to discover their purpose in life, they must do less things and focus in one and flow with that.
Specifically for me, I'm looking for non-fiction books, if possible related with women's struggles or how much women have developed in society. I'm looking those kind of books.
Death by dumplings. Ti ini ide itra jo kani ke dukan te tho yingi kong kamut iyu kani ke kerteng jo kani ka dukan.
So I dead by dumplings because I have different types of sauces. So I have around Madan Kumbanyo, Pratli types of sauces like Szechuan, chili oil, peanut is our best seller, Ken. So because of that, and it's fiery. So because of that reason, I dead by dumplings.
Piece that we made it by ourselves with the stuffs imported from Thailand and with this candle it fits perfectly for your Christmas dinner in your center table.
Aling bagi ni gerensan baga sorkar ka ai mo ai lat engi bangin peni kenya kini products ki jongi hakum kini ki festival mo kaya rap shibun namar bahani ngilaban ya kendu ya shibun ki nongdi mo ndai tang kakut no tang hani ndai hadu hadien habur nang ni ki brew ki tho engi kan bangilaban nang penhe shu ka ni ka kam ka jongi.
The only reason I came is also because of this author, because of this book. This is something that really relates to what I'm doing, and I feel that I have really found my Ikigai from the work that I do, and I'm in that journey of finding a purpose in life and trying to find that joy from within.
Sing
Alex. Do it. Do it once more. Elsie.
Say everybody sing with us.
Okay, Elsie, you ready? Let's go.
Thank you, guys. Check, check. Yeah, we have one more song, guys. But thank you for being so supportive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise one more time for Ekora. Coming up next on stage for the CMMGMP is 14-year-old Shevinia and the band. Make some noise for Shevinia. After which we will have the band alive. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay where you are to witness the band alive. And this is a small announcement that tomorrow we'll be having the following bands: Gwyneth and the Constellation, followed by the widely acclaimed Yesterday Once More Experience, and finally ending with a little bit of country soul, the Straight Brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give some noise for all the bands that are playing for the CMMGMP, and make some noise for yourself for being here at the Shillong Literature Festival 2025.
First of all, I want to thank the CMJMP for giving me the opportunity to perform in this platform, Lit Festival. And I'm Shavinya, and this is my team. We're going to play just 3 songs for you all, and we hope you like it and having fun. Thank you. My heart at the door, I won't say a word. It all been said before, you know, so I believe. Just can't pretend like we're not scared of what is coming next, or scared of having nothing left left over. Get me wrong, I know there is no tomorrow. All I ask is this is my last night with you. Hold me like
'Cause what if I never love again? Thank you. Alright, so this next one is my original and it's called Conclude. we deeply appreciate CMGMP for opening doors for young artists in Shillong to showcasing their talent. So to all budding artists, don't miss out. Please register MGMP to let your talent be heard. All right, so this next one is the last song, and we are 100% sure that you all know this song. So please sing along and show us some support. Thank you.
Mama, take these back to me. I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark, too dark to see. I feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. Mama, put my guns in the ground. I can't shoot them anymore. That long black cloud is coming down. And I feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Come on, everybody, let's sing along. Come on. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. We want to hear you sing. Come on. One more time. Come on. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. All right, everyone, let's sing along. Come on. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Ooh, oh, knock,
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, and have a good night. Thank you.
was like halfway through your college. Okay, fine. That's fine. Yeah, okay.
What's up, guys? Are you guys having a great time? I can't hear you guys. Come on, what is this here? Are you guys having a great time? Can I hear you? Yeah! Yeah! Okay. We're just doing a bit of sound check out here. And first of all, I would like to introduce you to the band. The band is called Alive. Please check it out. Check us out on Instagram. And we just performed recently at the Cherry Blossom Festival 2025. And we were just so excited to be here at the Lit Fest 2025. And we prepared a list of songs for you this evening. And I know we don't have that time for you this evening, but we have a little bit of originals and covers for you, and we hope that you all join along with us. Can we do that, guys? Can we sing along? Can we sing along? Yeah! They're not still young, guys. Come on, let's go. We're gonna party. Hello, check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 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 check. Hello, check. 1. Hello, check. 1, 2, check. Hello, check. 1, 2, check. Hello, check. 1, 2, check. goodbye, and I don't know what it'll mean. But since I survived, I realize you see it. Wherever you go, that's where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last night. You see, if the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If the party is over, when I'm someone else, it's true. I wanna hold you just so I can see it. And time this time, if the world was ending, I wanna be next all to you. I wanna just be next to you. Lost in the words that you speak. I don't wanna do this anymore. 'Cause you already know what you mean to me. And all of the universe I'm fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If the party was over, when our time on earth is through, I wanna hold you just so I can see it. And right this time, if the world is ending, I wanna be next all to you. I wanna be next to you, baby. I wanna be next to you. You sing of the world. Come on, guys, I need you to sing. Wanna be next to you. Ooh, if the party's on and our time on earth is true. Ooh, yeah, I wanna hold you just so I can die. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. I wanna be next to you. I wanna be next to you, baby. Thank you, guys. Okay, so this next one is an original we wrote before the Cherry Blossom, and this one is called Hold On. Let's go. These are unreleased songs. We hope that by next year we're gonna release it. Let's go. again. And I don't want to pretend. I just wanna be all alone. And I just want to go home. Don't wanna listen to the same old lies. I wanna get you my mind. Yeah, you beat it on your own. So I leave my message at the door. Oh, I don't need no apologies. Cause you don't know anything about me. And I'm tired of listening. Tired of wasting all my energy. Oh, you don't know what you're doing. You're playing with my feelings. So is that true? Oh, I can't take the pain no more. So leave my message at the door. Oh, you say, let's go now, I don't wanna say it again. song originally I wrote recently. And most of you guys, I think you're all here for that song. Ooh, I will play it for you this evening. I hope you like it.
I'm falling for you. Oh,
I'm falling for you. I'm falling for you. Yes, baby, I'm falling for you. Thank you, guys. We just got like a few more songs, so I request each and every one of you to come to the front and sing along with us. Can we do that? Can we do that, guys? Come on. Let's do this. Come on, guys, let's do this. I request each and every one of you to come to the front and sing along with us. Let's do this, guys. Come on. I'm Before we sing this next song, I would like to introduce the band. The band is called Alive. Please follow us on Instagram. We have a bunch of songs to be released, and I would like to introduce you to my man out here on the right of me. We have Steven on the bass. Please give it for Steven on the bass. We have Gio on the guitars. We have Kevin on the drums. Down to the keys. I'm the lead vocals of the band. My name is Jerry, and we are Alive. Let's go. Just 2 more songs this evening. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. And when you feel so tired, but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. And the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace. And when you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Can you sing like you got your own? Ladies and gentlemen, lights will guide you home any night. Your bones, but I will try to fix you. And higher above, we down below. When you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you were. Lights, we got you up, you see, guys, come on, fly side. Hey, lights, we got you home any night. Your bones, but I will try. Let's go. Please give me the opportunity to take Thank you so much, guys. You are the band alive. You guys are amazing. Drive safe, take care, and good night.
Oh, Marek. Oh, Marek.